I haven't seen my son or been able to give him a hug in well over 2 years. Might as well just say 2.5 years at this point. I have 2 years of birthday cards. I have 2 years of Christmas cards and Christmas presents sitting around, and 3 years of birthday cards and birthday presents sitting around. Granted, his birthday isn't for another couple of months or so. But yeah, I have 3 years of birthday cards sitting around where it's like, here's a birthday card and some birthday presents, and a foot over, here's another birthday card and more birthday presents. You might say, oh, what a third one? Well, technically, 1 year of birthday presents and birthday card and 1 year's Christmas card and Christmas presents are downstairs in the living room. 1 year's of Christmas presents and Christmas cards and 2 years of birthday cards and Christmas are in his bedroom. His bedroom is still set up the way it was, the way I set it up when, first moved into this. I was married back then. That was a terrible marriage, by the way. While I tend to be a bit of a lonely person, I'll say this, I was never more lonely than when I was married. My marriage was awful. I still try to make that work, though. However, that was a terrible experience. But I'm still grateful to God for everything. And heck, the day my son was born, happiest day of my life. And I hope he's doing well. It is 7:34 a.m. right now. It's a Sunday morning, April 5th, 2026. So the date is 04/05/2026. 7:35 America time, a.m. Today's Easter, by the way. It's Easter today. Happy Easter, I guess, guys. But yeah. When I first moved into this apartment, I was married. It was me, my wife, and my son. My son's bedroom is still set up the way I set it up a long, long time ago. Granted, his toddler bed that's in there, he would be way too tall for that. But yeah, I have not seen him in person in 2.5 years. And I have not been able to speak to him, even by phone or hear his voice, for well over a year. You might as well say a year and a half. When I first got divorced, he was coming over for the first year and a half on the weekends. Though granted, the last few months of that year and a half, he stopped spending the night, was just here from the morning till nighttime. Because even when he was coming over the weekends most time, it was just for a single day. So he'd just be spending one night over here. So a lot of that time was just, I'd cook some breakfast, we'd go get some Burger King, we'd sit and play with toys like his construction set in the living room and stuff like that. I'd take him over to my parents', though I would say 99% of the time I ever went over, it was just my mom over there. So, but me and my mother would play with my son, and there was a little slide set stuff out back, so we go do that. I'd take him to the park, I'd take him to the library, stop, get some Burger King. At least spent a couple hours just sitting and reading books to him. And he'd be so happy when I was sitting and reading him books. I remember when I first started this channel, I tried reading some Winnie the Pooh, and I made a few videos since then, probably about one Winnie the Pooh video or so, probably averaging about once a year or so, occasionally coming back to the book for the videos. Then when I first started the channel, like I made some videos where I was like, the very first videos when I very first started this, and I didn't sound anything like I would have when I was reading to my son, because I was very happy when I was reading to my son, and he was very happy, and he was smiling, and I'd be very cheerful and happy. But when I was reading to the computer, when I first started the channel, it was very apparent, very difficult to distract myself from the fact that I was reading to a computer and not my child. And I sounded like a demon, because all you could hear was grief and anger. Just a bunch of rage and sadness. All you heard in my voice is that I was just very angry, very sad, and in a bit of pain. And that came through my voice, and I sounded pretty much like a demon when I was reading that, just because I was very, very upset, and those emotions were very noticeable. And that's it. Just like when I would read to my son, I'd be very happy. And, I'm certain that happiness was noticeable in my voice then, even though I wasn't exactly, recording at that point. So there's no way to go back and watch myself or listen to myself from, the person not currently speaking perspective. But I certainly had that luxury when the videos I made when I started the channel, and my voice, I sounded, the emotions, you could definitely hear them, and they were not happy emotions. And don't get me wrong, I'm still grateful and happy for my son. I love him very much. I always have, I always will. And I'm very happy, that he was born, and I'm very happy that hopefully he's doing well out there. I'm very happy for all the happy memories I do have with him. And I'm happy, looking forward and hoping that he has, a good future, and he grows up and, has a life that makes him happy. But I still feel sad that I couldn't raise my son. I still feel sad at all the bad things that happened, and I still feel sad about all that, so. And I would say you expect that stuff, it stops hurting, but it never does. I'm at least glad he's alive and well. But even after all these years, I'll be at a Walmart or something, and if I hear a baby crying, I'll feel extremely sad, and if there's a father there with his child, and the child's, standing next to him, going, Daddy, 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 about this, Daddy, about that, and it's like, granted, I don't express any emotions outwardly, because that would be very inappropriate, and also public, and just, heck, I'll say this, I'm the kind of person, I very rarely cried in public in front of other people. If I've ever cried, it's been something like someone died, I'm in a lot of pain, or, something equally important in terms of something going on. Now, granted, in general, I avoid crying in public to the best of my ability, which is something that's pretty much rarely, if ever, happened. But I've probably cried thousands of times in privacy. But yeah, I'll be at a Walmart and kid will be next to their dad, and they're next to father saying, "Daddy, Daddy," and we're having a conversation. And it's just like, I'll just keep standing there, like staring, like reading the back of the spam containers. Like, okay, do I want maple flavored spam, or do I want the hickory spam, or teriyaki spam? Fancy. But outwardly, while I'm just standing there, not pretending I'm not hearing the people next to me talking, inwardly I feel like I want to drop to my knees and start screaming and crying. And heck, I know I've said many times I would stop bringing this up, and of course I'll say it again, I'll try not to talk about this anymore, but I'm sure at some point I'll feel the need to do so again. But even if I never say it again, even if I never talk about this to anyone ever again, I'm still going to be thinking about it every single day, as I always have. And I'm still going to be upset about it. I remember a time where, back when my son lived with me, I basically tell him I love him 100 times a day and give him like 20 hugs a day. Or tell him I love him 20 times a day and give him 100 hugs a day. Sit and read to him every day. And like I said, as far as when I was actually married, I was the one changing his diapers, feeding him, giving him baths, taking him to the doctor. I mean, it was kind of shitty circumstances given the way how his mother was about shit. But I legitimately did everything I could to try to be the best husband and father I could be. I mean, I woke up, took care of him, went to work. I worked first shift at that time. Though, granted, the last couple of months during the divorce, I was working a different job and working third shift. But even then, I was still the one primarily doing everything. And I was always the only person who ever worked or made any money, and a lot of times it was a lot to worry about. And I've talked about a lot of the different stories about shit that was going on before. I think the one I brought up the most is I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. Still tried to make the marriage work after that. So, but as you guys know, about half a year after that, we wound up filing for divorce and still lived with each other for about a few months or so after that, until the divorce was absolutely finalized. And then, of course, you guys already know the story about how basically a week after the divorce was finalized, I had to agree for my son to live with her parents as the only way to stop her from either disappearing with him or killing him. So I made the choice that was required of me to keep my child alive. Still funny, 3 weeks after we were officially divorced, she literally begged and groveled for me to remarry her. Because at 2 weeks after we were officially divorced, the guy she left me for, the main person she was committing adultery against me with, ditched her and everyone else also. So, heck, it's about half a year before the 3-inch scar. I wound up in the ICU for meningitis, encephalitis, swelling the brain, swelling the spinal cord, and spent 3 days in the ICU getting pumped full of chemicals to keep me from dying. Even got a spinal tap then. That sucked. Though I did find out till after I was officially divorced that it was actually my ex-wife who caused that. Basically, she had exposed me to this stuff by, well, she was also committing adultery then. I just didn't know about that. Heck, even after the time I got the scar, I still thought, well, I mean, she is kind of psycho and a threat to mine and my son's life, but, I mean, she'd never cheat on me. Yeah, in hindsight, I don't know if that's just stupidity or just hopeless naivete in terms of, well, you're married and living with this person. Maybe your brain's trying to, I would say survival characteristics, survival instinct to like ignore something so you feel better, but at the same time it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like, I don't know if that helped. I don't if that's some kind of survival trait or I don't know, Stockholm's, I don't know. And like I said, there was a bunch of interesting circumstances in terms of how I got together in that relationship, as well as everything that happened during it, and of course leaving it. And it's just like, and like I said, if I just talked about all that stuff, we'd be here for hours and hours. And as is, the video probably will be about an hour or so, because I want to read the book, The Tragedy of X, by Ellery Queen. Well, you know, a couple videos ago we finished Agatha Christie, and then there were none. And then there's the When Cicadas Cry book, which again, this detective stuff I feel fits into Umineko. And then, you know, I want to finish Umineko, and then we'll go to Union Rhythm Psychosis, which should come out like April 26th, I think. So, yay. Though it'll technically be part 4, because I've played the demo and stuff. But it was like a while back. I don't know. It's probably been a couple months or something. I don't know. But yeah. It's still crazy, though. She really thought I would remarry her. She was like, oh, we don't have to go to church or anything. We just go straight to the courthouse and sign a document and get remarried today. It's like 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks after we were officially divorced. She's literally begging and demanding that we get remarried, and so taken aback when I'm insisting no. And then she's like, well, if we talk about it and we can get remarried tomorrow. Like, no. Fucking. And again, like I said, spent a couple years of her, oh, here's a message of her threatening to murder me. Here's a message of her threatening horrible things. And here's a message of her asking to get remarried again. It's like, what the fuck? And then back to threats. And then back to the... Like, I remember for a few years just constantly getting, like, there'd be a message or a letter. So I was like, hey, you need to tell me if you're dating anyone. It's like, no, I don't, and I'm not. Or demanding, it's like, hey, I know you must be dating someone. Who are you dating? It's like, the fuck? I'm just saying, I never want to go through another divorce. I never want to be at work and worry about how my spouse is neglecting or abusing my child. I never want to have another child taken away from me. As, you know, oh, here's my wife leaving with another man and taking my child away. And then, you know, coming back and living with me, because she technically, during the course of the divorce where we were filed for divorce, she technically, a couple of months before the divorce is official, left for a week. But then she came back. And then a few weeks later left for another week. And then she came back, and then like a day or two before, either the day before or the day before the divorce being official, she left again. And then saw her the morning of the divorce and my son, and then there was basically about a week About like a few days after that, she went from the place she was going to her parents, and then given the circumstances of everything that was going on, and again, each of these individual weeks, as well as a lot of the stuff that happened during the marriage, I've talked about most of it. Well, I'd say maybe 40%. I mean, there's a lot of shit that was really fucked up that is just like emotionally a bit hard to talk about. But I think there was a song with 21 Pilots called Heathens. I think there's a line saying, "You don't know the half of the abuse." And how shit everything was. But I'm just saying this. It's kind of shitty to come home every day to a marriage where the first thing you hear upon opening the door is your wife yelling and cussing at you and insulting you. Either that or her being passed out. And your child has just been locked up in his bedroom the entire day. Like, just the entire time you've been at your work shift. And nobody cares because, well, at that point, it's not like anybody would fucking help, and any attempt to do anything would just result in making things worse for my child. So it's like, well, this is a shitty situation, but if I do anything, my child will die. So, what do I do to keep me and my son alive? But I mean, that's how marriage works, right? Right? At least modern marriage. I don't know. I suppose the following statement kind of makes me sound a bit like a, I don't know, pathetic otaku hikikomori in terms of the only two people I love on this planet are my son and my mother. I love my mom very much. Heck, I still have an old Mickey Mouse blanket. Granted, I don't cover up with it anymore because it's too damaged and stuff, but it's really old. Heck, though it's, like I said, I don't really sleep with it anymore just because I want it to not be destroyed. But it's like, it's faded, torn, and has holes in it, like my soul. But it's a good blanket. Heck, I still have the teddy bear from when I was a child, and for a while there, you know, my son was using it as well. Heck, that teddy bear sits in my son's toddler bed, laying there sleeping. And granted, I'll pick it up and give it a hug. Heck, there's Rudolph that sits in the little rocking chair. But yeah. For the first 5 years after the divorce was official, I spent a couple hours a day sitting in my son's bedroom, just sitting in there talking to his stuffed animals. I don't spend as much time in there anymore. Usually maybe 15 minutes a day. I'll pick up his stuffed animals, give them a hug. There's a little green dinosaur there on the bed that's got a little turn key on one of its hips that plays a music box. I'll crank that. I also got some plants in there. I also have all the birthday cards, so except for like I said, I have one of the birthday cards and one Christmas present things downstairs in the living room. But his room is basically set up the way it was back when, you know, I was married. I have like Saturn hanging from the ceiling. I have some posters. I have a bunch of toys and stuffed animals everywhere. I mean, you guys have seen it. I've made videos showing it. I used glow-in-the-dark stars to make constellations. And when I initially put those things up, I used like smaller stars and bigger stars depending on how big they actually look in the sky. So like the bigger stars were the actual stars that are brighter in the sky. I took a fucking tape measure and a protractor and tried to make it look, you know, it wasn't like, oh, I half-assed did Orion. No, I made the fucking constellation of Cassiopeia, which that was the easiest one, but also Orion and the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper. And I did everything I could to have all the stars proportional in terms of, okay, this is stars bigger, so because there's little stars and big stars. So I set up the big stars to be the brighter ones, and I set it up to how the constellations actually look in the sky. I did everything I could to actually make them, proportionally to scale in terms of, like, this is what angle this is at that way. It's not just, oh, it vaguely looks like Orion. No, I literally make a 1-for-1 recreation of Orion to the best of my ability. And the Little Dipper, and the Big Dipper, and Cassiopeia, and some more stars and stuff. Heck, I have another little thing from my childhood sitting on his bed. Ziggy. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was like a little comic book character thing. But it's got a green shirt on. It says, "You're special. You're someone special." Are you guys special? Do any of you feel, I don't know, like anyone fucking cares about you? If any of you died right now, would anyone care? Would anyone notice? But yeah, for the first 5 years after the divorce was official, I spent a couple hours days just sitting in his bedroom talking to his stuffed animals. I only spend about 15 minutes a day in there now. Having said, I have, the main Bible I read is in my bedroom. It's a big Bible, but I have like one of those little tiny travel Bibles. I'll usually read something from like the New Testament or Psalms or Proverbs, because that's what's in those little Bibles. But usually I'll read like the Gospels of Christ and stuff like that in there. But also, I'll say this: I read Winnie the Pooh. Heck, maybe I won't read the Bible readings I did in his, because like I said, I'll usually read some of the Bible in the living room downstairs. Some of the, like, and on a given day, I'll usually read some of the Bible, like study Bible things downstairs in the living room, and I'll read my Bible in this room, and I'll read that little tiny travel Bible in my son's room. But I tend to read more of the Winnie the Pooh and other things like that, though a lot of the time is spent more so just talking to the stuffed animals and telling them thank you for being there, and giving them a hug, and telling them I hope that the other stuffed animals that, I took over to my son so he could have over there with him, I hope they're not in a garbage can somewhere. I hope my son still gives, because I tell Rudolph the reindeer that sits in that little rocking chair, that I hope George the giraffe is getting a hug every day. I hope my son is giving George a hug every day, and not that his guardians have just thrown him in a garbage can or something. Granted, as far as I'm aware, at least from experience, his guardians take good care of him, and he's happy and he's loved, and they love and care for him as if he's their own child. So he's at least happy, he's safe, and that's as a father, that's what I care about most. As a loving parent, as a good parent, that's what I care about most. My child is alive. My child is alive, he is safe, he is happy, he is healthy, he's a good person, and that he's doing well, and he's well taken care of, and he's loved and cared about. And that's what matters most, that he's doing well. Like I said, at least to the best of my understanding of things, especially in the past when I knew more about what was going on, he seemed happy. They seemed like they were legitimately taking very good care of him. And I have aside from the fact that I'm alienated from him, and I feel extremely sad and upset about that. Heck, even if I was seeing him regularly every day, I'd still feel sad that, I didn't get to raise him, and a lot of the other bad things that happen. And heck, even if the happy life thing happened where it's like, he was living with me and I was raising him, I'd still worry about like how the future's going to be. Like, what if like World War III or some fucking shit happens? Or like, what if he gets bullied at school like I was? Because I got bullied a whole fucking shit ton when I was younger in school. I mean, it was basically a decade straight of being told that I should go fucking kill myself 100 times a day, every single day for like a fucking 10 years. So, that was something that even this many years later, I feel has a negative effect on psychological health. So I'm just saying I wouldn't want him to go through that too. Then again, I was feeling also a bit annoyed last Saturday. 8 days ago at this point, I went to go help my dad, yet again, help my niece move some stuff. A couple months ago, did that, spent like almost 8 hours moving shit. Though, during that time, it was me and him sitting in the truck by ourselves and listening to gospel music the entire time. And then, like, on the return trip, him just bitching at me that I'm lazy, I'm a bad person, I'm not, I need to turn to God more, I need to read the Bible more. I'm like, even though I'm pretty sure, like, it's just, I don't feel like him or the like him being a deacon and the pastor of the church, I don't feel like either one of them have any connection to God. I feel like they're both bad people. I feel like they both hate me, and I feel like they're both jerks. And heck, whenever Dad dies, Mom is going to have to come live with me, probably in my son's bedroom. Granted, Dad's like 77 years old, and he still has to work for a living. Granted, he gives most of his money to the church. When he dies, Mom won't have a place to live anymore. And Mom will have to live with me or be homeless. And granted, I do have some concerns in terms of, there are some questionable reactions that my mom has had to me in times of the past. But I'll say this. Out of all the people on the planet, I love my mom more than anyone else on the planet. I love my mom very much. My mom is very precious to me. I care about my mom. And I feel like my mom is the person I can love, trust, and respect the most on this planet. Heck, when I do finish with the Tragedy of X and the Agatha, and I already finished the Agatha Christie book, but I plan to give those to my mom because I think she would like them. And heck, I have a vinyl disc I bought recently of the best of the band Journey. I think my mom will like that. I think she will. Though, I'm a little worried how Dad will respond, since I feel like Dad might get angry at her for listening to music that isn't gospel music anymore. Granted, I remember a lot of times when I was younger, Mom listening to that kind of music all the time. And it's not like I'm getting her a fucking Black Sabbath CD or something. Granted, I listen to that shit myself, but it's not like the sort of thing I'd ever listen to in front of any other people. Not because anything wrong with it, just because how people react on this shit. But really, I don't think Mom would care. But yeah, like 2 months ago, I spent 8 hours of my fucking day off helping to move furniture and things for my niece. But there were a couple things that were left behind at my sister's house. Granted, I have two sisters, though one of them died like 16 years ago of a brain aneurysm. Heck, a few months before I had the thing where I was in the hospital for a few days for the brain meningitis and encephalitis stuff, my mom had 3 strokes and an aneurysm. She was at least able to make a full recovery after 4 months. So that's good, but that was definitely a miracle that didn't kill her. And of course, like 3 years ago before today, I had to have a bladder surgery. It's about like 3 years ago. My mom was over here for 3 days and 3 nights over here with me. I appreciate that. Like I said, I love my mom and I appreciate my mom very much. And granted, there would certainly be some financial concerns in terms of having my mom live here. And there would certainly be some concerns about privacy and stuff in terms of my mom being here. But I'll say this, I love my mom very much. And in the situation that Dad dies, yeah, I'm definitely not hesitating to give her a place to live. And granted, I don't know what everything would really entail, but I would want her to be comfortable. I'd want to do everything in my power to make sure that, if there's anything I need to do to help take care of her or something. No, my mom has stated multiple times she's ever in a situation where she needs to be in a home or something like that, to where basically, regardless, even if family members want to take care of her, she's mentioned that if she's ever in a situation where like she can't wipe her own ass, she plans to kill herself. I understand the sentiment on that. I understand that would be a shitty, degraded way to live. But at the same time, you are my mom. That makes me feel kind of sad about you saying that. I will say this, when I was like 11 and a half or 12 years old or something, I've been in several car accidents over the course of my life. One car accident, though, we were in like this tiny, tiny little Uzi truck. It was like the smallest truck that can exist and still be called a truck. My dad, technically stepdad, was driving, and my mom was in the middle, and I was on the side, the passenger seat. And we had some ice, turned, and a vehicle came and hit the passenger side. My mom, in that split second, leaned over me and shielded me from the glass and everything and protected me. And given everything, I probably would have got killed by that. There's been like 100 different things over the course of my life that probably should have killed me. Heck, I've been in multiple car accidents. I've been driving this fairly small vehicle, and thankfully I was driving alone, and I got hit by a full-sized, big-ass truck going 75 miles per hour, T-boned me right in the driver's side. Couldn't move my left arm hardly for like a couple months. Had like a dozen plus staples left side of my skull. All my ribs were as bruised as possible without being broken. And from my waist down to my feet, I was covered in black and purple bruises that were like the size, texture, and color of purple and black basketballs. It actually felt like, you ever like touch the outside of a basketball, the way it feels, like the air pressure and stuff? That's how everything on me felt. Then again, I'm no stranger to big bruises. I've gotten the shit kicked out of me so much over the course of my life. I've had people try to kill me. I've had people strangle me. I've had people just push me, shove me, all sorts of shit like that. Heck, I know I've mentioned a few times, I remember I was 13 years old being back behind a Quickie Mart, thing from The Simpsons. It's a little shop actually run by an Indian dude, just like in The Simpsons. It was like a good 45 minutes. It's a 5 versus 1 fight. And it was a good 45 minutes of just getting punched thousands and thousands of times and slammed to the ground, slammed into a brick wall, stomped on, kicked in the face, kicked in the ribs. Just a good 45 minutes of being punched over and over and over again. I had like a bruise the size of my hand all over the left side of my temple, sticking out like 1.5 inches. It's uncomfortable and it felt embarrassing. Like, hey, there's a giant bruise on my face. Then again, you think at least it would be less noticeable of all the other bruises, I guess. Can you camouflage bruises with more bruises? I don't know. But yeah, my mom, I was in that speaking back of the car accident when I was, though, as far as with the car accident when I was older, I've been in several, but that one where I got hit by that truck, I remember going to see my car in the junkyard later. It was like folded in a bit. The wheels were like bent at angles, because technically the car, when I got hit, it went flying and spun a bit and then went through a fence and stuff. But I remember looking at that airbag and it was mostly red with a little bit of white on it, and I'm like, what kind of fucking dumbass decorates an airbag? Like, at this point, put some blue on it, make an American flag. But it's like, why the fuck would you decorate an airbag? And then it took a while for it to click. To be fair, I had just gotten a strong blow to the head. But that's my blood. All that red on the airbag is my blood. It's a white airbag. The reason it's covered in red everywhere is that's my blood on everything. No, some interesting things about my family. My mom was the youngest of 6 siblings. She was born in 1960. I was born in 1987. I was born in January of 1987. And she was born in 1960. My mom's biological father died fairly early in her life. But to be fair, he was like in his 60s or some shit when he conceived her. And I think grandma was like in her 30s or something. But my mom was the youngest of 6 children. Recently on April 1st, we had a moon mission where they're going to loop around the moon. Technically, it's going to be the furthest a human's ever been from Earth, because technically, I don't know if we're not going to be setting a human on the moon again, but we're going to be seeing parts of the moon that we've never seen before. And we're going to be scanning the moon up close with high-tech instruments far more advanced than anything we've ever tried to scan the moon from, and from proximities and directions that have never been possible before. And it's technically the furthest a human's ever been from the Earth. Heck, I think it was 2012 or something, we broke the heliopause. Because technically you have the heliosphere for the Earth, and then you have the heliopause for the solar system, which is technically the separation between our solar system and the rest of the universe. Think how like the Earth has the heliosphere and the magnetosphere. It's the limits of the influence of like the Earth's, orbit, gravity, things like that, magnetism, and atmospheric influences. I mean, we have the heliosphere, heliopause, which is, think of it like a bubble that separates our solar system from the rest of the universe. The Voyagers were the ones who accomplished that stuff, I believe. Technically, I think one of them we sent with a golden disc. I will say this, I feel like if there's ever an issue like the Prime Directive thing with Star Trek, like, one, there's always the possibility that faster than light travel doesn't even exist. But I'll say this. Which point, if that's the case, then what I'm about to say makes more sense. But I'll say this. Even if it's possible to travel at 1 billion times the speed of light, I feel that the point in which, technologically, the point where it becomes unavoidable to make first contact with a civilization is when you break the heliopause for your solar system. which again, I think we did that in 2012. Because that's at that point, even if a society never builds FTL travel, at that point, you're at the point where you can potentially start sending probes or interactions or sensing things in terms of having good enough telescopes and stuff to notice other stuff going on. Though it is said that we're in a little bit of a void in our part of the galaxy and part of the universe, to where most of the universe tends to be a bit more clustered. So, heck, I think some people have made the joke that it's almost like we're a little bit of a control group, that we exist in a part of the universe to where we are a little more isolated, to where otherwise we would have been involved with other people. Though as far as I'm concerned, if aliens exist, God just made them too. Though, if aliens suddenly exist on the universe and stuff, I mean, one of two possibilities. One, they're extraterrestrial, or they're demons. I mean, there's a good chance they're actual demons, fallen angels, actual angels that are still loyal to God. I don't know. Some other kind of spiritual being. But it could be angels, whether it's fallen angels or angels still loyal to God. Heck, it'd be like, oh, it's Jesus. But on the other hand, it could just actually straight up just be extraterrestrials. I mean, heck, didn't Jesus himself say that, he had many flocks? Now, granted, that's not what that means, I guess, but again, interpretation. But I'm just saying, if there are other species out there, it just means God made them too. That's all there is to it. And here's the thing, I'm cool with aliens existing, as long as they're not trying to conquer or enslave us. So, heck, I'll say this. I'd be perfectly cool with aliens existing, as long as they're not trying to bring about a one world government and destroy the sovereignty of nations. And as long as they don't try to destroy or kill or conquer the earth, or destroy America. Though I think I'd still be upset if I hear they're suddenly killing everyone in Australia. I'm I'm not in Australia, but I don't want the people of Australia to die. Granted, I don't know if I'd ever visit there, because every description of Australia sounds like the fucking Tyranid book from Warhammer 40k. It's and there's spiders season. I'm why are there trees covered in spider webs? That looks horrifying. Why is there a balloon of naturally made spider silk to where the spiders have inflated a balloon full of spider eggs so they can travel like fucking pollen? This sounds horrifying. And don't get me wrong, spiders and certain house millipedes and things, most of them are not dangerous, and they don't really bother me. And if I see them, I just I talk to them like they're a person. Then again, I'll walk on bike trails and I'll talk to a bunny rabbit like it's a person. But if I ever see a fucking spider the size of a chihuahua, I am burning a house down. That is fucking terrifying. That's no. Dear God, no. Though I have mentioned before, if I ever get pets, I want to get 2 pets so that, I work a lot. I work third shift. I work manual labor, and I work 50 hours a week most of the time. I feel if I had a pet, they'd be kind of lonely. No, in general, I'm not going to get a pet at all because I can't afford a pet and it's too expensive. But if I did and I could afford it, I'd get 2, and I named them Lace and Iris after the Dragon Spirit, the New Legend NES game. And I'd either get 2 bunnies or 2 dogs or 2 cats. Honestly, if I had enough money and space, I'd get 2 of each. Though I guess at that point, I'd name 2 of them Lace and Iris. And I would name 2 of them Amru and Arisha. And I'd name 2 of them Galda and Zawel. All of that is from Dragon Spirit, the New Legend. Yes, I'm a nerd. I have lived my life watching anime and playing video games. I enjoy anime and video games a lot. The Dot Hack Zero is supposed to be coming out in 2020, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it's just... Yeah, I'm cool with aliens existing. Now, if they could be like really tall, like 7-foot tall futas, that'd be awesome. Like, hey, here's a 7-foot tall cat girl who has a cat tail and cat ears, and she's a beautiful woman with a pretty face, and she's got giant titties and a big dick and some fat nuts. Yeah. Like, I would totally date Sylvia from Konosuba. Or Astolfo from Fate. Heck, like, what if the aliens show up and they're wearing like the Virgin Killer sweaters and stuff like that, and they got cat ears and stuff, and they're very pretty. And you just have 7-foot tall, big titty futa women, or just big titty women, just who are into like wearing strap-ons, I guess. Yes, I'm being as inappropriate and making everyone as uncomfortable as possible. Anyway, so we could have like just big titty cat girls, just giant titties. Granted, all boobs are nice. And whether, like, if I was dating someone, whether they have an A cup or like G cups, I'm playing with those tits all the time. Or if they could be like cute, skinny femboys, like, heck, something like Tyga X-holic sort of thing. It's like, here's a cute femboy. It's also cat ears and stuff. I don't know. I think in general, even though like I'm a bit chubby myself, I think in general, athletic builds are nice. Like, who else thinks tomboys are cute? Like, just think of this. Think of a tall woman who looks very cute, very beautiful, has big tits, but she's also athletic and has abs. And is actually, granted, again, I'm not... I'm realistic when it comes to the real world. Heck, I remember back when I was much younger, before I got married and all that, I got rejected by thousands and thousands and thousands of women, IRL and face-to-face. To be fair, I'm ugly as fuck. Cthulhu reads Lovecraftian horror about me. I've noticed that if I wear a mask around people and behave exactly the same as I always do, people are a million times nicer to me. Granted, I don't have a problem with my face. I like my face. To be fair, though, if I met someone who looked like me, I wouldn't be attracted to them. I'm not my own type. It's just a bit depressing and annoying that I'm apparently no one's type. Granted, every girlfriend and wife I've ever had has cheated on me. Also, everyone has made it clear at the end of the relationship that every time they told me they found me attractive, that they were lying to me, and that they think it was funny that I was so easily manipulated. But turns out, hey, if you have a person with extremely low self-esteem who's been lonely most of their time, and all of a sudden someone says that they find you attractive and they love bomb you a bunch, well, that feels nice. But it also equally feels pretty shitty when, they tell you you're ugly and everything they ever said about loving or caring about you was a lie. Even more so when they're actually verbally abusive and physically violently abusive. But then again, I've talked about some of that stuff. Heck, I mean, the latter part of my divorce, when I was, filed for divorce and all that stuff, I didn't want to do anything with my wife anymore because, well, aside from the fact that she gained 100 pounds of fucking fat and got considerably overweight, the fact that she always was fucking yelling and angry and abusive and verbally mean to me and just psychologically fucked up and also tried to kill me in my sleep a couple times. And, the domestic abuse, domestic violence kind of makes you feel kind of sad, I guess, apparently. Turns out men can be victims of domestic violence, and they do have emotions, even if the rest of society apparently doesn't acknowledge that. Also, I didn't want her to get pregnant again because, I saw how she was with our child, and I didn't want to put another child through that hell. Granted, up until the point of me knowing that she was committing adultery, which was, the point at which we filed for divorce, I was still having sex with her regularly. Now, granted, there was sometimes I, would maybe go a day or two without sex with her because, I was in an ICU, not trying not to die. Or, she had just, it was Christmas and our son's playing his presents, and she decides to get angry about that because the noise apparently bothers her. So she starts screaming, yelling, cussing, picking up his toys in her hands and breaking them and slamming the wall and kicking things. And then our son is upset and sad about that. And then she's more upset about that noise, and they're getting closer together. We both know where that's going. And then I step in between them and ask her to please stop. She lunges at me. She stops when she sees the blood. She goes up to my room, our room, and then I'm downstairs with our child, who's very emotionally upset given what has occurred. I then cover up my arm, and then I comfort my child. We didn't have sex that day because I didn't want to touch my wife, because I felt very emotionally upset with my wife. So we didn't have sex that day. The rest of that day was telling my son everything's okay, getting him something to eat, reading him a story, tucking him into bed, taking a shower, and then having a very awkward conversation with my wife in my bedroom. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm from that. I wore long sleeves for 3 months so that no one could tell. If it had been any deeper, I would have needed stitches. Main point is this. Despite the fact that it was a very unhealthy marriage, we were still having sex just about all the fucking time. With the exception of the first month after my son was born. But that was because she had an episiotomy, and the doctor was very clear that, we couldn't have sex or it might kill her. So, there was I was spraying some sort of stuff on her down there that the doctor had told me to stop it from basically, it was supposed to make it hurt less and make it itch less and make it less likely to, for germs and stuff. I'll say this, I watched the doctor, because she didn't get a C-section. She still gave natural birth, but she got an episiotomy, which I watched all of that shit happen, and I'll tell you this. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Granted, the day my son was born, happiest day of my life, and I was holding him, and he was a precious little bundle of joy. But dear God, the blood. To the point that when we did start having sex again after that month of not being able to fuck, initially, I couldn't get turned on because every time I went to go want to do anything with her, all I could think about was all the blood, and it just that turned me off. No, granted, we still had sex, but it was, I would find some excuse to excuse myself away, and I just, I drank some water, just clear my head a bit, try to get my mind off that. I'd even look up some pictures of some big titty models, and it was they were tasteful pictures. They weren't actual porn in terms of videos or like that. There's an old website called Page 3, and it's got pictures of, I don't think it exists anymore, but I had some saved pictures from back when I was a teenager or something. And I hadn't even looked at them in a long time, but I had them somewhere on a computer or somewhere. And I basically just looked that up, and it's just basically topless models of beautiful women with big tits. You don't even, you might see ass and stuff, but you don't ever see vagina or anything. And there's nothing illicit going on. It's just beautiful woman, boobs. Look at that for a few minutes. And that was enough to at least get my mind off of all the blood and everything. And I'll say this, aside from that, with exception toward the end of our marriage, I didn't look at porn or masturbate. I had no need to. But, of course, toward the end of the marriage, you know, I didn't want to touch her anymore because aside from the fact that she'd gained like 100 pounds of fucking fat and she was always yelling and bitchy about everything, and I didn't want to take a chance of condemning another child to having her as a mother. Well, there's also the fact that we were filed for divorce. We're only just living together anymore because I want to make sure that I can protect my son to the best of my ability, given though apparently she made that very hard to do. And I was trying to make sure I had like shared custody and had as many rights to my son as I could. And even then, towards, again, like I said, after the divorce, you know, he had to just go live with her parents because it became very clear that even under shared custody situations, he was going to die. He was going to be dead before his 5th birthday. Granted, I haven't seen him blow out the candles for a cake since his 3rd birthday. I still have the candles and decorations for his 3rd birthday cake in my freezer downstairs. But heck, that construction set was the Christmas present for his 3rd Christmas from my mother. And me and my son, we built that together. And that's a really happy memory. But yeah, with my wife, I just didn't want to have sex with her anymore. We're filed for divorce. She's committing adultery. We got divorced. We're getting divorced because of that. I even told her, hey, if you get tested for diseases and you, like when we did get divorced, like before we spoke to the judge, like before we stepped through that door, I told her, hey, you agree to, you know, be better and not do, you know, the violent things anymore, and, you know, take care of our child and not neglect him, and you don't cheat on me anymore, and you get tested for diseases. We can tell the judge we don't have to get divorced. You know, we changed our minds, and I will forgive and forget everything, and I will love you as if you had never done anything wrong. And she was very insistent on still wanting to get divorced. And again, like I said, 3 weeks later, she was begging and groveling and asking me to remarry her, saying, well, we don't even have to go to a church or anything. We can just go to a courtroom right now and do it right today. And when I was like, no, no, hell no. And she's like, well, no, don't say that. Just, you know, we can talk about this. Like, you know, we can talk about it a bit and then we can get married tomorrow. And it's like, no, stop talking to me. Please go away. But yeah, it's just toward the end of our marriage, last couple months, you know, I was looking at hentai. I'd go to the bathroom and I'd look at some hentai and jerk off to that because, you know, I didn't want to touch my wife, because the idea of having sex with a woman who was having unprotected sex, actively trying to conceive a child, like she was having unprotected sex with this other man. And granted, that's just the main person she was apparently committing adultery with. And like I said, the whole thing with me going in the ICU where the brain thing and all that stuff was, again, because she was also committing adultery back then. But I didn't know about that. I didn't even find out about that, or even the other adultery stuff, until after we were officially divorced. In fact, I didn't even find out about that stuff until about a couple of weeks after she tried to beg me to remarry her. So, but yeah, apparently even though so even the guy that she was committing adultery against me with and planning to marry, she was already cheating on him with other people. So even while living with me while we're filed for divorce. So that's, and he didn't even know about, and it's just, what the fuck? And granted, she's gotten with other men since then and had more kids. Granted, at least during the times those kids were babies, they didn't live with her. Though I think she has stuff to do with them now. Not that I really know, because one, I don't want to know, and two, I don't even really know jack shit about what's happening with my son at the moment. And all I know about the stuff with my ex-wife is because other people have volunteered that information to me without me fucking asking. It's like, I don't want to know. Stop telling me things. It's like, I don't want to know if she's had yet another child. I do not care. And people are like, oh, but it's a half sibling of your son. I don't give a fuck. It's not my child. All these other kids that she's having with other people are not my child. I do not give a fuck, even though they share half the blood that my son has. They don't share the blood with my son that I have. Also, my son looks exactly like me as a small child. Even as he's gotten older, like, at least even pictures I have seen of him, at least when I was still kept kind of in the loop, he looks exactly like me. Though looking back, and like, I don't look, I at least don't think younger me looks awful in terms of like Cthulhu or Eldritch Horror. Granted, I remember being a kindergartner in 7th grade. I mean, 7 years old and stuff. So even 1st grade, 2nd grade, and all that stuff. And even then, like, the other kids were throwing rocks at me, calling me ugly. So, but granted, that might just be the fact that I was just heavily bullied a lot. And I'm just saying, I hope he doesn't resent me for looking like me. Like, I hope that he doesn't hold that against me. Like, I hope he isn't upset at me for that. That we basically look identical to a large degree. Grantedly, I don't know how the future holds for anything, but it's just, I know I have some low self-esteem from things people have said to me, and I hope he doesn't get treated poorly, and I hope whether he does or doesn't, I hope he doesn't hold his appearance against me. It's like, yeah, you look like your dad. You look exactly like me. I hope you're proud of that. I mean, I'm still proud of him, and I love him dearly, and I don't see anything bad. Like, I don't see an Eldritch Horror when I look at it like it's my precious son, my precious little baby. But again, there may be some slight emotional incongruities in terms of how I view my physical appearance and how I feel other people look at me. But that's probably due to a lot of trauma stuff happening. Anyway, back to, like, my wife. Yeah, toward the end of it, I didn't want to have sex with her anymore. I didn't want to touch her because, you know, she was having unprotected sex with another man and getting cream pied by him all the time, actively trying to conceive his child. I didn't want to touch her. But she apparently still wanted to have sex with me anyway. So, I had to reject her a lot. Even though she's very insistent on it. And there was a few times where, no matter how much I insisted that no, she still wanted to have sex anyway and didn't want to take no for an answer. Granted, I still made sure to wear a condom. And yeah. And I at least made sure that after, you know, achieving orgasm, you know, fucking her in the vagina, to carefully remove myself so that I can make sure, okay, everything is still inside the condom, everything's sealed, everything's good. I did not nut in her. Like, basically nut while inside, but making sure that just it's not getting her pregnant. And then, of course, being careful, just getting the used condom thrown away and covered up and inaccessible to her by anything. And again, there are many reasons why I feel a bit traumatized by the idea of, I don't know, having sex with anyone with a vagina again. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate women. I still support equal rights in terms of, I think women should be treated, just the same as everyone else. Granted, people are different. Biologically speaking, women tend to build less muscle. Heck, my entire marriage, at any point, I can look at any version of myself and any version of her. I always had more physical strength and power in every way compared to my wife. That being said, I'm not exactly the kind of person... It's funny, I'll play violent video games, but I'm not the kind of person to actually do anything violent to other people, let alone somebody that's, my wife. Even if she's fucking psycho and not good to me or our child. I'm not a violent person. If anything, people have considered that the biggest complaint or criticism of me is that I'm a very non-aggressive person. Heck, my entire life, I have tried to live relatively like a pacifist. I've gotten the shit kicked out of me so much in my fucking life. I've literally gotten beaten and beat the shit out of through most of my younger years. That being said, a lot of that was also like 5v1 sort of shit. But I have only ever hurt anybody in self-defense. And I've always tried to go out of my way to not instigate or initiate any sort of violence. I'm usually that person who's considered overly polite and also very non-aggressive. I try to very much not be argumentative with people. Like, I don't like yelling and fighting and stuff. Like, heck, back when I was a small child and my mom and stepdad, they drank back then and they would yell and argue quite a bit, my go-to reaction was I would hide in my toy chest like the Binding of Isaac, curled in a ball. So I just generally didn't want to be involved with yelling and arguing and fighting. I didn't even want to be around it. And of course, sometimes there was concern that they might turn aggressive, so a lot of times I'd actually be actively hiding from them. But, that was a different time. People drank alcohol back then. So I mean, that's... yeah. But yeah, it just... my marriage was pretty fucking shitty to the point that I'm like I don't hate women. I don't wish any harm on them. I don't want to hurt anybody or anything. And heck, I'll say this. I've only ever hurt anybody in self-defense. I've never killed anyone. But I've only ever hurt anybody in self-defense. Heck, I remember telling you guys a story about when I was I forget how old, maybe 10 years old or something. I was playing at a local park and I think someone who was a teenager or something, or a young adult, I think they came at me with a fucking fire axe or something. I was playing with little troll dolls at a picnic table or something. I spent most of my time alone. Heck, even when I was older and had friends, I'd always be going over to spend the night at their houses. I think there was one time for half an hour on my 18th birthday. I brought some of my best friends over to eat cake for half an hour in the kitchen. That was it. I never would have my friends, I would go over to my friends' places to spend the nights. But I would never bring anybody over, and most of my time when I was living with my parents, and granted, I lived even after, like, I was working since I was like 14, and even when I graduated, I had a job, and I was working factory stuff, and I was paying rent to my parents, and paying for anything I personally wanted, but just about all my anime and video games I bought. But I'd be sitting in my room, like, earbuds plugged in the back of my TV, and, you know, I'd be playing video games, and I wouldn't be talking out loud, and I'd be a very quiet person. I could have probably died, and no one would have heard a difference in sound decibel levels. Heck, I'd put my actual radio CD player on my bed and put earbuds into that and just listen to music laying in bed. I was just a bit of a quiet person. Most of the time, though, I was either at work, or I was trying to be sociable, or trying to go hang out with friends, or I was out walking on the bike trail or something, or I'd be in my room watching, like, heck, I remember even one point, like, watching like Twitch and YouTube stuff back then, Let's Plays. Even back then thinking, hey, one day I want to try to make a Let's Play, but I definitely don't have the technology for it, and I definitely don't have the environment for it. Because I'm pretty sure if I, like, were to even talk on the house phone, you know, there'd be concerns. Then again, I remember, like, early 20s, you know, I work full-time job, pay rent to my parents, and I bring a girl over before a date to introduce her to my mom and stuff, and I'm gonna go in my room for like 30 seconds so she can just see my room and know I'm not a fucking serial killer or something. And, you know, go on the date. And here's the thing, at no point do I even get a kiss from that girl. And heck, the end of the date is I drop her off at her boyfriend / drug dealer's house, who lives with his mom in, like, the ghetto or some shit. And then I go home. And the next day, you know, dad is bitching at me, you know, how it's inappropriate to bring a woman over to the house. And that, like, what would God think? What would the church think? What would the neighbors think? It's like, what are you thinking bringing a woman into this house? So. But yeah, with my marriage, like the last couple months of it, I didn't want to have sex with her anymore. But I at least made sure I wore a condom because, like I said, I mean, I didn't want to get her pregnant or catch something from the dude who was fucking nutting in her. My ex-wife raped me multiple times. Between that and just the general fact of how my marriage went, I don't want to have a relationship with another woman. I don't have a problem with women. In general, there's so many women out there that look extremely beautiful. Like, they got some nice tits and they got a pretty face and everything. But one, aside from the fact that I'm ugly as fuck and I'm poor and I don't have any financial means, like, even if I could get a wife and marriage again, there's no way I'd be able to financially take care of a wife or a child again. And even then, I'd just go through another divorce, and then that'd even be worse financially for me, and I'd be alone again. And again, like I said, I don't want to go through another divorce. I don't want to have another child being mistreated by the person I thought would be a good mother. I don't want to have another child taken away from me. I don't want to be betrayed by someone I thought I could trust. I don't want to have to, like, here's the thing. I feel like if I look out my front door and I see through the little peephole, I see my ex-wife, that'd be like a 911 situation. That'd be like seeing an SCP. Like, I am actually scared and terrified of my ex-wife. I am traumatized by my fucking marriage. And I feel viscerally sick and like I want to vomit if I ever see her or hear her voice. Like, it's like the most disgusting, gross thing imaginable. Like, it'd be like watching a scene, like, you know that Terrifier movie where the clown guy does violent murder stuff? You know the feeling, emotion that would have on somebody who isn't fucking numb and jaded to, like, the shit of the world, and, like, if it was their first horror movie, or, like, the first time you watch, like, Nightmare on Elm Street or something, the death scenes, just seeing my ex-wife or hearing her voice makes me feel that way. And again, I'm not saying all women are like that. I'm not. But I'm saying that's a constant emotion in the back of my head, that if I were to ever talk to a woman and have an interest in having a relationship with her, it's a severe turnoff in the regards that it kills any kind of sex drive or interest I have in having sexual relations with a woman. The fact that, okay, here's this beautiful woman. She's pretty. She has nice tits. Now here's thoughts of all these traumatizing things that could happen as a result of you making out and kissing her. Like, I don't want to ever be stuck. Like, I don't want to go through another divorce. I don't want to lose another family. I had my family stolen from me. I lost my family. I don't want that to happen again. That hurt a lot. It still hurts. It'll never stop hurting, but I'll try to stop bitching about it. I also don't want to be stuck in another legally binding government contract with an abusive, adulterous, psychotic spouse. I don't want to come home every day to someone who just yells at me all the time and who I'm scared of. Even if I'm physically stronger than that person. Because like I said, I've lived my life as a pacifist, basically. I have only ever hurt anyone in self-defense. I have never killed anyone. And I have never even hit a woman, even in self-defense. Heck, I remember the point where I was like 13 years old. I had Bell's palsy. And there was this woman who came up, and she basically started slapping me in the face, kicking me in the nuts, punching me in the nuts, poking me in the eye, and all that stuff, and yelling at me, cussing at me, spitting at me. And this is middle of school, and there's like 100 people around us just watching us. And I have this person assaulting me for no fucking reason, and I'm already physically hurt at this point before this because I have Bell's palsy, to the point that, one of my eyes have to be taped shut or else I'll permanently lose eyesight in that eye. Grantedly, that eye has more sensitivity to sunlight, so if I'm out in public and it's bright, I will close that eye just because it's more sensitive to light. It still sees just fine. It's more sensitive to light. Now, it doesn't mean I have fucking night vision or some shit. I don't think I can really test that if I can, but even then, I can still see fine, so if I do have night vision, it's just like, oh, you can see 2% better in the dark with this eye. It's not enough to... Why does that make me think of the Haggai thing from fucking Baldur's Gate 3? But main point is this. I can see just fine. And there's really nothing visually different with my eyes. My eyes look the same. It's just... one eye is more sensitive to bright lights. So if I go outside and it's super bright, one eye, I'll close because it's physically painful for it to be open with light. But the other one seems okay with it. But there's nothing visually different with my eyes, and they both seem to work just fine at equally good eyesight. I don't need glasses or anything. I did require glasses for a month when I was younger, but then my eyesight just fixed itself. Heck, at one point I did have some hearing issues too. So I had to have a slight ear surgery with that. But again, I was a very small young person at that point. Did require a little bit of speech therapy when I was younger, because basically I was struggling to hear certain things, so I would repeat things the way I heard them. So I was repeating the sounds I could hear. But, heck, I remember taking IQ tests when I was younger. At least had an IQ of 132 back then. I graduated high school with an honors diploma. 4.0 straight A's. Took classes like calculus, physics, chemistry. Though I've taken IQ tests again recent years, and I usually tend to get about 117, 118. So, then again, I've had swelling in the brain, I've been in multiple accidents, I've taken so many blows to the head, I've been poisoned, I've gotten sick a lot of times, and I've had a dozen fevers of 106, once 105, 107, so very high fevers that were very unsafe for you. There was also a period of time, especially during my marriage, where I was very sleep deprived, sleeping an hour a day. I mean, I was living with someone who was unsafe to be around, there was constant yelling, and then of course I was the predominant person working and taking care of the child and doing stuff around the house, so I'm the one doing everything, and I'm having to be awake so I can make sure to take care of my child and stuff and work and pay the bills. And like I said, I will say this. When I married my ex-wife, I legitimately did love her. Like every relationship partner I had, I legitimately did love that person. You know, every girlfriend I had, I cared about very much. And I tried to be the best I can, though apparently looking back at things, like after I was like 35, a question started coming up of, do I have autism? And I'm like, I might have autism and ADHD and depression and PTSD and borderline personality disorders. So, yeah, I don't know though. So I'm not really sure. But yeah, it's just, like I said, I don't hate women. I'm perfectly fine with the idea of being friends with women and talking to women. But in general, like if I ever date a woman again, I want her to not be crazy. I mean, I've had plenty of relationships with people that I had contempt for me. It'd be nice if I had a relationship with someone who actually, you know, was doting on me, who adored me, who actually loved and cared about me and wasn't just lying to me. But like, heck, there's plenty of VTubers. I'm like, heck, if I met someone who looked like that and had that personality, that'd be great. Then again, at this point, I feel like I'm using VTubers as my measuring bar for what is a normal, sane human being. Then again, I feel like the personality of a lot of the VTubers I listen to are more emotionally stable and good people than a lot of the people I've met in my real life. Then again, I remember when I first got into watching Let's Plays when I was much younger. Heck, even before my first girlfriend even. Because I didn't have my very first kiss till I was already of American drinking age. I remember watching Let's Players, and it definitely made me feel less lonely watching that stuff. I was like vicariously hanging out with them as friends, and a lot of my other friends were just sort of drifting off with their own shit, and I was just kind of alone and isolated all the time. Granted, I am a bit of a withdrawal and introverted person, and that's perhaps been a little bit accentuated as I've gotten older. And a lot of times, you know, you're working, or when I'm not working, it's like, well, there's other stuff I want to try to do, so I tend to keep busy. I mean, in general, heck, the biggest struggle when it comes to going to attending churches, which I might have to leave here shortly because I'm wanting to try to attend a church later today because it is Sunday. But in general, I tend to bounce around from different church to different church, just because I don't like the idea of being stuck at just one church. And I want to try to understand other people, and I'm trying to be more sociable. Plus, I'm also using it as a bit of a therapy sort of thing, like in terms of, there are two real reasons I was hesitant really with church stuff. Is just like, one is the fact that the church I went to when I was younger it was garbage, it was abusive, it was a piece of shit, and my dad and the pastor that are not good people, and in general I wanted to distance myself from people like that who are just not healthy to be around. Then again, those churches were like fucking 4 hours long, whereas most church services now, because like I said, the church I went to when I was younger was like 4 hours of it's the end of the world, everyone's garbage, and every 10 minutes the pastor is going to speak in tongues. Aside from that, also we're going to call for offerings and donations and tithes and stuff for like every 10 minutes as well. Like I said, I've always believed in God, I always believed in Jesus, and I always think it's good to go to church and read the Bible. I just lost respect for my dad and the pastor in terms of they're not good people and they don't have any connection to God. I've lost respect for their intelligence, for their morality, and it's been very clear that they really just don't like me. They just want me to fucking submit. They just take me not doing that as an insult, and also the pastor wants more money. Then again, Dad was basically bitching at me saying if I don't give money to the church, that's insubordination to God. So at the end of the day, the pastor just wants money, and he just wants pastor's approval. Because as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't believe in God. He believes in the pastor. He doesn't worship Jesus. He worships the pastor. Heck, there's so many fucking people, so many different churches of all denominations and all religions that care more about following the letter of the law and, you know, attending their Sunday church. They're more loyal to their Sunday church service schedule, the church schedule, than they are to Jesus. And it's like, I'll listen to these people. Like I've overheard a woman from that church speak negatively to my mom in terms like, oh, I read the scriptures, you don't read those scriptures. It's like, you're not giving glory to God. You're just trying to talk shit to my family. You're just talking shit to my mom. So at this point, you're not trying to glorify God. You're just trying to shame my mom. So it's like, and that's the thing. All these people, it's like the fucking things you see on YouTube with like Asmongold calling out the fucking liberal people, that the constant purity tests and litmus test things. It's just people constantly attacking each other so that they can feel better about themselves. They're just that people that are the most, they claim to be tolerant, but they're the most intolerant people, and they're constantly just trying to attack people to like gain status for themselves. It's just like the most fucking hateful people. Like, here's the thing. I love my mom very much. Either of my father figures I don't love at all. Granted, I don't get me wrong. I don't hate them. I never wish harm on either of them. But like my biological father, I'll say this, my stepdad is a better dad than my biological father ever was. My biological father died well over a decade ago. I didn't feel sad at all. And I only have a handful of memories of him, and he's drunk in every single one of them. And then I have my dad, my stepdad, technically my stepfather, but I consider him my dad, and I've always respected him as more my father than my biological father. And I really did want him to be proud of me and to love me, and I wanted to be a good son. That being said, he was a drunken piece of shit till I was like 12. And then he became a sober deacon, which again, I'm grateful that he stopped drinking. But there's the fact that most of my high school years where I would hear him getting up to type the Bible out at 3 a.m. on a typewriter. Most people don't even remember what a typewriter is. It's just the fact that, again, I'm grateful he quit drinking. I did everything I can. I want to be respectful of him. I've always tried to be respectful of him. Aside from the fucking YouTube channel, I have never said anything negative about him ever. To him or to anyone else. I do everything I can to be respectful to him. And here's the thing. I hope he really does go to a happy afterlife and everything. Him and the pastor, I hope they go to heaven and God. But I just don't, like, while I want me and mom to go to heaven too, and I actually would want to see and talk to my mom in heaven, I don't want to see or talk to my dad. Either of them. I feel disrespected, insulted, and betrayed when it comes to a lot of things. And I feel like I can't have a conversation with him because I feel like, I'll say this, I at least told my mom I'm bisexual last Easter. But that was a year ago. And, well, she said that she doesn't really approve of it or feel comfortable with it. But that the biggest issue is that Dad would just not be. And that's the thing. And she's not. That being said, while I told her about that, you know, one, I've been alone since my divorce anyway, so it's not like I'm dating anyone. But I'll say this. My mom and I have still been just fine with each other, though she has not breathed a word about what I told her to anyone. Nor has that conversation ever come up ever again. Now, granted, it's like if I ever do date somebody, I'm not going to be like talking to my mom about it, and not just because of it being, what it is. It's just the fact that, let's be clear, you don't talk to people about sexual things. That's weird. Like even if I was going to be with a woman who was like considered perfectly normal and acceptable in every way, and it's something to like that there's nothing that they could complain about, I'm not going to be having a conversation about motorboating a woman's titties with my mom. That's weird and that's gross. So at that point, it's less of an issue of, oh, we're not talking about this because it's immoral. It's that I'm not going to talk to her about it because it's just weird. It's just weird. In the same way, like, granted, there's sometimes I'll try to talk to her about some interests I have in certain anime, but for the most part, I'll keep that very brief. I'll just talk about it like, oh, this show you're watching reminds me of this thing. That's it. Like, I'm not going to go and talk about the plot to Dragon Ball Z, not because there's anything inappropriate about it, but because, well, I understand that she wouldn't be interested in that, and I don't want to, like, force a conversation on her that just would be boring to her. In the same regard, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, okay, here's, a woman with big tits. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that with my mom. That's just nothing. There's nothing wrong with it, but I understand that's just, one, it's inappropriate, but also I feel uncomfortable with it. But just because I'm uncomfortable discussing, like, big boobs and stuff like sexual stuff with my mom doesn't mean that there's anything immoral about it. Like, that doesn't mean there's anything immoral with sex or boobs. It just means I don't want to talk about stuff like that with my mom. It feels weird. It would be inappropriate. I'd feel uncomfortable with it. That even if it was something that my mom were to bring up in conversation, even if she were completely okay with it and wanted to talk about it, I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. So the point being is that if I'm not going to, like, talk about stuff like, if I'm ever in a gay relationship, it's not going to be because it's a gay relationship. It's going to be because I don't want to talk about sexual things of any kind of relationship with my mom. That's weird and it makes me uncomfortable. And I just don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. Like, heck, in general, I'm not really going to be having that conversation with a lot of people in public either. But again, it's not because there's something immoral about it. It's because it's just not comfortable. It'd be like, imagine if, like, you went to public and you were starting to have a conversation with somebody about the anatomy of the internal organs of a tarantula with somebody. There's nothing immoral about that. But it's definitely going to be something that it's going to be uncomfortable for the other person to discuss. Like, especially if they're eating. It's like, so there is such thing as decorum and tact. And just because, for example, there's nothing wrong with listening to Korn or wearing a Korn shirt, but I wouldn't do that in a church. But that has nothing to do with my dad or the deacon or the pastor or anything. That's because I myself feel like that's not appropriate for church. Same way, like, you wouldn't be like having, and the same way, like the gay stuff. But again, that's not because it's gay. It's because sexual. And again, there's nothing wrong with sex. I just don't think it should be at church, sort of thing. Like, there'd be nothing wrong with a wife sucking her husband's dick, but you wouldn't do that in a church pew. So in the same regard, there's nothing wrong with being gay. It's just you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't be, like, doing sexual things. And I just feel like that's inappropriate. Same way, like, I won't put anything on top of a Bible, because I feel like that's disrespectful to the Bible. Now, I'll write things in the Bible, but I feel like, now granted, don't be wrong, if I see someone in public burning a Bible, I'm not going to get violent over it. Now, it'd be one thing if they steal my Bible from me, but at that point, that's because it's my property. That's more of a direct, but at the same time, if someone's, like, burning a Bible, at that point, you just have a conversation with the person. It's their Bible, it's their property, they can do what they want with that. And again, I'm not going to have some sort of emotional unhinged thing, because I know some people would, like, completely freak out or some shit. Me, at that point, I'll be like, well, if I care enough to have this conversation, I'll have a conversation with you. If not, I'll go away, because in general, I tend to be a kind of person, I prefer to just mind my own business. And then, if I'm going to have a discussion with somebody, okay, if there's something to come of it, cool. Like, maybe like understand them, and because that's the whole point of a conversation. You talk to someone and you can understand them better, they understand you better. But in general, like I said, I'm not a person who really likes fights or arguments. Like if I'm having a debate with someone, I want it to be something civil, and at that point, it's not like I'm trying to force them to accept my worldview. I just want them to understand my worldview, and I'm legitimately, with good faith, trying to understand their worldview. But they're not trying to force me to have their worldview against my will. But in the same regard, if someone's like overly rude or yelling and stuff, I don't want to have that conversation. It's not pleasant or happy for me. So, and there's nothing for me to gain out of it. So I would just, like my response, like normally if there's a situation where there's arguing and fighting and yelling going on, I'm just going to like want to withdraw from it. And I'll say this. It's definitely very different. You're married to somebody, but I'll tell you this. If I wasn't legally married and didn't have anything binding me to my ex-wife when I was with her, with the way she was behaving at the first time where she basically starts yelling and just acting, very inappropriate in terms of saying horrible things to me, I'm just wanting to end the relationship. Because I'm the kind of person it's like, I want whatever relationship I'm in to be someone I'm happy to be around and somewhere I feel safe. If I don't have that, I just want to not be in that relationship then. And yeah, so same way with any place I'd go. If it's a place I don't, and that's the thing, like that church, like I'll go to church and I'll go to different churches. And like I said, I'm trying to be like, a big reason I had with church was two things that were pushing me not to go to church. One was just, I didn't want to be around people like the pastor of the church I'd come from. I didn't want to be around people like my dad. The other thing is I tend to be very withdrawn. It makes me very anxious, okay? I feel very anxious being in any place with a group of people or new. It's outside my comfort space. And even I go to church after church that's new as a visitor. Every time I do it, even if I'm returning, because sometimes I'll return and visit at the same church again. I'll make a general rule. I try to not to go to the same church twice in 1 month. I will say this. I still feel nervous every time, but it's not because of God. I feel that way at concerts. I feel that way going to any public place, or if I walk around a mall or a store, or just sit in a restaurant. I feel anxious around people. So, and it's being around other people, I tend to just blend into the background and tend to just be invisible, basically. And people really don't pay me much mind. It's still, heck, I'll have panic attack to a degree when I'm driving down the road in the freeway because I'll be next to semi-trucks, or if I drive and I start seeing skyscrapers from a big city, that makes me so nervous, and I feel my heart speeding up. And in general, when I'm driving really far, doesn't help that my car is kind of falling apart, so at any point I'm worried that my car is just going to spontaneously combust. And I know it sounds unreasonable that I actually do feel that way, partly because I'm just in general anxious about driving, but also just because my car is not the best condition. But yeah, then again, I'm good at hiding it, but I tend to have a bit of anxiety about things. Heck, even when I was younger in school, there's a lot of times I would have hyperventilation attacks to where basically my breathing would become so dysregulated that I would basically be at the verge of blacking out. I wouldn't be able to feel my limbs. I'd start basically I'd be extraordinarily dizzy. My eyesight would be basically a mix of red and black to where I couldn't really see. And it's just, I was extraordinarily dizzy, and it was hard to see, and I couldn't breathe. I was breathing really fast. And it's just, I felt like I was just going to black out at any time. There's a couple times I did black out. But, I suppose there was other people that when they were small children would have severe hyperventilation panic attacks to the point of blacking out. I mean, it's not that unnormal, right? This was another reason I was like, okay, maybe I can go to... I didn't like the idea of going to church because, like, well, I'm ugly as fuck and I'm not athletic, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to be in church. Everyone's going to be like, oh, that person's ugly. That person doesn't have big biceps. That person's chubby. It's like, okay, sure that those people in that corner over there are talking about how ugly I am. It's like... But yeah, it's just, like I said, I don't hate women, and heck, I'm perfectly fine with the idea of being friends with women, whether it be online or in person. I feel a very strong aversion to doing anything physical with a woman again because, yeah, I'm traumatized over that shit. In addition to that, I'm kind of jaded in terms of emotionally, in terms of how I feel about certain things too. But yeah, as far as that car accident with Mom when I was 12, she leaned over me and saved me. Like I said, I love my mom very, very much. I have a lot of happy memories with my mom. Heck, I remember sitting and playing with toys with my mom. I remember my mom taking care of me when I was sick. I remember, I still have the teddy bear and the blanket, and I remember my mom helping me with a lot of things. And my mom cooked a lot of food from scratch and homemade it. And I'd sit and one, I appreciated the food. And, I mean, I liked the food my mom made. I appreciate the hard work and effort she put into that. And the food tasted good, and I ate it, and it was good, and I liked it. Heck, there was like shake and bake pork chop and homemade lasagna and stuff like that. And it was really nice, and I appreciated the hard work she put into that. And a lot of times when she was cooking, I'd sit in the kitchen and just talk to her. And I just enjoyed spending time with her. I really enjoyed sitting playing Mario 1, Mario 3, and Spyro the Dragon with her. And I did quite a bit of that even going into being my teenage years. If I can, I'd like to sit and play Mario 1 with her again. I love my mom very, very much. I'm glad she's still alive. I'm glad the 3-stroke aneurysm didn't kill her. And I'm glad she's okay. But I know eventually she's going to die of old age. And I'm going to be absolutely devastated when that happens. And I'm going to miss her a lot. And that's partly another reason I kind of don't want her to ever live with me in this house, apartment. Because if she does, that means whenever she dies, she's going to die in my home. I'm going to come home one day from work or something, and at least if the stuff happens when they're not living with me, at least it's, going to feel like there's some sort of barrier, some sort of separation there to a degree, so it's not as in my face. But if my mom lives with me, well, then it means one day, any day, it means I'd be going to work and knowing that any day I come home from work, she might be dead. I might say, oh, that's true of any day. I mean, no, tomorrow's never guaranteed to any of us. I understand that, but at least if it happens with her not living with me, there's at least some kind of separation between that, so it's not, like I said, in my face so much. It'd be a different thing entirely, like if I come home and she's just dead in the house, whether it's maybe she's sitting in the living room or in bed, or maybe she dies in the bathroom, or in the front yard, or falls down the stairs or something. Like, I don't, like, I mean, I understand to a degree, like, you're going to have to, like, no matter what, it's going to happen, like, and you're going to definitely see her, you know, not breathing in a casket and stuff for the funeral, but I don't know how like, if I come home and she's living with me and she's dead and there's corpse of her, of the person that I love the most in the world, who raised me. And like I said, yes, there are some complaints over some things that have happened and been said over the course of my life in regards to that. There are some things I feel that there's a disagreement in terms of how she was as a mother toward me, particularly her choice of husbands. Though, interesting enough, apparently when I was an infant, my biological father would give me milk bottles with sweet tea in them. Maybe that's why I'm so sweet and angelic, right, guys? Fucking cinnamon roll that I am, that reads Edgar Allan Poe and watches fucking Hellraiser, and I'm the one who suggested DDR Maniac 007 to play Demonophobia. Heck, Gravity Part 69. It's a video of mine. Check it out. Just go to my channel, go to the search bar, and type in Gravity, and then the number 69. It's a long video where I discuss, like, hell and stuff. It's just... And it's not... I don't know or see anything that my mom ever saw in either of them. And when I look at their relationship, I don't think either of my fathers or my mom loved each other. Like, if I look at my mom and my dad, like I say, it's technically my stepdad, but I consider him my father. I respect him as my father. I don't think they ever loved each other, ever. I don't think they ever even liked each other. Like, anytime... Like, and I'll tell you this, I love my mom. I have happy memories of my mom. I care about my mom. I don't hate my dad, and if like when he had like his hip surgery, I felt worried about him. Like, I don't want him to suffer, and if he's in pain, I feel bad for him. Like, we went to move the stuff with my niece, either time he'd be out of breath, and I am worried about him, which is weird to say, but like, I don't want him to suffer, and I want to treat him with respect. But I do feel angry at him over things too, and disrespected. And generally there are things that he says to me that if I were to go to Walmart and say that to someone, they'd punch me in the face for that. So it's not like I don't hate him. I don't wish harm on him. It's the fact that he says things to me that I feel very disrespected by. And the fact of the matter is this: you are the person I consider my father. You are in a position of authority and status over me, in a position where you are a person that I'm supposed to, not even supposed to, I do care what you think. Because you are my dad. You are the person who is still my dad. Stepdad or not. Heck, even though I'm like the palest white guy in the world and you are the darkest black man to ever be born, I still consider you my dad. I don't care about, but it's just the fact that there's so many, use Anakin Skywalker terminology, dichotomies. Yes, I'm making a joke based on that AI video person, man. There's several channels that make that AI video stuff Anakin Skywalker, but you get the joke. Well, what about your thesis, Skywalker? But you guys get the joke. Aside from the ADHD, apparently. I don't hate him. I want to be on good terms with him. I want to respect him. But I also feel very disrespected by him. And generally, I feel like he hates me. I feel like he hates and resents me and only tolerates me or has any interaction with me because of my mom. Or because of what other people would judge him for. Or because he thinks God might have an issue with him or something. I don't know. And actually, I do have my own issues. I'd say my circumstances, things, 95% are stuff unrelated to him in terms of how other people treated me. But still, there's severe issues and concerns in terms of him. Like here's the thing, I feel like if I were to openly say that I'm bisexual or gay in front of him, I'm pretty sure he would physically punch me in the face, start screaming, and attempt to murder me on the spot. Again, maybe excessive, maybe not, I don't know. I mean, I know my dad. Heck, there was a time that, his biological son, who is older than me, back when I lived with my parents, and, he came over, he was staying in an extra bedroom, and dude had accused me of something that wouldn't have even been physically possible for me to do. Because the dude was in there with his wife and 5 kids. And he's like, oh, you must have came in and messed with my alarm clock. That's why I overslept for work. And it wasn't even work. It was an interview for a job or something. I don't know. Heck, I don't even think it was an interview. I think it was him he was supposed to go out and apply for work to get jobs because he'd come to stay with us for a while because technically him and his family had become homeless. No, granted, they stayed for about a month, then they went and left, and they lived states over. But it's just, on the one hand, part of me was grateful that my dad took my side over his, but keep in mind, one, you're taking my side because, one, I didn't do it. 2, there's no physical way I could do it. It'd be it's to the point that if you sided with him, it literally would be a shame to you in the eyes of everyone. It'd be the equivalent of a police officer came by and knocked on the door and accused me of flying to France and stealing the Eiffel Tower. Even if you fucking hate me, you can't agree with the idea that I stole the fucking Eiffel Tower, because it's not physically possible. So at that point, even if you absolutely hate my guts, if you agree with the person, basically if you don't take my side on that, there's no way in which that doesn't make you look bad. It makes you look vindictive and like you are purposely not defending me because you hate me. It literally all it does is make you look bad. So of course you take my side in this situation because, again, it's like, if a police officer comes by and accuses me of stealing the Eiffel Tower, saying, "Oh yeah, I think you're right. He probably did steal the Eiffel Tower," that doesn't make you look good. That makes you look like, okay, that you are so hateful of me and against me that you're willing to agree to something that is completely impossible. Plus, there's the fact that you're married to my mom, which, let's be clear, Mom would have been very angry with him over that. And then there's multiple other issues too. It's because technically he's had other marriages, and then he got married to my mom's older sister. So Dad, my stepdad, technically he had other relationships and marriages and whatever. I don't really know details about things. I can't remember. A lot of things are very confusing to me. But then he gets with my mom's older sister, who is already a single mother before he even meets her, marries her, and is committing adultery against her with other women, including my mom, who's already a single mother at that time herself. Gets her pregnant and then just completely ignores her and pretends she doesn't exist even after, her second child is born, who is very noticeably black. Because I have 2 sisters. The eldest one was actually born to my biological father. And you're like, how does that work? Simple. My mom had my eldest sister with my biological father. That relationship did not work out. Then she got pregnant by my stepdad, who was married to her older sister, who was already a single mother before she even got with my stepdad, who had already been in previous marriages himself, and already had a history of, and also everyone, both dads, both my mom and actually everyone, apparently everybody drank back then, so everybody drank more than they should. And then mom gets pregnant, and she's basically just a single mom who's now pregnant and being ignored by the man who impregnated her and just doesn't exist. Even after the child's born and is very noticeably black. And then, of course, mom has to have some surgeries in terms of her ovary and one of the tubes after the thing with the second child. Like, very shortly after, like a month or two or something. And then, so basically my mom got with my biological father, had my eldest sister, that relationship split off. Then my mom got pregnant by my stepdad, who at that time is married to my mom's older sister, who was already a single mother before getting with my stepdad. And of course, when she gets pregnant by him, he basically just disavows that she even exists and refuses to have anything to do with her or the child. So my mom is then just a single mother again during the entire rest of the pregnancy and even after the child's born. Now, the stepdad keeps, having issues because that was also not a healthy relationship they had. Like, basically no one, I don't think anyone, I don't think my aunt and my stepdad ever loved each other. And I don't think my mom and my stepdad ever loved each other at all. I'm pretty sure everyone hates each other, but they just get along with each other because, that would make them look bad in front of the church. Anyway, so mom gets pregnant with her second child by my stepdad, who is married to her older sister. He disavows her, so doesn't want anything to do with her. So my mom's a single mother who's pregnant by a second man, and she's been alone. And even after the child's born, and the child is black, very obviously his, he still doesn't really want anything to do with her. A couple months go by, she has surgery. My mom has one ovary on one side removed since it started growing cysts and stuff and was going to kill her, and the fallopian tube on the other side actually it had died and was starting to rot and decay inside of her abdomen. So it had to be removed, or else that would also kill her. So my mom had one ovary and one fallopian tube removed, at which point she was then considered absolutely completely infertile. And then basically a couple months after that, her and my stepdad get together and get married because, we kept committing adultery and having fights and arguments and violence things and drinking with the other marriage. So that broke up so that marriage got divorced for reasons that were completely nothing to do with my mom. And then, like I said, it's been like a few months, like a month and a half, 2 months after having my second sister, her second child. My mom has one ovary and one fallopian tube taken out, and then, she's infertile. She can't have kids anymore. So then, at that point, my mom and my stepdad get married, and they're together for years. They are married, and they're having unprotected sex all the time. They're not using any kind of birth control at all, and no pregnancies occur whatsoever. However, eventually they do get divorced. Heck, at that time, my stepdad was still willing to have a gun in the house. However, they had quite a few really bad arguments, and they were not getting along very well. There was a point at which my mom actually attempted to murder him for justifiable reasons that I will not get into. But the main point being is this. My stepdad had a loaded gun. She took the gun, pointed it right at his head, with finger on the trigger, telling him that she's going to blow his brains out and kill him. And his response was, you don't have the balls to do it, bitch. It's like, you can never do that. She pulled the trigger. Aimed it right at his head, pulled the trigger, and they both thought that the gun was loaded. They both thought the gun was loaded. Now, I'm not sure what exactly. I was not told what happened after that. I mean, that's obviously but eventually they got divorced. But I'm not sure exactly how the rest of that went down. I don't know. I didn't exist yet. However, I'm pretty sure Mom did load the gun. And I'm pretty sure God must have unloaded the gun. Because had she actually blown his brains out all over a wall, I would never have existed. She just would have been, he would be dead, well, my stepdad would be dead, and Mom would probably be in prison for life. Anyway, so they get divorced. And my mom gets remarried to my biological father. And then probably about a year or so after they're married, Mom's pregnant. I exist. So, Mom gives birth to me. After that, she has her remaining fallopian tube removed to make sure there's no possibility of... So basically, shortly after I was born, my mom has the remaining fallopian tube removed, which had moved. Her fallopian tube and ovary had moved in order to reconnect themselves to each other. Because while it's technically possible for someone to have, conception possibly occur if they have one ovary and one tube, it is a very rare, unlikely thing to occur. But she had been having all that sex with my stepdad the whole point. No pregnancy at all. And then she gets back together with my biological father. And I exist. And of course, after I was born, she voluntarily chose to get a surgery to avoid having any more children. So, probably very shortly, a month and a half or so after I'm born, she gets another surgery to have the remaining fallopian tube removed. However, the doctors did notice that the fallopian tube and ovary had actually connected to each other. So her internal organs had moved in ways that they're not supposed to be physically possible in order to make me exist. I've even checked this with fucking AI. And AI's was like, that's not just a rare birth, that's a unique birth. There generally are not recorded instances of that. So, somehow both God and evolution decided to conspire to make sure I exist. I don't know why, because I'm not special. There's nothing special or of worth or value of me. So, I don't know why God chose to go out of his way to make me exist. I'm grateful, don't be wrong. I appreciate it. I appreciate my life, and I'm grateful and thankful to God for everything. But I'm not special. So I don't know why God and evolution went out of their way to break the rules of biology to make me exist. Because I was even checking with AI and Grok, and they're like, yeah, that defies normal human biology. That's not supposed to happen. It's not just a rare occurrence. It's something that's basically a unique circumstance. Basically, it's a condition for birth of a child that generally it would be more rare than getting struck by lightning twice. Side note, I have 47% English and 47% Scottish. The rest of me is various other European nations. So if you want to know my genetics. Anyway, so very early in my life, my mom and my biological dad get divorced. She's alone for a while. Single mom with 3 kids. And then she gets back together with my stepdad. And they're both drinkers still. And it is not going well. To the point that there's eventually a point where she runs away from him. Me and her hop in that little truck. And we go down with the intention of being down in the Georgia/Florida area. She's basically cutting off contact with everyone in the rest of Ohio and basically just going to go down there, and we're just going to live the rest of our lives there. I almost became Florida man, almost became Georgia man. However, in the middle of Kentucky, she stopped, talked on the payphone, and then we went back. I don't know why we went back. I'm not sure I'm ever going to ask that question. I had a guinea pig where we were living at the time. We just left that behind. And my 2 sisters. Granted, I'm the youngest child. And I was like 11, I think. Or 10. 10 and a half, 11, 11 and a half. I don't know. 10, 10 and a half. I don't know, 11. Somewhere around there. Anyway, so she goes back. Also, within days of us going back, my guinea pig had to be given away. Under very... I've discussed it before, but just very unique circumstances that I'm like, looking back on, I mean, I didn't think much of it in terms of certain questions that come up under the circumstances. But looking back, I feel like concerns. Then again, when I was living with my parents, we had a dog. It originally... we had a family dog. She was adorable. And she usually slept in front of my door. She wanted to be in the room with me, but I didn't feel comfortable having my door open. And I couldn't let the dog in my room. I couldn't let her in my room and close the door, because if I was told, okay, if I bring the dog in my room, I have to keep the door open, and I didn't want to keep my door open. Then again, I usually, even then, would want to barricade my door whenever I was sleeping or anything. But she would just sleep in front of my door. I don't think my dad once called her by her name or even called her her. It was either mutt or dog. And despite, even when, like, at that point, you know, he is a deacon. He is sober. He doesn't drink anymore. He goes to church all the time. Every day. He calls the dog it, and dog, he yells at her. I don't think he ever petted her a single time. Also, I remember hearing people yelling. I'm just saying, maybe I hold a little bit of a grudge thinking back, like, hearing people yell, you know. It's like, okay, you say, like, basically the dog... okay, maybe I'm being petty about this. I'm just saying, looking back, I feel a bit angry still that, you know, I'm hearing him threaten that if the dog doesn't stop barking, he's going to break her skull in with a brick. I know it's a bit petty of me to still be upset about that and be annoyed at that. I mean, it's not like he ever did it, but at the same time, you know, hearing your dad, well, stepdad, yelling that if the dog doesn't stop barking, he's going to bash its skull in with a brick. And keep in mind, he doesn't drink anymore at that point, and he is a deacon. Granted, eventually when I did move out, I could not take my dog with me. It was technically a family dog. And, well, she was getting a bit old at that point. And more importantly, I couldn't financially afford it. And there's just no way I'd be able to take her with me where I was going. About a couple years later, she died. I don't really know I think she just died of old age. But basically what happened is, and I was married at that time. It was very early in my marriage. And my wife tells me that, my mom told her that my dad told her that the dog had died. So, anyway, my aunt at that time was living with one of her other aunts. She still lives with that aunt, just different place, different property. So technically the land they were on at that time doesn't exist as a place I could visit anymore. But he buried our dog over there. Because from what Dad told my mom is that, Dad said that he came home and the dog was just sitting in the kitchen dead. Just sleeping, dead. So, he said he picked the dog up, put it in a trash bag, took it to my aunt's, and then buried it there. Now, granted, all of this is entirely just his word, and I still appreciate that he buried her, even though just given the fact that he never really was nice to her or anything, and never petted her, and was always yelling at her all the time, to the point that anytime he was around, she would basically go off either near me or into a corner or under something trying to hide. But anyway, and keep in mind, I didn't live with my parents at that time, and I was married, but anyway, basically, he came home and found our dog dead in the kitchen. Apparently was just sleeping there dead. And so he put the dog in a trash bag, took the dog to the aunt, like I said, which was also his ex-wife, who was living with another one of my sister's, one of my mom's aunts, because two of my aunts lived together, and buried the dog in that backyard, which I went and visited a few times. Can't do that anymore because it's someone else's property now. But anyway, so after that he told my mom, and then my mom told my wife, and then my wife told me. And I actually felt sad about that. I mean, I didn't cry or anything, but I did feel sad. And I felt grateful to my dad for burying her and giving her a proper burial. And I knew that was inevitable anyway, just because, she was old. But yeah, like I said, my mom tried to run away from it at one point. Went back. Then they were still drinking for a bit, and then they quit drinking. They went to church, and he became a deacon. Like I said, 2 months ago, spent 8 hours of my day off helping my niece to move. Spent an hour alone in a truck with him listening to gospel music. Not my choice of music. Get bitched at for I need to get right with God and the world's coming to end, and I'm not taking the world seriously enough. And which, don't get me wrong, I believe in Jesus and God and read the Bible, and I do believe, the end times and all that stuff. But you don't have to bitch at me about it all the time, nor, tell me I'm not taking it serious enough. I'm pretty sure if I went to 99% of preachers and pastors of any denomination of church and was able to accurately lay out how much I read the Bible of stuff, they would tell me to go out and touch grass, get a girlfriend, and maybe just watch a movie and play more video games. They would actively tell me I should play more video games. That there would be red flags going off in any of those. Like, they would seriously start concerning themselves that I'm going to become the dude from the movie Seven with Morgan Freeman. That even the people that are actual pastors would probably be like, we believe in God, and it's good to read the Bible, it's good to study, but at this point, this shows a little bit of a slightly unhealthy mental health issue. Perhaps also paired with the traumas and the isolation. So, not to mention, I don't know, maybe if you have a stepson who doesn't disrespect you, has worked his whole life, has been through a considerable amount of shit, and doesn't do or say anything wrong to cause anything. I don't know, maybe not be that way to me? At this point, it's like finding a homeless dude on the side of the street, and you see him begging for change, and you kick him in the face. I mean, it's a statement of kicking somebody when they're down. Like, what the fuck? And even then, it didn't do fucking shit to you. Why are you... I mean, at this point, it's like I feel like a lot of actions I have deserve praise. Instead, I get condemnation. And I feel like a lot of things in my life deserve a bit of empathy and sympathy and compassion, and instead I'm getting a fucking moral audit and condemnation and insults and being talked down to. It's like, oh, yeah, the world's ending. By the way, you're not successful in life, and it's like, what are you going to do with your life? You need to make more money, and how are you ever going to buy a house? And it's like you probably can't afford to buy a house because you're not working enough. No one in the new generation wants to work anymore. Everyone's lazy. You need to get right with God. You're a bad person. And this is after spending 8 hours of my day helping my niece to move her furniture and shit out of the goodness and kindness of my fucking heart. And sitting in a truck alone with you listening to gospel music. We did at least stop somewhere at a gas station. He had to get some, and he picked up a sub for each of us. So that's nice. It was good. It was a delicious sub. Though he was eating a sub while driving with one hand. I'll say this. He's at least really good at driving vehicles. And he can work on vehicles. He can do that. He's good at vehicles. He's good at driving trucks and various construction equipment. And he's good at working on cars and being a mechanic type stuff. Apparently he's really good at driving a fucking truck down the road and doing stuff while eating a sub. It's a big ass fucking sandwich, by the way. We did not get a sub or anything on the second trip, which was last Saturday, 8 days ago. Which the main part of it was 5 hours, though it's 6.5 if you consider the thing I'm bitching about now. Now, there was generally less that had to be moved, but it was some big items that had to also be put back together, which I did my best to assist him on that, but he honestly did most of the work. And like there was a big ass fucking chest made of like some sort of heavy, dense wood, like mahogany or something that had been given to her by a gift from basically some old boyfriend that she had at one point. His family gave her a giant fucking desk. So, anyway, me, my dad, and my niece are in the truck, though my niece, on both the trip there and the trip back, fell asleep in the back after like a few minutes with earbuds in her ears. And so it's just me and Dad again, basically effectively alone, listening to gospel music and Bible study radio programs. Which again, I believe in God. I just feel like he's kind of overbearing, judgmental, and hateful about it. Because I'll tell you this. I love my mom. I cherish my mom. I have happy memories with my mom. I don't have a single pleasant memory of either of my dads. And when my biological dad, I didn't feel sad at all. When my dad dies, I will not feel sad. Granted, I'll be a little financially concerned because I'll have to give my mom a place to live, and my mom will be living with me, so it'll be a little bit less privacy on my part. Plus, I've already mentioned other concerns I have, but there's also the fact that I'm not going to care or miss him. Granted, it's going to be awkward at the funeral, looking at his corpse and him being wearing a suit like that and him being lowered in the ground. I feel like it's going to be very uncomfortable and very awkward. And I feel like that even though I don't drink, I feel like after the experience of what it's going to be like at that funeral, I feel like I might need to. Fuck. I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, granted, I said I won't be sad when he dies. But just in of the experience of the funeral alone, that's going to be extremely uncomfortable. And I feel like it's going to be a place I don't feel like I'm going to want to be. But I don't have a single happy memory of him. And anytime I'm around him, I feel uncomfortable. Like anytime I am around him at all, or have anything to do with him, heck, like if I'm driving down the road and I just happen to pass the place where my parents live and my dad is just standing out in the yard, I almost have like a bit of a visceral knee-jerk reaction in my knee, as if the same feeling you'd have if you were driving on a freeway and you saw a sniper on the fucking on an overpass with a rifle pointed at you like they're going to kill you. Again, maybe that's unfair of me to have that feeling, but I do feel that way. And again, I don't hate him. I want to get along with him. I've always tried to treat him with respect. You know, if he's hurt, I feel bad for him. I want to be on good terms with him. I want to have a happy father-son relationship with him. I want to actually love and care about him. I want to be on good terms with him. I want him and mom to be happy with each other. I want them to have a good, happy life. I love my mom, and I want my mom to be happy, and I want my mom to be happy with the person she's with. But mom, I'm pretty sure, is not happy, and I'm pretty sure neither of them are happy with each other, and I feel like both of them actively hate each other. Like, I actively feel like both of them want the other one to die. I also feel like my dad is like the most unhappy, not depressed person I've ever met in my life. Like, I do not have a single happy memory of him. I feel uncomfortable and unsafe around him. I don't really like being around him. Every conversation in any regards is always uncomfortable, though most of my life has been either 99% of the time him just not talking to me and ignoring me, or him bitching at me, yelling, saying something about work or about cars or about church or stuff that's wrong with me, just about almost, and there's always that undertone of everything, that anytime there's ever any conversation with him in any way, it's always some criticism of me, and that there's something wrong with me, and that I'm not good enough, and this is wrong with me, and that's wrong with me, and I'm lazy, and I don't go to church enough, and I need to turn to God, and I'm a bad person. It's just, everything's a criticism. Granted, he drove me and mom to when I had the bladder surgery, and he came, picked us up, and dropped me and mom off at, my place, so my mom could spend 3 days and 3 nights over here with me. Heck, I'll say this, when my mom had the 3 strokes and aneurysm, she spent those 4 months at my sister's. At my middle sister's, because, the elder sister was already dead like 7 years before that. also from an aneurysm. But my mom spent like a good 4 months basically sleeping on a couch at my sister's house. I don't think her and Dad missed each other for a moment that whole time. I literally think they're just staying together because they're old and they're both expecting to die at any point. And just that itself also I find depressing. Not just because that sounds like a really shitty, sad, depressing situation, but because that's my family. That's the situation my mom is living in. Like, I legitimately feel my mom is unhappy and only staying with him because she knows that, you know, like, again, when he dies, she will not have a place to live. Granted, he's 77 years old and he still has to work for a living just so they can scrape by. Granted, they have gotten a tiny bit of money here and there from, like, stuff with her, but that's her money. But that, you know, again, makes it where they have a place to live. They're not rich by any means, nor do they really waste money. They are struggling to get by. To the point that, yeah, when Dad dies, you know, she'll just have to live with me because there's nothing else. But like I said, aside from my birth being a bit... Alright, I was talking about the trip things. Anyway, after the thing like 2 months ago or some shit where I was... Or maybe it was just 1 month ago or 2 months ago. I don't know. I don't remember what day it was. I'm going to go with 2 months ago when I helped that shit. Main point is, I went into that. I even talked about it in a video like I'm making a video now. Back before that thing 2 months ago where I said I was dreading it because I know my dad. And I was not wrong. And the whole situation definitely agitated me. Anyway. 2 months ago, 3 months ago, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm going to go with 2 months ago, but it might have been 3 months. Maybe 3.5 months ago. I don't know. Maybe it was just 1 month ago. Maybe it was 3.5 months ago. I'm going to go 2 months. Main point being is this. I was expecting the shit to be the way it was, even at that first trip. And even after he had proved me right, and again, the same thing with this trip that was 8 days ago. I made a video before that talking about how I was not looking forward to it. And again, the situation did not disappoint in terms of terrible expectations. Not counting the 1.5 hour long debate on the Bible that took place afterwards in a parked car at my parents'. I drove over, parked at my parents' house, went in, said hi to my mom, hopped in a truck with my dad, went over to my sister's, picked up my niece, and then we drove. Well, we picked up my niece as well as the stuff that was at my sister's. And because technically with my family, I'm the youngest of 3 children. My eldest sister had 1 child, but that was after like half a dozen miscarriages and 3 dead babies. Basically, the children would be born and then die the same day, or die while being born, or die. Well, there was one that lived for 1 day, and then half of his blood in his body pulled half of his body like Zetsu from Naruto, so half of his body was completely pale white, and the other half was swelling purple with bursting blood and stuff. So that was a funeral with a tiny white porcelain casket. That was very sad and depressing to be at. But she eventually had a child. And then shortly before that child's first birthday, you know, my sister died and became a vegetable for a couple days. And then also had to be buried in the ground. So and both my eldest niece, born to my middle sister, and the youngest niece that was born to my eldest sister, at one point or another were living with my parents. in being raised by them. Though both nieces eventually wound up leaving, especially the youngest of all of them that was born to my eldest sister, wound up. But there was a lot of shit going on with that. There was definitely some mental health issues with my youngest niece there. Basically, there was times where she was even becoming violent toward my mom. That being said, she still hadn't really hit puberty yet, so she's still a fairly young person and not very tall or powerful. That being said, apparently she was on a phone with one of her friends out in the backyard one night. And this is back, years and years ago at this point. And her friend felt concerned for the mental health of my niece and decided to ask the police to do a mental health check because she was worried that my niece was suicidal. So the police stopped by my parents' house. And my dad decided that's the final straw. Having the police stop by to check on anything is unacceptable. So he decided that he was not okay with my niece living with them anymore. Though, to be fair, there was a time where, like months before that, when my niece was misbehaving, my mom asked if my niece would come live with me even for a few days. And I was like, no. Because, like I said, she's just... the way she behaved and the way she talked and about stuff, the way she, I didn't want her to live with me, and I didn't feel like I'd be safe having someone like that living with me. And it's like, oh, it's a child. Yeah, but she was mentally unhinged. So, let's be fair. Granted, his reason for kicking her out, dumb. But in general, with other stuff going on, again, there was times that she was being violent about stuff. I would have kicked her out much earlier. Like, even if I wouldn't give her a place to live. To be fair, she never met her mom, so. Her mom was extremely happy at having her. Her child was a miracle, and well, she was super, super happy and grateful that she had a child finally. And my eldest sister wanted and tried to be the best mother in the world that she could be. She wanted to do everything in her power to raise her child to be... the happiest, best person in the world. And she wanted to be the best mom in the world. And then she died. My middle sister had 2 daughters. And both of them are adults now. Both of them have been adults for a while. My eldest niece is like in her mid-20s or some shit. Even though she has an apartment now, she spends most of her time still living with her mom and her sister. Since all of them live together. Her dad's been out of the picture for a while just because, well, he's dead. They at least have the same father with, it's just, he died. So. My son's actually the youngest of the grandkids. I also was the only person in the family to have a son. So I'm the only son in my family, and I am the only person who had a grandson. I had a son. So in my mom's family, I'm the only son. And in my mom's family, my son is the only male grandchild. But yeah. So even after the negative experiences with Dad and that shit, I went, and like I said, my niece was sleeping in the back, listening with earbuds in her ears. Me and Dad listen to gospel music and Bible radio things on the radio, sitting up there uncomfortably. And when we go there, like I said, we pick her up, put the desk stuff in there, drive there, unload it, reassemble the desk and do some other stuff and move some stuff other around. And then we go back, and again, she falls back asleep. And, of course, we're going to listen to gospel and radio Bible study on the radio stuff again. And then we drop her off at her job. That's in the same town where her mom lives. And then me and Dad drive back to my parents. And then after we park in the driveway, I can see my car. I then, in a parked truck with no radio on, the truck is turned completely off. There is no music. There's no radio. It is just me and Dad sitting alone in a truck for the next hour and a half debating the Bible. It's an hour and a half of me just sitting in a truck being told I am garbage, I am lazy, I am worthless, I don't work hard enough, I am a bad person, I don't do anything with my life. I need to take the end of the world more seriously. Everyone's going to die. I need to go to church more. I need to go to his church. I need to tithe and give money to his pastor. I need to be attending his church. I can only remember twice in my entire life that he has ever complimented me. One of them, I was being driven back from the hospital after having a bladder surgery, and I have a tube up my dick. And he tells me, and again, we're having a drive home, and he's telling me I need to go back to church. I need to go to his church, and I'm a bad person. I'm like, I just had surgery. I just had fucking surgery. I was under anesthetic a while ago. Heck, I'm glad it wasn't the more invasive surgery they originally wanted, because they had some issues with me to where, if I had had the initial surgery that would have required me to be under longer, I'd be dead. Okay? I was under anesthetic. I was unconscious. I have a tube that is the thickness of a number 2 pencil, 14 inches up my dick. I had to keep that thing up me for like 49 to 50 hours. I just about blacked out when I had to pull that thing out. Initially, I tried pulling out because I had to keep it in me for multiple days. The first night after being home, I had my mom take me to the ER because I wanted them to give me something for it. But the fucking nurse thought I was some fucking drug addict seeking, like, oh, you just have an addiction. I have a tube up my dick. Okay? I fucking measured it after I pulled it out. Because here's the thing, given the type of bladder surgery I had to have that up there. Otherwise, because like I said, I had a stricture in my bladder. It had to get repaired. I didn't want to have a surgery, but I needed the surgery or else I was going to die. Because eventually the stricture was going to completely seal, and then my bladder wouldn't have a way to release urine anymore, at which point my bladder would then just burst and explode, and my internal organs would explode, and I would die. Painfully, I might add. That being said, I had a surgery. There's a tube up my dick. I can see blood going into my fucking my urine bag, as well as outside the tube. Like, there's blood coming out of my penis, both in the fucking bag of urine and outside the edges of the fucking tube. The blood is hardening and feeling like shards of glass on the inside of my urethra. This hurts. I am not a drug addict. I just don't want to be in terrible pain. But the nurse is like all getting angry with me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not yelling at her. I'm staying polite the whole time, despite the fact I'm in pain. And despite the fact that I'm conveying accurately to all of you my emotional feelings at the situation. In the circumstances, I was like, Miss, I'm in a bit of pain. Oh, yes. Yeah, oh, I understand. Oh, no, I'm not addicted to that or anything, miss. I'm hurting a lot, and I want it to stop, please. And again, it's just, even though she's denying me, and I didn't get anything additional from them, they just tell me, go home and keep taking the pills the doctor gave me. And again, I understand there's a concern that, okay, there's a limitation to how much painkiller I can take because, because the doctor had given me some pills, and I'm taking those pills. And I'm doing my best to take the pills according to the schedule they're taking me. If I just wanted to be a fucking drug addict, I would have just taken more of the pills as is. Okay? The fact that I have a painkiller pill that isn't doing its job, but I've been taking it according to the schedule that I was told to follow, and that I know the limitations of, yes, I can only take so much for these certain hours, or else it could have issues with liver and kidney issues. And the fact that I have presence of mind that I'm not doing that. I'm not just downing the fucking bottle to escape the fucking pain. I'm following the fucking procedure and taking them as I'm supposed to take them because I don't want to fry my fucking organs. The fact of the matter is that it gets to such a point where I'm in such pain to where I'm like, okay, I'm hurting, but I don't want to abuse this pain medication given to me. So I'm going to go to professional doctors and stuff and go to them and be like, okay, this is the situation. I'm going to accurately tell you exactly how much I've taken as I've been taking it according to the schedule because I want you to know exactly what's in my system. Because again, even then I understand. They're like, okay, we can't really give you certain things because of, it would affect things. But you don't have to have an attitude with me over it. I'm not having an attitude with you, and I'm in a lot of pain. I'm just, hey, I'm hurting. Plus, the blood and stuff like that. I'm like, hey, I want to make sure that nothing's gone seriously wrong. I'd rather get to the doctor earlier with this rather than wait and like, oh, it's some sort of complication and maybe something is, bleeding internally or something. Though they assured me that for the surgery I had, that's to be expected. That's normal. Heck, I will say this. A few years earlier in that same hospital, they did give me like 4 milliliters, I think, of morphine or something, but I had like a few things going on, including like kidney stones, it was mainly hurting me in my kidney. Like I was feeling a stabbing pain in the middle of my back that was from it was just like swelling against my kidney a bit. And it was like, apparently my kidney, and also it was having trouble like going down not the issue of because I don't think I even noticed it like when I eventually pissed that thing out. Like I don't think it was that painful. I don't want to ever have another kidney stone because that part still was a bit of an annoyance. But I'm just saying it hurt so much more when it was next to my kidney trying to leave the kidney. Like it was a bit of swelling occurring with that. I will say this. I have never done any kind of drug. Like I've never done illegal drugs. And anything like pharmaceutical I've taken from a doctor's prescription, according to as I've been prescribed to do. Beyond that, I've never smoked anything. I've never smoked cigarettes, weed. Now, I have drank alcohol, though I didn't have anything that wasn't a church communion thing until I was like a year or something past the American drinking age or so. But even then, tried a few things. Like I had a friend went to a microbrewery, a place like that. But in general, I'm not a drinker, and I tend to really not drink. Heck, I can't remember the last time I had anything alcoholic. It's just in general, I just don't see a point. Now, granted, I don't see an issue with drinking. As long as, I would say this, if anyone's going to drink, as long as you're not driving and drinking and you know your limits, basically, one, don't drink and drive, period, but also know your limit in terms of how much alcohol your body can handle. Basically, it's one thing if you're somebody, you go somewhere and you drink something alcoholic, that's fine. But don't drink so much that you're start puking or you can't walk. If you're going to drink it socially, then do it in a way that doesn't hamper socialness. I will say this. That fucking sucked. It hurt. And I'm glad my mom was here. And granted, we watched some Jackie Chan movies and Conan the Barbarian, and I enjoyed spending time with my mom. I love my mom very much, and I appreciate her being there. But the circumstances were fucking miserable. I was in pain, and it sucked. And I just wanted to not be in pain. And it just at times, it felt like it was too much. And eventually when the time came, because it was a Foley catheter, so there was a balloon on the end of it inside me that was inflated with some liquid like water or something, but it was like a saline mixture or whatever. Anyway, that's got 2 nozzles on the outer part of the tube, one that connects to the urine bag and the other which I had to drain, which again, I could fucking feel that. Like every time I had to urinate at all, it was just like every 10, 20 minutes, feeling a little bit of urine just flowing out, and then every now and then, every few hours, having to piss like normal-ish in terms of quantity, but you're just like having to definitely be mentally focusing on, because normally you go to pee, it's not that hard. You just like, oh, I'm gonna go pee. Peeing noises. Though I'm also the kind of person like I'll make fucking Naruto handjutsu signs when I'm fucking using the bathroom. When I'm pissing and shitting. Like I'm fucking Kakashi. That being said, you definitely had to be very aware of like the mind muscle connection. You had to like be very concentrated on the act of urination in order for it to work. And even then, it's like all of it was uncomfortable and painful. And fucking sucked. It's just a shitty experience. Anyway, so after like 50 hours of having that, after being released from the hospital, and again, like I said, I have a bladder surgery. Mom and Dad in the front seat. Dad's driving. I'm in, the middle back area. Still already in pain, despite the fact that I've recently come out of anesthetic and was immediately given a pain pill upon awakening from anesthetic. I am in pain. I am still a bit loopy from the drugs, and you are bitching at me. We are driving home. You are driving me to my apartment where my mom is already planning to stay with me for a few days. And I have a tube up my dick. I have had surgery. I have literally just come out of surgery. I am in a situation, and here's the thing. When we get to my apartment, he drives up on the curb a little bit right in front of my house so that I have the least amount of distance I have to walk. And he does come around, open the door, and he does actually grab my hand and walk with me and walk me up to the door, which I appreciate, and I am grateful for that. But here's the thing. If I am that fucking debilitated that the stepdad that I feel hates me is willing to try to drive me as close to the front door as possible and walk holding my hand, helping me to not fall over to my front door, then maybe it's inappropriate that on the drive home, and keep in mind, both the trip there and the trip back, we're sitting there listening to gospel music. But at least the trip there, we're driving there, listening to gospel music in absolute silence of no one fucking talking. No one said a fucking word. Other than just occasionally a thing about directions, so like, oh, maybe we should take that road there. Like, that's the street we need. We're like, oh, do we park there? Like, that's it. And then, of course, once we get to the area where we're going, me and Mom get out of the car, and we walk up the thing, and Dad just goes somewhere. Basically drives all the distance back that we just drove to do some other stuff during the course of... And then, of course, me and Mom are there at the hospital. We have to wait for a little while, and then there's talking to the doctor and stuff before that, and prep for that. And then there's the surgery. Then there's time it takes me to wake from the surgery. And then Mom calls him to come back, and he picks us up. And Dad comes back, and Dad drives me, Mom, back home. He comes, like I said, he drives us to my apartment, drives right in front of my front door of my apartment rather than the parking area, so that I don't have as far to walk. Drives up on the curb, which I'll tell you this. I appreciate the thought, but it did feel a bit painful going over that fucking bump. Anyway, so then he's up and on the grass a bit, and he walks around, opens the door, helps me out, walks with me to my door, along with Mom. Mom messes with the lock with my keys to unlock the front door for me. And Dad walks with me. He holds my hand so I don't like fall over because I'm kind of a little bit dizzy and lightheaded. Let's be clear. On the trip to the hospital, we sat in silence listening to the gospel music. On the trip back, there was still the gospel music playing the whole time. And keep in mind, I've just had surgery. And keep in mind, again, I have other situations in my life that I work a full-time job. I have no family. I've lost my family. My wife was a terrible situation. I'm already been divorced for years at that point. I've been alone this whole time. There's every indication that maybe, even under the best of situations, that this person has never disrespected you. I have never disrespected you. I've never done shit wrong to you. I work a full-time job, manual labor. I work overtime. I don't cause any problems. I don't break any laws. I don't do drugs. I don't steal. I don't mistreat anyone. I don't do anything bad. Also, I'm kind of depressed from a lot of shit that's gone on, including losing my family. And, my son isn't with me. I have all that stuff going. Granted, at least I wasn't alienated from my son at that point. Still wasn't seeing him very often. Because like I said, initially when I got divorced, he was coming over for the first year and a half. Though the last couple months of that, he just wasn't spending the night anymore. Then the COVID pandemic has happened, and there was lockdowns and government shutdowns, and I didn't see my son for a year and a half. For a year and a half, I didn't see my son in person. However, I was at least talking to him on the phone every other weekend. And I was at least able to come by, and I was allowed to drop his Christmas presents off on his porch as long as I sprayed them with Lysol and then fucking left because I couldn't watch him open his own fucking presents or give my son a fucking hug, which I argued against all of that stuff, but that was not an argument I won. And then, of course, after that, and keep in mind, 1 year into that 1.5 years of not being able to see my son in person, like I said, at least I was talking to him on the phone every other weekend. But I'll tell you this. 1 year into that, I started this channel. I finally was able to start doing Let's Plays. I did some Enter the Gungeon shit. And I'll say this, I enjoy doing Let's Plays. It's a lot of fun. I don't make any money. I've never made a single cent. I will never make a single cent. I will never make any money from advertising. I will never get super chats or donations or sponsors or anything. I will never make a single cent from this. I'm just some crazy fucking guy on the internet who talks. This is just a place for me to talk without a filter. Heck, I don't think I ever did my intro. Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome, and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. I would say, part of me wants to say, like a fuck you exclamation at this point, but honestly, if any of you were here, I'd give you a fucking hug. But it's a mixed little juxtaposition, paradox, whatever. It's a juxtaposition of, hey, person who wants to give you a hug, but I'm also very agitated yelling at my wall. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I have no right to be upset about any of the things I've talked about here. I mean, I'm just being a whiny bitch, and you guys are like, Lunar, you have no right to be upset about any of the stuff you're upset about. But regardless of the fact that I'm just bitching over nothing, I'm upset about all of this stuff, even if, like, this stuff's happened a long time. And here's the thing. I'll tell you this. After that, like I said, 1 year into that 1 year and a half of not being able to see my son in person, I started this channel. One, because it's something I always want to do. I liked Let's Plays. I always enjoyed watching Let's Plays. I remember people like Slow Beef and Rom Scout and Ultra J-Man and Freelance Astronauts, S.A. Maxwell Adams, Proton John. Fucking awesome shit. I remember Tatsudoshi. I remember Markiplier when he started. Fucking Nightmare House 2. And I remember playing a lot of video games and watching. And a lot of times, like, a lot of video games where you couldn't afford to buy the games. So you'd watch other people play them. One, because you're a lonely bastard who, feels less lonely by watching other people talk. But also, because I just enjoyed the games. I wanted to see the story, and I enjoyed the reactions. Heck, people playing a horror game getting scared. It was funny. And then I could comment to that person and make jokes with them and then recommend an anime for them to watch. It was cool. Heck, I remember recommending DDR Maniac playing Demonophobia, though I did warn him, hey, it's going to be the most fucked up game you ever played. And you might have to censor some shit. I also had Sir Eldrick IV play Kid Chameleon. Zeta Plays. The channel Zeta Plays, which did some really great Minecraft stuff back when the Nether first existed, which was much better back then. I'll tell you this. He played Dragon Spirit. 2 parts, half hour each, great gameplay. Enjoyed it. Good video. But anyway, like Ultra J-Man did I Want to Be the Guy, and How to Be a Complete Bastard. He did as a co-op playoff with Rom Scout. Those guys, best part of that, like the game itself, shit. How to Be a Complete Bastard is a complete shit game. It's stupid. But the two of them talking to each other was hilarious. Freelance Astronaut did shit like Prototype and cool shit like that. It's awesome. Heck, even their like 4-player Mario co-op difficulty, fucking awesome. Back when the Wii was the original Wii, you know? But it's just, I gotta tell you this. I love and I cherish my mom. My mom is precious to me. I love my mom very, very, very much. My dad, I don't hate him. I want to get along with him. But the fact of the matter is this. He's making that impossible. I'm not the one causing that problem. I'm trying to get along with him. I want to get along with him. But I also want him to respect me. I also want him to accept me in terms of me just wanting to have a loving relationship, regardless of the gender of that person. Because at the end of the day, I'm bisexual. Now, granted, I don't really care too much about the gender of the person. I just want the person to be someone I think is cute and someone who loves me and is kind to me. I want someone who is kind to me. I want someone I feel safe with and someone who actually cares about me. But at the end of the day, he cares more about what other people think about him, what the church thinks about him, than about my well-being. And just the fact that he says things all the time. Like, I can't remember a single time that he said something that wasn't insulting to me in any kind of way. Like, didn't have some kind of undertone of a criticism. Like, I can only remember him complimenting me 2 times in my life. One time, it's like, I can only remember being complimented 2 times. One time being, during the conversation in which I had the bladder surgery, which again was part of a thing that's not a compliment. It's not a fucking compliment. Because here's the thing. No matter what, the conversation is bullshit to have with me. I can only remember 2 compliments. First, I'll start with the compliment he didn't give me during that conversation. One compliment is that he said, "I'm jealous of how much you read." Because he just reads the Bible. That's it. I read everything. And that's very noticeable. And that compliment was actually given about a couple of weeks or so after the bladder surgery. Because my mom had, me and mom had a little bit of a conversation because, she noticed I had stacks and stacks of books here. And I was talking to her, suggesting that, hey, if you ever want to borrow any of my books, Mom, you can borrow some of them. And heck, I was like, hey, Dad, I have stuff like Shakespeare and Edgar Allan Poe and other stuff like that. And maybe you'd like that. Heck, I might even come across like a study Bible or something out at a mall or something that maybe you'd like. And he declined. He said, no, thanks. But it's like, I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of how much you read. And for me, that is one of only 2 times that he has ever complimented me in my life. And I'll say this, there was times where I actually worked with him, both in terms of construction jobs and in contract jobs. There was a contract job I was working with him, and I actually been doing the job for years with him. And I'll say this, I was even doing some work for him when I was married. And there's a time as far as I'm going, and I told him about this months in advance. I was going to this thing, taking my wife and son to a thing. And I told him months in advance. And I also told him, hey, I reminded him every week. And I told him, hey, one, I will have already worked the max amount of time that I really can with the kind of contract we're doing. And you have other people with this, and you have all this head warning. And here's the thing. Even if I wanted to go and come in for work for you on the day that's supposed to be my day off, because a lot of times, I'd have days off, but then, because I said I've worked in a lot of different places, but at one point I was working for him. Probably, again, looking back, that was stupid. I should never have worked for him in any shape whatsoever, but it's just, I'll tell you that. Then again, the economy situation at that time was kind of fucked. So I made a decision based on making sure that there was an income. But I'll tell you this. I made it clear, hey, even if I wanted to come in on my day off, it's like, one, will have worked the maximum amount of time. It's my day off. And I've come in other times where it's my day off and I get called like, hey, you're shorthanded. You need someone to help you? Cool. But I'm like, hey, I've put in tons of work already for you. This is my day off. And here's the thing. I'm going to be in a place where I'm going to be far enough away to I'm having to drive to this place to do this. Basically, it's a place called Kosai. Because I at least was able to take my son and my wife to Kosai once. And I was able to take my wife and my son to the zoo once. And I enjoyed both times. And my son absolutely loved both times too. And I tried to make my wife enjoy it, I guess. But she didn't really seem to get along very well with that. But I did my best. But I'll say this. I still enjoyed the family trip. And I was very happy that my son was absolutely overjoyed having such a blast. But main thing with my dad was like, hey, even if I wanted to come in, one, I will be far enough away that it will be physically impossible for me to even get there ever to help you if you need help with something. But two, I will not want to. This is important to me. And that day of, I'm at the place and I get a phone call asking me to come in. And then I calmly and politely mention that's not physically possible. And I get yelled at. I get yelled at and insulted. And it's like, what the fuck? Now, granted, I simply just nod and I'm like, okay, I'll see you tomorrow at work. Okay, bye. And just let it slide. Whatever. Ignore it. But here's the thing. Even if it was somebody that wasn't family at all, like if you were just working at a fucking Walmart or something and someone pulled that kind of shit to you, the normal response that a normal person would have in that situation would be to tell the person to fuck themselves. It's like, no, not only am I not coming in for that day, I'm never coming in again. Fuck you. I quit. If I ever see you in public, I will punch you in the face. That is the normal response that the whole rest of the human race would have in that circumstance. It's just little things like that I find very disrespectful and I feel are very rude and are unacceptable. But anyway, let's go back to the other time he's ever complimented me. You are actually pretty smart. You should be a preacher. All the more reason you should go back to church. And it's like I said, one, that implies I'm stupid. When I'm like, I'm not even sure you graduated high school, Dad. And here's the thing, I don't make a point of saying things condescending to you, even though I'm fairly certain when it comes to so many things, I'm far more intelligent than you. But I've never said anything about that because that would be rude. That being said, I did graduate with an honors diploma, an IQ of 132, calculus, physics, chemistry. I've worked since I was 14. I'm an Eagle Scout. I read a lot and I understand a lot of concepts and ideas. I know a lot about science and history. Maybe starting a compliment toward me saying, you are actually really smart. You know, you should use that smartness to go back to church and become a preacher. That qualifies for a compliment in my relationship with my dad. And again, like I said, he's technically my stepdad, but I consider him my father. I've always respected him as a dad much more than my biological dad. And as my every concern, I'll say this. My dad, my stepdad, is a far better person in every way than my biological father. Not that that's a high bar to go. Here's the thing. And I definitely can't attend any kind of church today because, one, I'm a little too wound up from this, but also just the fact that, we don't really have time to go to it. It's already past the time I should have gotten dressed and gone to any kind of place. But I wasn't planning on having a long video. I was like, I should record a video for the Legend X. And it's like, but then I spent a little time in my son's room and I was like thinking about stuff and I'm just, stuff's on my mind. It's just this. I just had bladder surgery. Yes, I appreciate that you're driving for me from the hospital back to town because, it's, one, not only would I be unable to do so, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal to drive down the freeway after you've been, anesthetic. And it's not like I would have been able to do so after a while anyway. Like, I physically was really miserable for a while with that. And it's just, I have painkillers in me. I'm still in pain. I have just had surgery. I am sitting in the back seat in a car ride. And of course, you're still playing gospel music and radio church broadcasts on the radio during this whole drive. And I'm sitting back here with a tube up my dick, in pain and miserable and a bit loopy, dizzy, and lightheaded. And you spend almost the entirety of that entire car drive, which took a bit of time, mind you, because it's a bit of a distance to the big hospital, because none of the hospitals near where we live could ever be able to do what was needed to do in terms of a surgery. So we had to drive all this way to a big-ass fucking giant city. And of course, I can't drive myself to have surgery or drive myself back from a surgery. I'm sitting with a tube up my dick, not causing any issues, just sitting there quietly, and of course just tolerating the fact that we're listening to gospel music, even though I don't really want to listen to it. And you spend the entire time bitching at me that I need to go back to church. I need to be closer to God. I need to walk right with God. If Jesus comes back today, he's going to leave me and my tube and my dick behind in the rapture. Like, I literally had surgery. There is a tube in my dick. Okay? This is... One, I'm not sure if there's ever really an appropriate time to be having this conversation, but it is not now! And the fact, like, one of the only couple times you ever compliment me is part of a manipulation thing, because the conversation is, you're trying to tell me to go to church. And it's like... And so you try to guilt trip / manipulate me on top of the guilt trip by saying, oh, you're actually really smart. You should be able to use that intelligence for church. Become a preacher. When that's like the closest thing you have to a fucking compliment to me, other than the other things that can be considered a compliment would be, oh, you don't do drugs. Oh, he has a job. Oh, the times he works with me, he does the job. And granted, I've worked a lot of things in my life. I've worked those contract and construction jobs with him, and things where, like, he has to have someone to rely on to help him. So I do so, again, because one, work, it's good to have extra work, but also it's okay. It's good to have an extra side, because sometimes I was doing that and my main job, so I'd be working for like a factory or something, but also I'd have that, so I'd have extra income. I've worked for multiple different factories, warehouses. I've worked, fast food restaurants and all the kind of normal jobs people consider not successful, apparently, because, how often do you look at someone working in retail and again, you're like, if you're someone who works in retail, you agree with me, don't you? That you feel like everyone fucking looks down on you? That you're doing a job and it's not exactly not stressful. It's not exactly like the customers are, getting along with you. And just like the situation with my dad, you want to fucking yell at the customer. You want to tell them off. They're being insufferable. They're being a fucking carrot about shit. They're causing issues. They are acting like a fucking grown toddler throwing a fucking temper tantrum. But you, the retail worker, you have to just nod and be polite and say, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, how can I fix your order, sir? Oh, can I get that for you? Yes. Like, you guys, anyone who's worked in fast food, retail, customer service, you know what it's fucking like. And granted, yes, most people are fine. Occasionally someone is confused about something, they ask a question, that's fine. That's what you're there for, to help. But there's those people that go out of their way to be as obnoxious and just untenable as possible. People that are just unmanageable, that they're like, let alone they'll be asking for the manager. And it's just those people that are just, every waking moment with them is some sort of disagreement, confrontation. And I kind of feel like that's how it is with Dad. That everything is confrontational with him. That there's no just calm. Everything's just judgment, talking down, and like a constant tension that at any time, something will just explode. And that you have to just constantly be quiet, and you have to just be the most polite person in the world, or else, the world will explode. Or else, the Kool-Aid man will fucking burst through the wall and start beating everyone to death with a hammer. And you're like, that sounds ridiculous. Yes, it is. I agree. It is ridiculous. But it is an accurate description of the emotional state I feel around him. Granted, to be fair, it does undercut that statement a bit when I kind of feel that way around everyone. And like 95% of that reason has nothing to do with him. Like, when I was in school or in public, a lot of people bullied the shit out of me, beat me, attacked me, constantly told me horrible things. I have been told over and over how ugly I am, how worthless I am, like I said, at least the last couple of years of high school, people ignored me for the most part, and I had basically what could be considered an air quotes, average, normal high school experience. But for the most part, since kindergarten till I was like 10th grade, it was everyone fucking hates me and wants me to die. And I'm being told every day, like 100 times a day, to go fucking kill myself. And how everyone hates me. Everyone in the world hates me and everyone wants me to die. And I'm being told 100 times a day to go fucking kill myself. Day after day, every day, hundreds of times a day for 10 years. Not to mention that, perhaps there were some things occasionally be said or circumstances in terms of my family, friends, and the rest of life that were not exactly helping the situation, if not exacerbating it. Okay? So I think I have a right to be a little bit agitated about this, even if there are things that have happened decades ago at this point. Because at the end of the day, the shit's still kind of held over me like the fucking sword of Damocles. For fuck's sakes. But you guys know what I mean. Like, if you've ever worked retail or fast food or something, fucking talking to somebody like that. And you know what the worst part? Again, you guys know what I mean about people act like you're a fucking failure. You're worthless. You're lazy. You're not a real worker. It's like, you guys know what that's like. But even then, I even still get that working in factories and warehouses. Especially since, okay, I pay child support. And what's left over from that gives me money for rent, food, and beyond that, what do I waste my money on? I spend money on video games. I have like a figurine of Albedo here. She's got nice tits. Very hot. Very sexy. Very inappropriate for me to bring up, but hey, I have an anime figurine. It cost me $40. And occasionally I'll buy some anime or a video game. Or I'll go to fast food. Heck, I have not tried the Arch Burger thing from McDonald's yet. Maybe I'll go try that and let you guys know if it's any good. I'm just saying this. I had a fucking surgery. I have a tube up my dick. I am in pain. I am loopy, not only from the drugs and the surgery, but I'm still in fucking pain. And I'm just sitting there quietly while you're playing gospel music. And then you, on top of that, initiate that this is the time to try to talk down to me that, oh, I need to go to church more. But here's the thing. You know I believe in God. It's like this. You know I believe in God. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not like a gang member. I don't think I've ever done anything illegal. I've never hurt anybody in my life, despite the fact that I have had so much shit happen to me. It sounds like either the backstory of fucking Freddy Krueger or a origin story of a villain from Batman. Then again, I'd be the worst fucking villain ever. I'd be attacking Batman by just annoying him. I'd be showing up and be like, "Hi, Batman. I'm Absolute Lunar. I'm here to talk to you about trains. And then we're going to go to Dairy Queen. And then I'm going to talk to you about video games and the plot to an anime." It's like Hellraiser. You know, Hellraiser, you operate in the fucking lament configuration, and you summon Pinhead, and there's razors, and it's like, oh, your suffering will be legendary even in hell. No, you have the lament configuration of Lunar. You summon me. You know what happens? "Hi, here's a blahaj. I've brought you stuffed animals and Pepsi." And the Pepsi's never flat, and there's ice, and it's cold. Also, here's some pizza, and we're going to talk about trains. And I'm going to explain how to do geometry and calculus. And then we're going to discuss the history of World War II. And then I'm going to very poorly try to learn to speak German, but do very badly at it. Then we're going to talk about Warhammer 40K, and we're going to play board games. And there's going to be little kitty cats and bunnies. At that point, it's like, it's not Hellraiser, it's fucking Cuddle Raiser. "Hi, I'm Lunar D8. I've come to talk to you about mathematics and stuffed animals. And here's a book of the Odyssey. It's a Greek story by Homer. It's a good story." And then we'd watch Schindler's List. And then the original Broly movie. And then we'd watch Batman versus Superman, because I do think that's a good movie. I think it's a good movie, and I think the story makes sense. I know other people rag on it. I like that movie. I think it's a good movie. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying this. It's not like I'm doing meth. It's not like I have a fucking meth lab. It's not like I'm fucking, who's the dude? Walter White? It's not like I have a meth lab, okay? It's not like I'm going out fucking hookers or some shit. Heck, even though I've sung a karaoke of a song saying I've fucked a hooker, I'll say this. I have never fucked a hooker. I have never paid for sex, unless you count marriage. Because marriage, you certainly pay, but it's more on your sanity and your well-being. Then again, maybe that gets me just being jaded. The fact that my marriage was such fucking shit. Don't get me wrong. I was happy the day I got married. I had expectations and hope, and those were misplaced. Again, I was naive. And again, people say, like, oh, you should have married someone else. There was no one else. Don't get me wrong. I truly did love and cherish my wife. I cared about her and respected her. though that changed very severely with her own behavior being the blame. That being said, I really did love her, and I really did try to be a good husband. That being said, I tried to be a good partner for everyone I ever dated, and every person that was ever a girlfriend to me, I had every serious intention of marrying that person. Also, all of those relationships, every partner I've ever had has cheated on me. And I'll say this, that was even back then when my health was better. I am chubbier now. I am 201 pounds and 5'11". So I have a belly. I have never had abs in my entire life, though, but I am certainly a bit chubby. That being said, I'll say this. I was getting cheated on even back then when everything was better in terms of health. Nowadays, though, I'll say this. My dick is smaller than it used to be. It doesn't, like I still get erections, but they're not as hard as they used to be. And my dick doesn't really, both when it's soft and hard, it's not as big as it used to be. Then again, that might also be a side effect of either maybe the meningitis encephalitis of the brain affecting something in the brain in terms of hormones, because my testosterone fell off a fucking cliff after that. Then again, I was horribly sleep deprived and under a very stressful situation. So all of those things are extraordinarily bad for your testosterone. But also there's the fact that I did have a bladder surgery and a tube up my dick. So that might have also affected things a bit. Granted, again, I still get erections. I still have a sex drive. It's just, I'm definitely not nearly as horny as I was as a teenager. I'm 39 now. Also, again, I don't get as hard as often, and it's not as big or as hard. So I'm absolutely certain I wouldn't be able to fuck nearly as good as I could when I was younger. But I'll tell you this, I could definitely fuck really good when I was younger. And I'll tell you that still wasn't enough. So, certainly if I was getting cheated on back then, when I was less emotionally jaded and had like a fucking, laying down some good pipe, so to speak, I definitely would have more issues now, wouldn't I? I mean, I'm definitely much more jaded, so I'm much less likely to be just doing everything I can to be the best partner to the person. I'm more likely that if I get with somebody and they start, behaving in a psychotic way, I'm just going to end the relationship. I'm not going to put up with shit. Like, it's not like, I'm going to be mean to a person. I'm definitely going to be kind and caring to people. But the main point is this. If the person's want to argue and yell, if the person's like trying to treat me like a fucking doormat, I'm not going to put up with that shit. I'm not going to tolerate it. At that point, I'm going to put my foot down on it and just, at which point it just ends the relationship, basically, because that's what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, it's just, I've seen what happens when you try to just make your marriage work. But again, at that point, you don't really have a choice. You're in a legally binding contract with the person, and you have to worry about the well-being and safety of another sentient being, your own child, this precious little bundle of joy, which is the most precious thing to ever exist in the entire world. And you are having to run damage control and manage collateral damage because you know that you don't have any power in this situation and that there's nothing you can do, and you're just trying to make things as least horrible as possible. Because you're in a situation where you can't just, I'm not going to stand for this and I'm going to do this and this, because you know how that turns out. In that situation, well, it would really it's kind of like the situation like if someone tells you off in a bar, like, I'll punch in the face. It's like, that has some problems. Don't get me wrong, I've been in plenty of fights. And I've told people off. But it's another thing entirely, too, also to have to deal with telling off someone. Because here's the thing, if I have to ever be in a situation where I tell off someone I'm in a relationship with, I'd just rather end the relationship. Because here's the thing, a relationship to me, I think it's supposed to be a situation of mutual trust, someone who respects you, someone you feel safe around. It shouldn't be a fucking fight or a competition or a struggle. You shouldn't come home to a place full of contention and contempt. At that point, what's the fucking point? If you're going to work and struggling all this to get what? What's the point of doing something if there is no reward and the risk is so great and the punishment that you're given is so disproportional and there's nothing you can do to avoid it? At that point, the only winning move of that fucking game, in the words of the fucking War Games thing about nuclear Armageddon, is not to play. Like, why would you ever attempt a relationship with somebody if you know that they are going to be abusive to you. And again, I'm not saying all people are going to be abusive, but I am saying this. Why would you put yourself into a vulnerable situation? Why would you sign a legally binding contract with the government that rewards the other person for mistreating you and punishes you no matter what? That takes away your power, your authority, your autonomy. And again, why would I'll tell you this. I do not want to ever go through another divorce. And I'll say this, looking back, even after a few weeks of being divorced, I'll say this. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be divorced from my wife. I'm grateful to be both in the eyes of God and of the law to be legally divorced from my ex-wife. But I'll tell you this. It's still a miserable fucking experience getting divorced. It is horrible. And I'll tell you this. The judges during the situation of the divorce, I feel the judges were very polite and very respectable to me. And I feel they were very fair. And I feel that they were very nice. And they didn't drag things out. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate them. But the fact of the matter is this. There are many men out there, if the judge were to choose to behave in a different manner, there's nothing you can do. Which means while I'm grateful the judges were so kind and benevolent to me, it still doesn't change the fact that I was at their mercy. That I was in a position to where I was rendered powerless. And the only reason I survived in such a thing is due to the benevolence and righteousness of those adjudicating the situation. I don't like the idea of being put into a vulnerable, helpless situation. I don't like the idea of being put into a situation where I'm going to be abused or be the victim of domestic violence. I don't like the idea of being in a situation where you feel trapped with someone who is abusive to you. Because I'll tell you this, I am a bit of a lonely person. I'm a kind of a person that I want hugs and affection and emotional support. To a large degree, I hunger for it. I hunger for affection. Heck, I describe human beings as three things. We are infinitely curious. We are infinitely adaptable. And we desire to give and receive affection. Like, I'm the kind of person, like, if I see a dog, I want to just pet its head. Like, I have a neighbor, he's an old war veteran, and he's retired. I forget I think it was like in Vietnam or something. He's a cool guy. Occasionally I'll walk by and I'll talk to him for a bit. But his dog will be there. I don't know what breed it is. Maybe it's like a Jack Russell or something. I don't know. It's one of the smaller little dogs. But a lot of times I'll be talking to him, and the dog will be there sitting. And sometimes he'll want stuff in my lunchbox. Sometimes I'll see him when he's coming home from work or going to work. And will like the sandwich I packed. But a lot of times I'll be going to get some Taco Bell or something. But anyway, I'll kneel down next to the puppy, and I'll be like petting the dog and scratching its head and petting its head and just petting its back. And the puppy's just loving it. Heck, I remember one of my friends, I'd go over and hang out with him, and his cat would just come over and just start sleeping on me. It's just, I like petting animals and being kind to people. And it's just, I like dogs. I like cats. I like bunny rabbits. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. If I see a pack of fucking wolves out in the fucking wilderness, I'm not going to go up and pet them. I don't want to get bitten. Okay? And also I understand, asking consent. Like if I see like a dog at Walmart, I'm like, oh, I want to pet the puppy. But I'll ask permission first. I'll ask the person like, hey, would it be okay if I pet your dog? But it's just, I find dogs adorable. Heck, I had one of my aunts, her and her husband had to go on a trip because one of their sons was living, and it's not the aunt I was talking about earlier. Anyway, they went on a trip because one of their sons lives out in like Kansas or Nebraska or some shit. So they're going to be gone for a week. So they need me there. I need to water their plants and take care of their dogs and watch their house. And anyway, they have two big ass German Shepherds. Big, huge dogs. They're fucking giants. But they're the most adorable little puppies in the world. It is so much fun to play with. Granted, they're both dead by now. They've been dead for like 15 years or something. I don't know. Been dead for a long time. Anyway, but they were so adorable. And it was just fun to pet their heads and play with them and talk to them and just, great. Again, I'm the kind of weird person. I'll talk to a dog like it's a person. I'll even sit and read a book to a dog or an animal, okay? Like I actually would sit and I'd actually read some stories to the dogs, and the dogs would just sit there and listen to me. And of course I'd throw toys and play with them, and they had a blast. But there was one night I let them out, and a skunk sprayed one of them in the face. Now, granted, they bit the skunk and killed the skunk. The skunk's just laying there dead. But at this point, I'm coming out, and the dog's whining, and I realize what's happened. And so I do is I immediately, I take them inside. I immediately, pull up the phone, start calling them, even though it's the middle of the night, to let them know what happened. I'm also hopping on the internet trying to find information. And I basically am talking to them. Right as I'm finding that information, the dog's right next to me, whining a little bit. And I'm like, hey, I found this mixture online. It's supposed to be something that can help as far as cleaning it. Is it okay if I use that? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And so I hang up. I make that little mixture of stuff that's supposed to be safe for a dog. And basically, I get a rag. And I'm basically on my knees in front of this big-ass dog, where the dog's basically as tall as I am now. And I'm 5'11". I'm 180 centimeters tall. Anyway, I am taking the rag and I'm just washing and gently scrubbing his face. So while I'm scrubbing the one dog's face, the other German Shepherd, the other big-ass dog, comes up to me and just starts licking my face, just licking my cheek. Basically, the dog's like, oh, you're going to clean his face? I'll clean your face. Now, that being said, after the dog was okay and everything settled down, I gave them both a treat. And then I went outside with a shovel, and I'll tell you this. It wasn't a big skunk, but it was very awkward to move with a shovel. Apparently, moving dead things with a shovel is very difficult. Anyway, I shovel it over the other side of the fence so it'd be away from the dogs. It's fine. Now, the next day, the neighbor ran over riding lawnmower. Now, my aunt's husband thought that was hilarious. He was like, my neighbor's an asshole. I think that's awesome. I just wish I could see him do that and hear him cuss. But that's hilarious. Now, that being said, all of my mom and all of her siblings are still alive. Like I said before, a bit of the circumstances of my mom's... Like I said, my mom was born in 1960. I was born in January of 1987. That being said, my mom is the youngest of 6 siblings. All the siblings are still alive. Now, the first 2 were boys. The first 2 siblings born of the 6 siblings were boys. The next 4 were girls. My mom is the youngest child. Now, Grandma was like in her 30s or something at that point. Like mid-30s, like, oh, whatever, something like that. And Grandpa, my biological grandfather, was like in his like 60s or some shit. I think the man was born in like 1896. When they conceived my mom. And I'll say this. I really don't know any of my grandparents. Even on my stepdad's side, all of them were dead before I existed, as far as I'm aware. Because they're all... And that's another thing. My mom, my dad, and my biological father were all the youngest children in their families. And I am the youngest son in my family, and my son is the youngest grandson in the youngest grandchild in the family. That being said, let's see. Both of my eldest uncles will probably die soon. They both have cancer. So they'll probably be dead in the next year, at most. Then the eldest daughter also has cancer, so she'll probably be dead in the next year, which she's one of the 2 aunts that live. Because the aunt that used to be married to my stepdad way back in the past lives they're both the eldest. So, because the aunt that used to be married to my stepdad way back in the past, she's the second eldest aunt. She's the second eldest daughter. So she was the fourth child. So the third and fourth child were the first and second daughters born to my grandma and grandpa. They lived together because both the other husbands that they had died, like back when I was a child. So it was like a long time ago. I do remember the eldest daughter. I met her husband a couple times. He even had a slot machine from a casino in his living room that he could just play anytime he wanted for free. They were actually fairly well off. They even had a pool over there. Went over and visited like once or twice. But yeah, both of those aunts have been living together for a very long time. And then there's the fifth child, the third of the daughters of my parents' siblings, of my mom's siblings. Anyway, she had like multiple sons, like either 2 or 3 sons if I remember. And her husband passed about a decade ago from severe diabetes. I mean, he was a very larger man. He was very overweight. And even at the time when I was watching those dogs, his diabetes had gotten very, very severe to where he was having like he'd be in his kitchen, and anytime, even when people came over, like he'd have to like stab himself in the thigh with some sort of injection. Like he was, don't get me wrong, he was a hardworking man, and they had a pretty decent sized house, and they were pretty well off financially. So much so that even after his death, a decade plus later, his wife still lives in the house that they own. That being said, she's on her husband died. His diabetes was really bad, and his heart condition. And the overweight did not help him. He was very, very fat. He was extremely overweight, like very morbidly obese. And severe diabetes. And severe heart condition. So that killed him. That being said, now let's see. But yeah, as far as that aunt, the one, like I said, with the German Shepherds, like I said, those dogs have been dead for a while. She did adopt a dog about like 12 or 14 years ago. Like, it was a dog that she'd gotten from rescue. Like, people had apparently been really mean to it. But she takes really good care of it, though. She has overfed it a bit, so it's a bit chubby. Then again, she also can't really do things physically. She's gotten old herself. Granted, she's only like a year or two older than my mom, but she does have to have an oxygen tank 24/7 by her, like where she has like those tubes up her nose to have oxygen. So she has to have oxygen like all the time. So yeah, she'll probably die soon too. But my mom is the fourth daughter and the youngest of 6 children. Now, I'll say this. My dad, my stepfather, he is the youngest child of his family. I never met his parents because they were dead before I was even born. I do know that his parents were extremely terrible to him and to the rest of his siblings. I also know that they had a very large family. He had lots and lots of siblings. Most of them are dead. I'm pretty sure all of them are dead. But I can't remember half the time anymore. But I'm pretty sure all of them are dead. I'm pretty sure that, like, aside from, like, cousins and nephews and nieces of his, which are also elderly, I'm pretty sure everyone in his family is dead and have been dead for years. And then as far as my biological father, if I remember correctly, I believe him and his wife, as far as my biological father, as far as if I remember correctly, I think he's just the youngest of two sons. As far as his parents had two sons, and he was the youngest of the two sons. The eldest son went to like Europe or something shortly after graduating high school and never came back to America. I can't say I ever really knew much of any of my grandparents except for my grandma on my mom's side. So I actually remember going over to the house she had back then, and granted, toward the end of grandma's life, she got severe diabetes and went blind and was on like 20 different medications. And when we buried her, I remember my mom being very, very sad. And I felt bad for my mom. Though I know a lot of times when I went to go see my grandma, you know those boxes of the sugar cubes? My grandma would give me a sugar cube. And apparently, like, I liked messing, like, she had little knickknacks and stuff, like little figurines and stuff. Apparently, I was like, granted, those are like little, you know, the old people figurines, like the happy memories things, like little church figurine things. But granted, I've never played Warhammer, the tabletop game. I read the books, but I've never played I'm too antisocial to play Warhammer, okay, guys? I'm too antisocial to go to a place to sit and play a fucking tabletop game with a bunch of strangers about Warhammer that involves interaction with other humans, okay? And that's something in general I feel a bit anxious about, okay? Please be understanding of that. But the main point is this, even at that age as a child, with random, like, church little figurines, I was wanting to play with them like that, okay? I'm a nerd. I'm an otaku, okay? I could go on forever talking about video games. Instead, you get my emotional trauma dump. Which, again, maybe some of you guys can relate to some of the things I have been discussing. This was not meant to be a video about this. This is meant to be, I'm going to read some of this book. But, you know, I want to mention the thing about my son real quick, and I have gone way off with this. But I was like, it's just the thing with the surgery thing. Like, and it's just like, here's the thing. You know I'm a good person. And you know I believe in God. You know I read the Bible more than most priests. Like, I'm pretty sure there's active fucking bishops in the fucking Catholic Vatican that read the Bible less than me. I read the Bible. I live a good life. I work hard. I don't do anything wrong to anyone. I treat everyone with respect. I'm polite. I'm kind to people. I'm an Eagle Scout. You know I'm smart. You know I'm smarter than you. And yet I don't say that to you. And I try to treat you with respect. And anytime I talk about my dad to other people, I'm like, oh, he's the hardest working man I ever know. And I compliment him and I say good things about him. I go out of my way to respect him. Heck, there was a time where my mom had to have a surgery on her neck, where it had to like cut into the front part of her neck to mess with something with her spine or something. And me and Dad were just sitting in the waiting room for that. And keep in mind, I am a young child at that point. Afterward, you know, when Mom's recovering, I tell her, hey, Dad was worrying about you. And I was too. We both love you. But I think part of that is the fact that I just love my mom very much. And part of it was the fact that I was very naive and I was just wanting to think the best of people. So I was wanting to think the best of my stepdad in terms of thinking that he actually cares about Mom. And was trying to think that maybe he was really worrying about her. And part of it is maybe like I just wanted them to get along better. So maybe if they just I wanted them both to be happy and to love each other. And so at some point, I was probably just trying to help things along because I wanted things to go better for them. Because I'll say this, I love my mom. I want my mom to be happy. I want my mom to be healthy. Heck, if my mom could live for the next 100 fucking years, even if she's got like robot parts, like fucking Ghost in the Shell, but she's happy and she's, has a body that works fine and she feels nice and she's happy. Like I just want, same way like whenever she goes to heaven, I want her to be happy. I want her to go some pleasant afterlife. And I would want to go and see and talk to her. I just don't want to see either of my fathers. Like I go over and I visit my mom. But I don't visit my dad. Like I don't visit, even though they live together, and I'll tell you this, anytime I go visit mom, I'll sit and I'll have a conversation with her. But if like dad comes out and he's walking around the house, I tend to be quiet because in general, I just do not feel comfortable talking about anything. Another thing is this, I know that a lot of times if I say something, he won't listen to it, he'll ignore it, he'll outright dismiss it, or pretend that everything I just said does not exist, even if I have statistical things right there with me, like literally, even though a lot of times, if I do have discussions like that with him, it's because he has forced it. I avoid them. I don't feel comfortable with that kind of discussion, and I don't feel the need to have to vindicate myself. I don't feel like I need to validate myself to have that conversation with you. So I'm not going out of my way to have that conversation with you. You're the one instigating it. You're the one forcing it. And it's not like there's anything else you can talk about. It's literally just condescension and criticism of me. That's all you know how to say. And here's the thing, I believe in God. I read the Bible. Here's the thing. I'll say this to you guys. I am no preacher. I am no saint. But I'll tell you this. I've never done anything wrong to anyone. I have never hurt anyone. I have never killed anyone. I do not do things that are wrong. The only thing anyone could ever say anything against me is like, oh, I'm not rich. I don't make a lot of money. I enjoy video games. And I like hentai, and I'm bisexual. Like I would definitely date a femboy or a futa, okay? But at that point, it's not like I'm going out and I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to fucking have orgies and shit, or have unprotected hookup culture sex with random fucking strangers. Like here's the thing, I think body count is very important. Whether you're a man or a woman or straight or gay, body count matters. Because sex, it's supposed to be something special. It's supposed to be someone you trust and feel safe with. You should only be having sex with someone that you actually, have a relationship with. And you shouldn't cheat on people. Like, I think the whole idea, it's gross. I think the idea of polyamory is gross. I think the idea of people cheating on people is gross. I think cucking is gross. I think any kind of NTR shit is basically an abomination in the eyes of Christ and deserves a fucking hitman assassination squad execution. Like, I feel like NTR is a sort of thing that deserves the death penalty. Okay? I think like having orgies or tons of just random sex with strangers is gross and disgusting. I think people having group sex or cheating on partners is disgusting and it's a betrayal. I think the main point about sex is supposed to be about loyalty, and it's supposed to be about trust and intimacy. It's supposed to be about a reflection of, your emotions for someone, and it's supposed to be about giving affection to someone. It's not supposed to be about something like you're just fucking some random stranger. Because at that point, that's gross. That's gross. Having sex with someone that you don't know them, like you don't even know their name. Like, I'm the kind of person, I want to get to know somebody before I have sex with them. I want to know them as a person to a degree. Especially if you're like pursuing like marriage or shit. You don't want to get married to the wrong person, right? And especially you don't want to like a big reason in the past, like you don't want a fornication is like, okay, you don't want to have sex without the, that's, disrespect. Basically, it's not inconsistent with like monogamy or loyalty. Like, okay, what happens if you have kids out of wedlock? Well, then what happens to those children? And you could also get stuck with a woman that's like a very terrible person. Okay? But I'll tell you this, aside from understanding the risks and consequences of, say, an unwanted pregnancy or getting like syphilis or some horrible disease, like you might get gonorrhea or herpes or chlamydia or AIDS, gonorrhea-syphilis. I don't know. Main point is this. Getting diseases would be terrible. Getting an unwanted child with some random person that you don't even know their name of sounds fucking horrible. Then again, it also sounds horrible, like say if you're in a committed relationship with a girlfriend and she gets pregnant and then she aborts the child without you knowing. That's also a really fucked up, horrible thing. So that's also something you'd want to avoid. And when it comes right down to it is this. Yeah, I find the idea of polyamory to be gross. I think it is disgusting. And not just a moral issue. I mean, just it's gross. I think it is disgusting and despicable and nasty. The idea of an open relationship. Whether it be an open marriage or, any kind of open, like you're dating a girl or you're dating someone, but they're with someone else. You have an open relationship. That's disgusting. And you're like, say, oh, Lunar, but you've had, people cheat on you. That wasn't an open relationship. That wasn't consensual on my part. At no point did I ask for or agree to a partner cheating on me. And even in my marriage, it was an issue of I am legally bound to this person and I have the well-being of a tiny little person who is the most precious person in the world to me. Don't get me wrong. I love my mom. I love my son. I love my mom more than anyone else on the earth. I love my mom more than I love my son. But my child is a helpless little tiny person. Even now, he's not an adult. Like when it comes to me and my mother, even with the certain complaints I've had with my mom is someone I feel I can rely on. That if I have a fucking bladder surgery, she can be here to help me. My son, even if things were under the best of situations, is a child. I cannot rely on him for any kind of help for anything. I am supposed to be the help. I am supposed to be his protector and provider. Unfortunately, that was fucking stolen from me and taken away from me by both my fucking bitch of an ex-wife, other people betraying me, and this society being so fucking misandrist. Because no one fucking cares about a guy who winds up having shit like this happen to him. Nor the circumstances that forced me to basically have no other alternative in terms of having a wife to begin with. So, yeah. And at the end of the day is this. I'm agitated about that stuff. It bothers me. It bothers me I don't get to raise my son. It bothers me that the personality that my son is being instilled with and raised to be is much different than how I would have raised him. It bothers me that my son probably hates me. He probably thinks horrible things of me. And, like I said, part of me worries that he'll resent me because we look identical to a large degree. And I don't exactly have a lot of confidence in my, appearance. Don't get me wrong, I've never said anything to him about my appearance or his, but I'm worried that he'll be bullied and such, or how things will go for him. Then again, I worry World War III, if the fucking world fucking happens, and nukes go off, what happens to him? What kind of life does he have? Heck, think about the whole shit with marriage and women nowadays. With the way things are in terms of divorce and child custody, what happens for him when he wants to get married? What's going to happen? Is he going to get divorced? Is his wife going to cheat on him? Are his children going to be taken from him? What is he going to go through? And here's the thing. Is there any way I could possibly protect or help him in regards to any of that? And the answer is no. There's jack shit I could do. And that's the other thing. What if something bad's happening to him right now? The answer is I have no way of knowing that. But even if I could, even if there was a magical crystal ball, even if fucking Gandalf flew down with a plate of bacon and a crystal ball, and it's like, I can let you see anything, man. That's a terrible Gandalf voice. And I could see clearly 100% that something bad was occurring with him. I can't do anything about it. Then again, to be fair, if Gandalf just fucking flew down from the sky and was willing to give me a plate of bacon and some fucking crystal ball, you know what? I'm pretty sure me and Gandalf can figure something out. You know? Heck, I'm pretty sure if I had fucking Gandalf here, Gandalf the Grey! If I had Gandalf here at the time of my divorce, I'd have been able to do something so that none of the bad shit ever happened. Yeah, I'd still get divorced, but I'd have my son with me, and I'd be able to keep any of the bad things happening from me or him. And I'd be able to raise my son. I'd be able to work with him in school. I'd be able to read him books. I'd be able to teach him all sorts of things about math and history. We'd be sitting playing Mario together. Instead, like I said, I feel like the personality he's being instilled with is being instilled into him by the same people that raised my ex-wife. So the same people that raised my ex-wife into being the person that she is are forming and molding my only child, my firstborn son. They're molding him into a personality similar to my ex-wife. And I don't feel emotionally comfortable enough to even go further in describing how I feel about that. That's just, what the fuck? All I'm asking is this. If you're someone out there, just think of that from my perspective. How you would feel in that situation. Okay. Just saying. But here's the thing. I love my mom very, very much. She is precious to me. I care about her. I don't want her to die, ever. Now I'll say this. I have my car insurance bundled with hers. Once a month, at least, I go over and I give her cash to pay that bill. The reason I do that is because I know that I am a bit of an introverted person. My core instinct is to basically withdraw from everyone, even people I care about. Let alone the fact that there are other circumstances, say like Dad, that make me uncomfortable going over. I have my insurance bundled with hers so that I can go over and give her cash to pay that as an excuse, so that no matter what, I will always go over at an absolute minimum of once a month. Because I love my mom and I want to stay in contact with her. But I also understand how I am as a person in terms of how much I tend to withdraw. I tend to just either bounce between fucking manic, explosive parts of talking about things, which I do primarily by myself, or walking on a bike trail. Because I have talked more on the bike trail to myself. I've talked more to myself, not counting YouTube, than the whole rest of my life. But I'll tell you this, I've talked more on YouTube channel, on this video, not just this video, but in doing these videos that I've done. Granted, I've done like 4,000, so maybe that's not the statement I think it is. I would have had to talk a lot in order to talk more in real life. But the main point is this, I don't really talk. In real life, people have expressed to me that they think I'm a robot. They think I'm a machine because they think I don't express emotions. But that's more so just the fact that I know what things were like with my childhood, way with my family, way with my dad. Heck, in school, a lot of times, everyone fucking hates me. I can't talk to anyone, and I need to just be quiet. Granted, I still graduated straight A's, 4.0. Every fucking test I got was basically 100%. The only thing I occasionally struggled with a little bit was English. So and of course we had a typewriter. So Mom, after I wrote stuff out, Mom would she'd type it on the typewriter because we couldn't afford the ink to type multiple. So if I were to type things on a typewriter, well, I can't just go back and I made an error. Because then we can't afford the ink. The ink's too expensive for the typewriter. Granted, Dad's typing out the Bible on a typewriter every night. So maybe that's a little... And giving most of our money to the church. So that we're to the point that we don't have any money. And heck, I was working since I was 14. I paid for my Boy Scout stuff. I paid for my school supplies. I bought my PS2. I bought my video games. I bought my anime. I bought my clothes. I bought my deodorant. And then again, I would get bitch. Like, I like to take 15 showers a week. But back then, I'd take maybe 5 showers a week. Why? Because there'd be complaints that I'd be using too much of the hot water. It's going to make the hot water bill go up. So I can take 5 showers a week. Nowadays, since I live alone, I take like 3 showers a day sometimes. But in general, I'll take at least 15 showers a week and a couple baths a month. So I'll take in the span of a month, I'll take 60 showers and 2 baths. But back when I was living with my parents, I'd take 5 showers a week, and usually not very long showers because, I can't use up the hot water because that would cost money. Then again, even though you're fucking typing the Bible out on a fucking typewriter, if I get up in the middle of the night to go pee in the bathroom, well, that's bothering you because I'm making noise. There were a couple times I pissed in fucking plastic bottles in my room. Not because I was lazy, but because if I went to the bathroom to go pee in the toilet, Dad would bitch at me. Heck, there's a lot of times I'd go out and walk at the middle of the night just because I liked walking. I liked the atmosphere and I liked being alone. But also I just didn't really want to be cooped up in the house. But here's the thing. And again, I've told you guys before, there's a lot of times I'd go walking various places in the middle of the night. And granted, I can't do some of this shit anymore because there's cameras everywhere. But I'd go to churches, all sorts of different churches. And I'd go to the stairs in front of that church and just sit and read the Bible under lamplight. The fucking lights for the streets. Just sitting on the stairs of the church. Sometimes I would go up and I would sit with my back to the doors of the church, with my back and my back of my head to the door that led to the actual church, the actual opening of the front door of the church. And I'd sit there, eyes closed, just quietly listening. I'm basically eavesdropping on God, guys. Okay, I'm sitting with my head next to the door and I'm just spending maybe an hour there. I'm not sleeping. I'm not passing out. I'm essentially doing meditation. I'm just clearing my mind. At that point, I'm not even thinking things. I'm not even asking questions. I'm not even thinking about what anime do I like? What kind of build do I want to go in this one video game? Okay, do I want, or what should I do next in Final Fantasy VII? Okay, no, I'm fully awake, fully alert, but I'm just quieting my mind and just listening. It's the way, imagine you're someone in a fucking horror movie and you're listening for the horror villain for when he comes by, and you're trying to hear every sound as if every little sound is going to be whether or not life or death. Now, obviously, this isn't a horror situation, but I'm trying to describe the focus that I had. It wasn't that I was just spaced out or a sense of nothingness or I was zoned out like those fucking stoners do. Again, don't get me wrong. I don't have an issue with stoners. I've never smoked weed, but I've known several people that smoked shit tons of weed. Heck, I've dated women that were stoners. I have. Granted, my ex-wife did not smoke weed once her entire life. She did not get it. Then again, her older brother was a severe stoner, and she realized that she was allergic to it. Then again, that might have just been bullshit, and I might have been lied to on that. But the main point is this, is to my knowledge, I don't believe she ever smoked weed. But I'll say this, I have had relationships with women who were stoners. There's times I've literally just been hanging out with a woman, and she just starts smoking a bowl of weed. Granted, I don't smoke. And I don't like the smell of it. But, other people's choice. In terms of what they do. But I'll tell you this. I wasn't just zoned out like a fucking stoner or some shit. And I wasn't thinking about other things. I was just My mind was quiet, but fully alert. I was basically trying to hear everything. But basically, I was just fully awake, fully alert, not thinking about anything. But I wasn't, like zoned out or some shit. I wasn't like that like meditation shit that some of those people do where they're just like clear your mind in terms of like not thinking about anything. No, I was just thinking a complete awareness of my current moment, particularly listening to any sounds. Occasionally open my eyes, seeing if I see anything look any different. And heck, just even paying attention to how my body feels about things. Like if I just feel like a part of my body felt like, oh, there's a pins and needle here or something like that. But just like a full awareness of anything. Or if I notice a smell that's different. Or suddenly if I start tasting anything. Just a full awareness of all of my senses. Though I would say a more keen concentration on my hearing. I'm basically eavesdropping on God. I'm basically listening if I hear angels or anything spiritual speaking. I'm listening to an empty, abandoned, granted the church is actively used, but it's the middle of the night. No one's having church service in the middle of the night. I'm just sitting there, right next to the door of the church. Sometimes even putting my ear to the door of the church to try to overhear the slightest sound. But in general, I would just be sitting back to the door, back of my head to the wooden frame of the door. And I would just be there, eyes closed, fully alert, and just listening for every tiny sound I could possibly hear, particularly trying to hear any sort of voices or anyone speaking. Now, obviously, I can't do that anymore because there's cameras everywhere, and people would probably think I'm trying to break into a church. They'd probably think I'm some kind of burglar or something. And I feel like it would be very awkward to explain to the police officer, no, sir, I'm not trying to break into the church. I'm trying to eavesdrop on God. I feel like that's not going to help. I feel like it would be less awkward to just say I'm a burglar. Like it would be less of a problem. Like how am I explaining to the officer? Like, no, sir, I'm not a robber. I'm weird. I'm autistic. God damn it. So fucking dumb. But it's just like, how do you explain that? How do you explain that to the officer? That'd be such a weird, awkward conversation. Like, no, officer, I'm not entering into this building. I'm quietly listening for God. And I have believed in God my whole life. That's another thing. People say, people change when they turn to God. But here's the thing. I have never turned away from God. I have always believed in God. I do not have a memory in which I do not have faith in God. I have believed in God my entire life. Even when my parents were both drinkers and they do not go to church, I believed in God then. Grantedly, I was the one even mentioning a bit to mom, we should go to church more, and took mom. There was one church we went to that had nothing to do with dad or a church that dad wanted to go to, which was an all-black church. Unrelated, but whatever. It's good context, I guess. But the main point is this. One thing is, though, when he did remarry my mom, is that he did so with the intention of eventually becoming a deacon again. To the point that even back then, he was keeping money back to give to the pastor as sort of to buy off his forgiveness back into the church. Which also means, during even the time in which they were drinking, he was putting money back to give to the church. It also means that during all that time where we were having financial problems, he was putting money back to give to the church even before we went back to the church. I feel a bit insulted by that. feel a bit insulted by that. I feel like he only married my mom because he was like a 50-year-old man who actually couldn't get anyone else as a wife anymore. No one else wanted him. Everyone else considered him too much of a failure at everything because he was basically broke and destitute aside from all the work he had to do. Because I'll say this, he at least works really hard. At least at the point when I was a teenager. But that was... I feel like at that point he's just making up for shit in his past. And it's just... I feel like he only married mom because at that point, she's completely infertile. Couldn't have any more kids with her. She cooks good food. And he had already been with her before. And because he knew that because he had the one daughter with her, that, if he ever wanted to become a deacon, well, let's be clear, they wouldn't even let him step foot in that church if he didn't get back together with her. So at that point, he only did any of the stuff, whether giving him money to the church or getting back together with mom, to become a deacon and to become a respected member of that church. And the only reason he did that was because he doesn't want to go to hell. It's not like he even likes heaven. He doesn't like heaven. He doesn't like God. I really don't think he has belief in God. He's not a good person. He yells at dogs. I don't think I can't even imagine the idea of him petting an animal. The idea of him petting a cat or a dog or a rabbit. My suspension of disbelief, no amount of faith in the world could ever let me even imagine the idea of my dad petting an animal or showing any kindness to animals. The idea of him just petting a dog on its head. It seems like... It seems almost like something out of Uncanny Valley itself, because it's that just unrealistic, that it doesn't exist. That if such a thing were happening in front of my eyes, I have to be wondering, did someone drug him? Am I in a coma? Is something supernatural happening? Then again, there was a time when he was younger that he yelled at a Bible. Granted, I was considerably younger myself back then. I was a small child. But this was an odd thing. Now, of course, maybe it's a possibility that there's something else occurred that explains this situation. But if we go by my memory, and of course the fact that he has corroborated this story in the past... In fact, it was more so he mentioned the story, and I'm like, yeah, I saw it too. Basically, this is before he was a deacon. Anyway, I'm there. I don't really remember why I'm there alone with my dad. I don't really understand. But at some point, there's a van. And, well, Dad is angry at God for some reason. And that's the thing he's explained to me. I read the Bible a lot because I have faith in God. But at one point, he mentioned he read the Bible because he wanted to disprove God or something. He was angry about stuff and wanted to fight people and shit. Oh, whatever. I don't understand. Doesn't make sense to me. But I'm just saying this. At one point, he's angry with God about something. I don't know why. So, he takes the Bible, he throws it into the van, and he tells the Bible to go fuck itself. He basically tells God to go fuck himself. At which point, God sends a light from the heavens, and it melts all the windows out of the van and bursts all of the tires into fire. Now, it's certainly possible that there is another explanation. After all, I am your narrator in this situation, and well, I have already given examples of how psychologically certain situations in my young childhood around my dad, stepdad, mind you, but dad nonetheless, could lead to situations where things would be seen in a slightly inaccurate light from a child's perspective. I do grant that. I do grant that from the perspective of a small child around a stepfather who I have given examples of it perhaps having less than an emotionally healthy family dynamic, that perhaps something else could have occurred at that time that I am remembering incorrectly. However, he has corroborated that story. Then again, I don't know if he even remembers that anymore, or if I were to ever bring that up to him, if he would ever say that ever happened again. But I remember it happening, I remember seeing it, and I remember him telling other people that that happened. And everyone else also believing that. So, now, what else occurred with that? I don't know. I don't know. And again, it's like, I know the thing that's saying earlier about the dog. Like most times, I feel bad because I'm like, I know that after I left, like there was no one left to be nice to that dog, that little puppy. Granted, she's old and shit, and I couldn't bring her with me. But I feel like most times she probably just hit off on herself because I feel like if she ever went to anyone, they would probably shoo her away, and she would definitely hide the fuck away from Dad. To where like basically it's like, okay, if I go anywhere to where this man sees me, he will yell at me. So I need to do everything I can to be quiet and just hide. I mean, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, and I didn't think anything of it at the time. But part of me is like, did he kill the dog? Did he kill my guinea pig? Did he kill my iguana? Because here's the thing. Over the course of our life, we had various pets. When I was younger, I had some hermit crabs. They died because normal hermit crab things, because hermit crabs actually die very easily. I don't think he had anything to do with that. Hermit crabs are just, we weren't rich, and they're easily susceptible to bacteria and stuff. So I fully believe that that was literally just the circumstances of just hermit crabs and our living situation. I had an iguana. And again, this is still back when I was like 8 years old. Now that being said, one day, apparently they had sprayed for chemicals for bugs in all of the apartments and the entire complexes that were there. However, looking back at this, here's a question. Like, obviously, what occurred here is this. From my understanding at the time, and I have no reason to think differently on this, for the most part, aside from what I'm implying here, is this. My iguana was kept in a glass container. When the time came for them to spray for the bugs, they simply covered some towels over the top of the glass container to protect it from chemicals. So that the iguana would be safe. But then, after removing the towels later, after the chemicals were cleared out enough for people to go in, because no one had to spend the night anywhere else. Like literally it happened while I was at school. So they sprayed some stuff early in the morning in all the apartments. And then everybody was able to just go back into their apartments, like normal. So everyone else was just at work. So my parents were both at work. Me and my sisters, both sisters were still in school. My eldest sister was, I think, high school or just recently graduated, actually. No, I think she was in high school. I'm not sure. She would have been either a senior in high school or 19 and already graduated from high school. I'm not sure. But either way, there wasn't any major concern for the person. If it was really that dangerous, then obviously, one, we wouldn't have had people going into the place. But also, you would have removed people's pets. Because if it was really strong enough to just kill the iguana, then how many other people had pets? I know other people in those places had cats and dogs and stuff like that. Heck, I knew people had glass containers full of snakes and stuff in those places. So, I mean, if it killed my iguana, well, then wouldn't it have killed everyone else's pets too? Wouldn't it have been dangerous to us? Unless it was just literally just my apartment. But then again, I'm just saying this. The iguana's just dead. Maybe it just soaked through towel or something. I'm just saying, basically, they sprayed for bugs. It killed my iguana. Then me and Mom went out, put my iguana in a shoebox, and buried it in the back of a field. And then my mom got me a cupcake or a muffin or something. So that's that. Now, some point later, maybe like a year after that or something, I got like a guinea pig or something. And, it's nice. I mean, I can't say I spent all the time in the world with the guinea pig, but I certainly don't think I neglected it. And the reason why that's important is this. I'm like 10 years old at this point. Maybe 11 and a half, I don't know. And it's around this time that my mom tries to leave and run away from my dad, with the idea of going down to Florida and Georgia. We literally have nothing. We literally have one suitcase for both of us and only money for gas. She has literally nothing. We have no money. We're just leaving in that tiny little blues truck to go to Florida/Georgia area. She's leaving behind her 2 daughters. We're leaving behind my guinea pig. And we're leaving. We have no money. We literally just have the clothes on our backs, basically, one suitcase, and we're going. At one point, Mom stopped at a little gas station and got me a little Pez thing. It was like a big wheel, and it spun. That was neat. But we're literally just leaving just with gas, just money for gas. Like, there's not money to, like, do anything else. Or even, like, food for the rest of the week or anything. It's just literally money, just gas to run the fuck away. Again, at some point, we stop middle of Kentucky. She talks on a payphone. We go back. I don't know why. But I'm a child. So whatever. Anyway, we go back. And the next day, I'm basically told that my guinea pig had to be given away. Because apparently I haven't been feeding it enough. So the decision was made to give my guinea pig away to other people that will take better care of my guinea pig than me, because apparently I am too lazy and I don't take good care of my guinea pig, and I'm not feeding my guinea pig enough or playing with my guinea pig enough. Bear in mind, I'm like 10 or 11 years old. Now, I just let this go at this, and I didn't think anything of it. I just thought, oh, I guess I'm just not a good person. Okay. But looking back, I'm like, I remember playing with that guinea pig. I remember feeding that guinea pig. I remember petting it and trying to kick it. Granted, I was 10 and 11. So, I mean, obviously, limitations. But also the timing of everything seems a bit weird. Looking back at it from an adult perspective and not the perspective of like an 11-year-old, questions pop up of terms of why that suddenly happened. And 2, is that even if that were the case, if I were neglecting the guinea pig as an 11-year-old, is giving the pet away the moral, ethical, or psychologically healthy thing to do in regards towards a child? I feel like there's major red flags that are popping up there. Flags that I wouldn't add as an 11-year-old. Then again, to be fair, there were lots of things that back when I was 7, 8, or 9, or 10 years old that I thought was completely normal. That I thought this is the default situation. Granted, don't be wrong. I had a place to live, and for the most part, I had a good childhood. I had toys. I watched cartoons. I was fed. I had food. And, it's not like anybody was beating me. I mean, I still got punished and ass whoopings and occasionally smacked or slapped or shoved or had dishes thrown at me or got pushed around a bit here and there. But that's normal, at least for that time. It's not like anyone was actively beating me or some shit. Then again, part of that might also be the fact that I was just the most quietest, well-behaved child in the world. And my main reaction is anytime anybody was aggressive or angry or yelling or drunk was that I just basically hid and was quiet. Heck, there was like one time I mentioned it to my mother. And I mentioned as politely and as calmly as possible in a situation where it's just me and her. And I mentioned about like, hey, there were some times I felt, people got a little angry and couldn't control their temper on certain things. And my mom's response was, your older sister's got it a lot worse than you. I didn't really have a response for that. I will say this. There are multiple times where my mom has snapped and basically acted like she was going to physically assault me. I would basically just step back really fast because I could move a lot faster than her. And given the fact that she's the person I love the most in the whole world, and she's the person who loves me more than anyone else in the world, the fact that there are times where she has demonstrated that she is willing to go from one to willing to murder me at the drop of a hat on multiple situations, it makes me feel very sad more than anything else. Because I value her very much. I love her. I want to feel completely safe and trust around her. But at the same time, even she, the person that I love and trust the most in this world, like, there was a point far as like, when I was married, I was over there. There was me, my wife, my son, and her. And, both of them are sitting. I'm standing over here, and my son's over there. And I'm having a conversation with them about something. And then I notice something. My son all of a sudden is over there a few feet out of arm's reach. And keep in mind, he has to have in a few weeks, he's going to have an ear surgery. Because here's the thing. He needed to get tubes put in his ears. And keep in mind, I'm wearing long sleeves at the time because I still have a scar that is still, air quotes, healing on my right arm. Because this is like, if I remember correctly, a few weeks or so past, the Christmas where I got the scar on my arm. Still trying to make my marriage work. I'm wearing long sleeves. My son needs to get tubes put in his ears for surgery. And of course, I'm a bit tired because, I've been working a lot and I'm also the one predominantly taking care of my child and I'm getting bitched at all the time by my psychotic wife. It's okay. And keep in mind, this was about half a year earlier. I'd been in the ICU myself for 3 days with meningitis, encephalitis, spinal tap, swelling of brain and spinal cord. And of course, a few weeks before that, my mom had actually had 3 strokes and an aneurysm and had spent 4 months or so basically on my sister's couch. And at this point, my mom's fully recovered, been fully recovered for over a month or so. And, my son has to have tubes put in his ears. So he's going to have surgery on that soon. I think it's going to be I think it's about a week. I said a few weeks. I think it's actually the next week. Like he's about to have surgery on his ears in about a week. So he can't really hear the greatest. Anyway, so I see my son walking forward with his index finger, like he's pointing at something. I'm watching him, and I'm looking at him like, what's he doing? And then I look ahead of him, I see, there's a pencil sharpener. I can see it's plugged in. He's going to stick his finger into the fucking opening of the pencil sharpener. Now, let's keep in mind, what happens if I do not respond or do not do anything? My son is going to have his index finger ripped off his hand, be permanently crippled, in a way that makes it where he can't write or do most things in life to the point that he'll probably be depressed and kill himself when he's older. But in the short run, he's going to have a finger ripped violently off his hand with blood and bone spurting everywhere. Have him scream, and he'll be screaming in horrible, agonizing pain. And he'll probably have to go to the doctors and basically be crippled and have a disability for life. Not to mention how it'll psychologically affect him, how it'll make his life harder, and especially in the short term, even long term, it'll cause him pain. It'll cause him physical pain. He'll be in horrific physical pain. And you know that, hey, no matter what, even if I were to yell, he's not going to hear me. At which point, that also accomplishes nothing. Now, don't get me wrong, I yell anyway, out of just instinct. But I'll tell you this, the moment I see this, not only am I yelling at the top of my lungs, I am diving through the air as fast as I possibly can move. And there's no way for me to grab him. And here's the thing, I know instinctively, like, there's no way to stop him. There's no way to grab him. There's no way to, and if I were to just like try to grab him like any place, and with the momentum I'm having, there's no way I can grab him in a way that wouldn't involve me like landing on him and causing even worse injury. The only way to possibly stop him, which is the only time I've ever spanked him in my life, was one smack to his butt. And keep in mind, he's wearing a diaper, he's wearing underwear, and he's wearing pants. I see this, my instinct is I immediately not only scream at the top of my lungs, but also I'm literally diving through the air. And I smack his ass. One time, only time in my entire life I've ever disciplined him. The only time in my entire life that I ever hit him in any way. The only time I've ever given him so much as a butt whooping was one smack to his butt, in which he is wearing a diaper, he is wearing underwear, he is wearing pants. And here's the thing, I am flying through the air, screaming at the top of my lungs, smack him once in the butt in order to stop him, and then I keep going because of momentum from the fact that I fucking jumped through the air. I then fall shoulder and elbow first into the counter in the fridge, and my side fucking hurts because I basically threw myself into the wall in order to save my son's life. I smack his butt. Now at this point, what has happened? He has stopped. He is no longer approaching the pencil sharpener. I am watching him this whole time. It's kind of the same way like I was in Boy Scouts. I was trained as a lifeguard. And one thing they say is this, like there's a special way to jump into the water where you have your legs separated, one in front of you, one back, and both your arms up like you're a chicken about to fly. And the idea is this, you jump in, but you don't want to do a pencil jump or a cannonball, because you know what happens? If your head goes under the water, you lose contact with the person you're looking at, you're going to save them. Guess what will happen? They're going to go under the water and you can't find them no more. You need to, the split seconds decide lives. You need to be aware of this. You need to be watching. So what you do is, if you're going to save somebody, you see them drowning, what you do is this, you jump up. You don't jump how much height. You just jump forward a little bit, and you put your legs, and you basically have a scissor in front of you. So you have the legs, and when you hit, you slam your legs together. And when your arms hit, you have your arms as much as possible, and you slam them as much skin contact as possible. You're not just slapping your hands. You're hitting with your whole fucking arm. The underneath part of your arm, your elbow, your whole forearm, your wrist, your hands outstretched like you're trying to paddle, but basically you're using your whole arm to smack that. It's kind of like, imagine like a belly smacker, to where it's going to cause more pain because it's a fucking more surface area contact of the skin. But you're doing that with everything you can, including even your nuts. Okay? You are splitting your legs, one in front of you, one behind you, to hit the water, and your arms aside, and you're hitting so the idea is this, when you jump in that water, your eyes will never go under that water. Your head stays above that surface. You stay above that line. So at all times, you can have your eyes locked on the person that you're trying to save, so that if they ever go under, you know exactly where they are, and you can get them right that second and save them. I carried that same energy, that same attitude to watching my son in that moment. Because even though I had literally thrown myself across the room, into the fucking fridge, into the fucking counter, into the wall, I threw myself into the wall. Yeah, my arm fucking hurt from hitting the fucking wall so hard. I didn't break anything, mind you, but still, fuck. But the whole time, I don't think I even blinked. It's just staring at my son, watching what he does, so that if he were to continue to go forward for that thing, I'm at least closer to where I can fucking grab him. But the main thing I was trying to do is I was trying to steady myself, fix my balance, and fix my legs. Like, I didn't have enough momentum to be able to move myself immediately to him, but I was basically just readying myself and trying to get up and ready to basically burst my self forward like a springboard if need be, if he started going for that one thing again. I was watching him to make sure he's okay. And I see he's just standing there. His arm is down. He's no longer going for that pencil sharpener. And he cries a bit, but he's standing there and he looks perfectly fine. And I'm like, yes, mission successful. Mission success. I saved my son. And so I'm just watching him. Like, he's okay. Awesome. But then I'm surprised by movement I see out of the left side of my face. I'm like, I see my mom who has jumped up to her feet. She is standing, walking towards me. She has her right arm cocked back into a fist, and she is going to punch me in the face. And she is looking at me with a feeling of such fucking hate and violence, like she is wanting to kill me. And it's just, and obviously I'm like, okay. With one arm, my right arm, now that I have balance, I grab my son's shoulder a little bit just to make sure he doesn't run toward that one thing anymore, so that I can, first off, my main priority is I still want to keep my son safe, so that even if all of a sudden my mom is standing in front of me, her fist cocked up with the intention of punching me in the face with her full strength, with the intent to kill, basically, looking at me with such hatred in her eyes, my first priority is I still need to protect my child. Now, that being said, despite that, my other hand, I gently am able to grab her by the wrist and basically yell at her in her face, like, what are you doing? Stop. What is happening? What are you doing? And she is starting to try to yell at me and take her other hand as if she's going to try to punch me with the hand that I'm not holding. And then all of a sudden, my son goes forward and grabs onto my mom's leg and says, don't hurt daddy. Because he's still fucking traumatized from what my wife fucking did at Christmas just very shortly ago. All the while, I can also see in the other part of the room, still sitting at the table, is my wife sitting there just smiling, enjoying every bit of this. Because the idea of my wife, the idea of my mom hitting me makes her happy. The idea of me being in pain makes her happy. The idea that our son could have been horribly hurt makes her happy. And like I said, during the times my wife left, there was one time she left, and it's 100 plus miles away to where the one dude lived. And granted, yeah, at the time, my parents, let's just say this. My wife left me 3 times during the course where we were getting divorced. First of which, she went to the man she was leaving me for, who was living with his dad and stepmom. Spent about a week over there, 100 plus miles away. Came back, and then a few weeks later went back over, spent another week with him. She left initially with my son. They were there for a week. No, the second time they were at a Roach Motel. They were there for a week. They were there for a week. My son was there for 5 days of it, and aside from when I tried to take him home on day 4, he didn't see sunlight. He didn't see daylight. And that was a roach motel. So again, my wife left me again, and of course I'm still working that whole time. So I'm going to work and working, and despite the fact that my entire world is falling apart, despite the fact my entire world's falling apart. Anyway, they're at a roach motel. 4 days into it, and again, it's 100 plus miles away. And I'm working the night before, and the night after, because I work third shift now, because I had to switch jobs during the stuff that was going on with the. Because at that point, and I couldn't do the one job Dad anymore, because not only was he doing shit, but again, I still tried to stick it out with that. But again, the job I was doing with that got replaced by a bigger company, so basically, I couldn't do that job anymore because it didn't exist anymore. Basically, he was doing a job for someone else, and I was helping with that. And not only was he having issues with that, but also just the people he was working for were already undercutting him on pay, and they basically were replacing him with a big corporation. So the job was disappearing through no fault of even his. It wasn't even his fault. But I'm working a third shift job, working overtime. I'm exhausted. My world's falling apart. My family's gone. My wife is in a fucking roach motel having unprotected sex with another man in front of my son. Day 4, she calls me saying, "Oh, he's constipated. Can you bring some medicine?" You are 100 plus miles away in a roach motel. What about the man you're leaving me for? Can he not get medicine? You said you'd always be there for our son. You took him away from me. You were 100 plus miles away. Well, you said you'd always love me and be supporting to me. You were literally probably bouncing on the dude's dick 5 minutes before calling me, asking that you need more diapers, food, and medicine and constipation stuff for our son. If I come down there, I'm taking him back with me. And initially, she wants to argue against that. But eventually, she relents and says, "Fine, you come down here and stuff, I'll let you take him home." Okay. I go to a pharmacy store around here, buy all the stuff I need to get, drive 100 plus fucking miles down there. Take him outside for a little bit, get some fresh air. Because he has not seen daylight for the past 4 days. Give him medicine, change his diaper, and then of course, I have to argue with her about I want to take him home, and she's like, "No, I'm not gonna let you do it." I'm like, "But you said you'd agree to that," and she's like, "Well, I lied to you. You should know better than to believe me by now." I'm like, "Okay." But just given the situation what it is, nothing I can do. I mean, aside from murder everyone. That literally would be my only other option. And if I go to the police or anything, they'll actually side with her. At which point, it removes me from the equation in any way to protect my child. Same thing with him being with her parents after the divorce. There's no way I could have fought that custody thing and won at all. I understood that even then, even though I was as blue pill as possible back then. Let's be clear. I understood there's no way I can do anything about this that doesn't result in him dying. And even with the shared custody, one way is, she's going to disappear with him. He is going to die, and he's going to be buried in some random field, and I'll never even know what state he's buried in. Yes, her parents are far from ideal. But at the very least, they'll take care of him, and they won't let him die. So, and they'll at least be better to him in terms of contact with me and him, because I'll say this, they at least when I was involved and were able to see what's going on, they were at least taking good care of him. They took care of him as if he was their own son. They love him. Okay? So he's at least loved, he's safe, he's well taken care of, he's happy, he's healthy. That was my priority. I wanted to protect my son. I wanted to keep him safe. I wanted to make sure that he would not be put in a situation where he was alone with his mother, especially when he's younger. At least now he's a little bit older, so that even if he were to be around his mom now, he's at least old enough to know that something's happening and he can at least talk to somebody. Whereas in the past, let's be clear, if I had made any decision differently, he'd be dead. And even then, the whole situation of it was horrible all the way around. Anyway, on day 4 of that week of them being in that Roach Motel, I can't take him home. So I go home 100 plus miles, go to sleep, wake up, go to work my shift, get off work, and then I get a call saying that I can come back and pick him up and take him. I'm exhausted. But okay. No matter how exhausted I am, I want to do everything I can for my son. And you're allowing me to take my son. So, I drive down there. I pick up my son. He comes with me. I have to leave him with my mom and my dad for a little while because, I have to go to work. And there's no one at my house anymore to watch my child because my wife is, getting cream pied with unprotected sex by a guy 100 plus miles away in a Roach Motel, who, by the way, she is also already cheating on with other men as well. Anyway, and I also try talking to some police officers at that time. I go to a courthouse for a little bit while I have a little bit of time, and I talk to some police officers, though I'm very careful about what I say. And basically, I explain some of the situation, and they explain that, there's nothing I can do. The police officers make it very clear that given the situation, way marriage works, is that basically there's nothing I can do. I just had to bide my time in terms of the divorce and just survive what has become effectively hell. And then, after the divorce, maybe I might be able to push for better situations so that I could, but again, to get better custody of him at that point, not only would be almost impossible to achieve with the way law's set up and family court and everything, but then there's just the fact that in order for the situation to really say that she should lose custody of him has to be so bad that he's going to be mistreated even worse, which means no matter what, it's involving my child being forced into a situation like that, which is like, what the fuck? By the way, a couple days later, she's back from the Roach Motel. Turns out one of the biggest reasons why they wanted me to pick up my son then was this. The neighbors in a Roach Motel. Keep in mind, a Roach Motel is a place where people do not get involved. They keep to themselves. They're usually there for illicit reasons themselves. There is basically, they're up to no good and they expect the same of everyone else. Everyone's either that or a druggie or some just weary traveler who just is traveling a really far distance and this is the only place they could find to sleep. That if they could be anywhere else, they would be. They just want to do their own shit and be left alone and go away. You do not complain about your neighbors unless there is something major going on, unless it is a huge situation. The reason why they had me come get my son was because the neighbors in that Roach Motel were complaining to management about some weird noises that were coming from and keep in mind, I didn't know about this till my wife had explained it to me much after the fact, which I don't know if, again, this may sound a bit odd, but while I was able to remain calm on the outside, on the inside, the amount of rage I felt, I'm pretty sure I'm surprised I didn't have a heart attack. Anyway, she explained that the neighbors of that Roach Motel were complaining to management, saying that they were hearing weird noises, that they think that their neighbors, my wife and the man that she is fucking, they think they have a dog, and they think they're abusing the dog. They think that there's animal abuse occurring. They think, so the sounds that they're hearing, that's my son. They think my son is a dog. And they think that he is a dog that is being abused. Anyway, around some period of time before the divorce is official, when she leaves her third time to go stay at some random shit apartment with this man who's married to his pregnant wife, and there are multiple other children who live in squalor, because the man she's leaving for isn't quite ready yet, because he's trying to find them like a trailer or some shit so he can move out of his dad and stepmom's place because they don't approve of the relationship. So he's trying to be able to find like a trailer or something for them to live in. And here's the other thing. I know I'm ugly. But the guy she left me for was even uglier than me. And even fatter than me. Even fatter than I am now. Heck, even the guys that she cheated on him with were also even uglier than him. But there is a good thing about that. It's the rule of X. That is, there was no winning. There was no winning. Basically, there was nothing I could possibly have done to fix my marriage. And let's be clear. If she was willing to leave me for that guy, she would have left me for anyone. It wasn't like this guy's better than me in any way. He was worse than me in every conceivable way. At the end of the day is this. He was willing to... She was willing to be for anybody. Anyone. Heck, after I was officially divorced, I wanted to find out not only about the other people that she apparently cheated on him with, and the fact that she had committed adultery on me way back, the year before we were officially divorced, when I had to be, the meningitis and the encephalitis, and that was her fault. So, and also that, that drop in testosterone that I had was also her fault, because it was because of that I had less health in terms of testosterone and health. So that was also her fault. But also, apparently there was so many people once I was officially divorced sending me messages telling me, basically a month or so after I was officially divorced. This is, after, 3 weeks after we were officially divorced, my ex-wife tried to beg and grovel and ask me to remarry her. And keep in mind, our son is already into her parents' custody. So at that point, she's basically throwing him away just so she can live with me again. And I'm like, no, just go away. Please stop. Don't talk to me anymore. Just don't go. Just don't go anywhere near me anymore, ever again. And that's another good thing about, at least with my son being with there instead of her. At least he's away from her. My wife doesn't have power and control over my son anymore. And if I want to have interaction with my child, I don't have to deal with her. I will say this. If somehow her parents die and the government decides to give her my son, I'll fight the government and the law on that, and I'll try to sue for that. But at the end of the day, if I have to deal with my ex-wife in terms of asking her permission for shit or having to be around her to be around my son, no, I don't. I'm not putting myself through that. Yes, I love my son, but I am not going to subject myself to being around her in order to be around him. I will not force myself to ever be around anyone like that ever again. Like I said, I'm not putting up with that shit anymore. I know that may seem a bit jaded to everyone. I know that may seem to everyone like, oh, I'm being very impatient and I'm being very angry and stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't care if you guys disagree with me on that. It's just, I'm not, even if it's like, okay, you get to see your son and spend time with your son, but you have to spend time with your ex-wife again, I'm not doing it. I refuse. If that was the trade that's given to me, saying, hey, you can spend time with your son, but you have to spend time with your ex-wife again, I'm not doing it. I will not, even for that. I will not subject myself to being around her if I can help it in any way. I understand there might come a situation where I have to be around her in some sort of public scenario, like if he's graduating from high school or something in the future, or if there's something where I have to be brought in from a court thing because she does something horrible and I'm like a fucking witness or something. But I'll tell you this, even that will be emotionally painful to me, and I would literally only be doing it because there would be no fucking choice. And here's the thing, I understand. I've mentioned it before in the Sean Connery video. The circumstances for me and her getting together were a bit odd. Simply put, she fucking love-bombed me quite a bit. Especially when she mentioned that she wanted to get together and be married. Because here's the thing. I had basically, like before I even met my ex-wife, I had basically given up all hope that I'd ever have a family or a child. Because I remember ever since even I was a young child, I wanted a family. I wanted a wife. I wanted children. I wanted to be a good father and a good husband. I wanted to be everything to my child that I wanted in a father. And for the most part, I did everything I could, aside from maybe not violently reacting to how people treat him. But then again, that wouldn't have helped him. Let's say, even if I reacted violently to how my wife was about stuff, that wouldn't have helped him. He would have wound up in the foster care system. Either I'd be dead or I'd be in prison for life. Either way, I put my son into a dangerous situation. Plus, I kept trying to manage collateral damage. And even then, part of it was pretty much Stockholm Syndrome at that point. And even then, even when shit was happening, even when I got the scar on my arm, I'm like, I'm blaming myself. I'm like, there's something wrong with me. Maybe I can do something better. Maybe I can fix this still. I was, legitimately, up until the point that there was open adultery, I was trying to fix my marriage. I was trying to fix it. I was at least if we get divorced in the future, I can at least, not get her pregnant anymore, and we can have, my son at least be old enough to understand what's going on, so that, I can at least, if there's a situation where, I'm not able to be in the home, he's at least old enough to be able to talk in terms of explaining what's happening. He'd at least understand more. He wouldn't be a child. So things would be... So at that point, I'm looking at I'm trying to fix things. Maybe I can make my wife better. Maybe she can return to the person I thought she was when I married her. Because I'll tell you this, when I married her, I thought she was going to be a good wife. I thought she was going to be a good mother. I trusted her. I remember when I married her, I thought she was someone I could feel safe around. Now she's a fucking creepypasta monster. Now she's a fucking SCP. She is literally an eldritch horror. Now, granted, I look like an eldritch horror, but at least I'm not one on the inside. Jesus. No, aside from that, at least last times I've seen pictures of her, apparently aging is not doing well for her. She has gotten horribly ugly looking. I mean, she at least looked pretty the day I married her. And granted, by the time we divorced, she had gained 100 fucking pounds of fat and got really obese, but... I was still fucking that, I'm just saying. However, again, I didn't want to have sex with her anymore once she was, absolutely psychotic out in the open. But as far as me and her meeting each other, let's be clear. I wanted desperately to have a wife, to have a family. I wanted to have that kind of the sitcom picturesque family stuff. I was thinking Family Matters and Full House and shit like that. I was wanting to be a good father. And here's the thing, I tried that my best ability when I did have a child. I was reading him stories every day. I was changing his diaper, taking it apart. Even after I got divorced and he was coming over on the weekends, I was trying to do everything I could to be a loving, supporting father. Like, hey, I love you. I'm proud of you. I care about you. And it's like, yes, I want to protect you from everything, but at the end of the day, I can't really protect you in a situation where it's your own mother that's the monster. Because one, if I do anything at that point, the police aren't going to take my side in that situation. At which point, not only do I go to prison at that point, but now the person I was trying to protect my child from now has full, unrestrained power over my child. Which means at that point, that means if I go to the police for help at that point, while the police are putting my hands behind my back and handcuffing me at that point to take me off to fucking prison, to lock me up in a dungeon with murderers, rapists, and gangbangers and drug dealers, I then have to look out. I'd have to look out the fucking window of the police car as if there's a fucking guillotine behind my son, as if my son is being forced to walk to the noose. He's being forced to walk to the gallows, because that's what would have happened. Yes, the whole situation in regards to my wife, let's be clear. It was a mix of emotions, because on the one hand, even with the way she was, I didn't want to hurt her in any way. I don't like the idea of hurting. I may watch horror movies and shit, but I don't like the idea of hurting people, let alone someone that I swore an oath to God to love and to cherish and protect. This is the person I cared about. This is the person I thought valued me. And this person has betrayed me, and it hurts. But here's the thing, I still don't want to hurt this person. But at the same time, I also don't want to be around them. They disgust me. They scare me. I'm terrified of this person. I'm physically stronger than this person, but I am so scared and disgusted and feel so unsafe, and I just feel uncomfortable. And of course, I naturally kind of have low self-esteem. But of course, the whole time I'm kind of like just arguing things like, well, maybe she's just stressed about this. Maybe I can fix things. Maybe it's my fault. Like there's something else going on. Maybe it's just I'm not making enough money. I can do better in terms of making some money for rent, and I know the economy's having issues, but maybe I can make things better. I can just I could do a little more. Maybe I can do something better. And I just kept then again, I'm so used to being verbally abused my whole life. At that point, let's be clear. Like in real life, I go out there and I see other people and they struggle with something. I'm as kind and as compassionate to them as possible. And I try to give them every benefit of the doubt to hey, you can do better at that, man. It'll be okay. Just keep trying. Hey, you're not going to do better at that first time, man. Just keep trying. Keep working at it. You'll be better. You'll be better. Just don't worry about it. As far as me, though, if I fuck up at anything, even if I'm completely alone, I am so fucking brutal to myself. There's times where I will literally scream out loud to myself to tell myself to kill myself. I'm not suicidal. I won't do that. But let's be clear. If you tell someone something enough over and over again, it has a bit of a negative effect. I mean, it has some sort of it imprints. Let's go with that. So if you go up to someone all the time and you tell them good things, well, then that'll be a mental thought that'll come to their heads whenever they're struggling with something. But if you tell someone every single day over and over how worthless, ugly, and disgusting they are and how much they should just kill themselves and that everyone in the world hates you and wants you to die over and over and over again, if you're then in a situation where you are stressed or frustrated or feel discouraged, the first inner voice you're going to hear in your mind is going to be a repetition of all those horrible things that were said to you. There are times, and it's definitely very embarrassing. I feel very embarrassed by it, and I assume it's uncomfortable for another person. But there's times I've been in public, and I make a mistake on something. Like there was one time at a store, at a grocery, I was trying to get a jar of pickles and I guess I must have been tired or something. I went to go get it, and it slipped out of my hands, and it landed on the ground, and it broke. I then called myself a fucking retard and yelled at myself, saying that I should just fucking die and that God wants me to kill myself. Obviously, the other people in the grocery store felt... I don't know what emotion they felt. But they were all very wide-eyed. They were all... And I'm glad it's... none of those people are people that knew me personally. But let's just go with No one said a fucking thing. I just left my cart and all the other groceries I was going to buy. I just walked out and left. I'm like, I'm not staying here for this. I just left. I just see everyone's just there. A couple people have their fucking mouth open. Their eyes are so fucking wide. And I felt so fucking uncomfortable. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, sorry. And then I leave. Like, I back away. Like, I take a couple steps back. I lift my hands up like, you know, the little palms thing. Like, you know, like the stop motion, but I have my hands like pressed to me. Like, my hands are like so close to me. Like, my elbows are bent. So, like, the backs of my hands are close to like touching, you know, my shoulders. You know, I can't physically move my hands that far back. Like, it's... I can't even touch my nose like that. I have to turn my hand. That's because your tits are so... Fuck you. I mean, you are fat. And despite that, I'm still going to get that fucking arch sandwich from McDonald's later to let you know it's any good. Fuck. I'm just saying this. Their eyes were so fucking wide. And it felt really embarrassing for me. Like, obviously I'm not going to kill myself. But that is an explanation or an example of just, I don't know, my self-esteem, my initial go-to response if something is going wrong in terms of internally blaming myself and attacking myself. Like, emotionally, like, there's times where, like, it's a struggle not to just completely verbally tear myself down inside my own head. Like, that is a struggle. So, yeah, in that situation, like, it was just, I dropped the jar, I said that, and then I remembered other people exist, and then I look around, and everyone's so surprised, and not one's really talking, and their eyes are just super, super wide. I raise my hands, like, basically, you know, the freeze thing, like, oh, stop, but I have my hands, like, pressed, like, as close to my own body as possible, so, like where my hand is right now, it's, like, if I move my hand over, my thumb is, like, directly, like, where I could touch my lip, but basically, I have both my hands up, basically, like there's an energy barrier coming off of Perfect Cell, and I'm, like, pushing the energy wave back to protect myself from the expanding wave of energy. Basically, nothing aggressive at all. Basically, just, like, you know, have my hands up, palms open, you know, and I'm like, it's like, and I'm like, sorry, take a couple steps back, turn around, and just walk quickly out the grocery store, just abandoning my grocery cart. I'm like, and on one hand, don't be wrong, I feel bad about leaving the broken glass jar of pickles on the ground. Someone had to clean that up. Someone had to put my cart of groceries back and reorganize shit. But I didn't want to stay there in that situation, okay? That was really... I don't know what would have been a better reaction in that situation after it's obviously, you know, not having the mental breakdown in regards of you dropped a jar of pickles, so now, you know, you berate yourself for being worthless and then tell yourself to kill yourself. And also that God wants you to kill yourself. Again, God does not want me to kill myself. It's more so just some sort of negative reaction I've had to people saying things to me that were not very nice. And me, well, being somewhat on an emotional level hurt by that in a way that leaves a lasting scar. But thankfully, most of my scars are emotional, so you can't see them. And obviously there's people that have been through far worse than me, but they're all dead. Okay? Most of the people that the worst are much more dead, or at least I function in society. I'm kind to people. I've never hurt anybody. Even though at this point there's probably people telling me that there's situations where I probably should. But again, it wouldn't have helped my child. Like if I had, in any of the situations where shit was going on, yes, awful, horrible. But it doesn't help him. Because in that situation, I'd just be watching him go to the gallows. Because at that point, it would be if I do not kill my wife. And keep in mind, I know you guys call me a pussy or a worthless piece of shit. Like, oh, I'm too much of a coward. But I wasn't willing to hit my wife, okay? I just was not. I understand the circumstances. I understand that a lot of people would disagree with me on it, but I just couldn't bring myself to beat my wife, okay? I couldn't do it. I could not bring myself to raise my hand and strike my wife. I couldn't do it. And in a situation, if I chose to be physically violent toward her in terms of protecting my child, let's be clear. If there's a situation where she is not dead, the child will be left in her care. At which point, that means when the police take me away, I am being forced to watch through a glass window of a police car my son being marched to the gallows. I'd then have to watch my 3-year-old son be executed. Because that's what that is. Because one, in general, society would not take my side on that stuff. No one was going to help me. And there's no way I could have ever won that legal battle in any way. If I had tried to sue her or fight her on any stuff legally, I would have never won. And again, and at least now, yes, I'm alienated from my son. But he's older. He's old enough to where he has a sense of ability to actually talk to people and do things on his own. Heck, here soon, he'll actually be hitting puberty and actually be able to make choices. One, he'll be taller and stronger and able to defend himself on things. But two is this. He'll be able to make the decision to be aware that, hey, if he decides he doesn't want to live with the people that he's with, he can tell them that he wants to come with me. And granted, at the time being, I'm being told, even on that face chat thing, that he doesn't want to see or talk to me. Which that hurts my feelings. That makes me super sad. I remember him telling me that on that phone call. That my son telling me he doesn't want to see or talk to me or come over to see me. And he doesn't want me to even talk to him. Part of me was like, is he being forced to say this? Is he like got a gun to his head? Like what's happening? But of course, no matter what, let's be clear. It fucking hurt. Even when it got reiterated later. On the last time I ever fucking spoke to him. He's like, oh, he's just talking to me because he's being forced to. He's like, oh, they're making me talk to you. Because it's your birthday. But that was like 1.5 years ago at this point. But I just let it drop and I didn't really argue on it. But like, it's just like the first time he said that to me, I'm like, on that one phone call about half a year before that, was just like, we're a little longer, I don't know. It's just, my reaction was, heck, I made a community post on it saying that I would have been less sad if there was a nuclear Armageddon than that. If I turn on the news and Asmongold's telling me how 2 billion died, 2 billion people are dead in fucking nuclear fire. Like everyone in China is now a zombie. Okay? Australia, the kangaroos have literally punched everyone to death. Okay? Attack on Titan has become reality in Brazil, and here's footage of people being eaten by titans. Demons have burst out of the Vatican and are stabbing people to death with crucifixes. Okay, we're getting a little ridiculous. Main point is this. If I saw Asmongold come on and say that 2 billion people were dead from a nuclear Armageddon, and the rest of us might have some higher grocery bills because the farmlands are a little bit damaged, I would be less sad than how I felt when my son said that to me. And again, what was my response to my son? I love you. I don't understand, and I want to see and talk to you. And I always will. And it's just, I don't understand it. And here's the thing, same way like when my son's older. If he needs a place to live, I will take him in. However, I will say this. While I will take in my mom and my son, if either of them do things, like, here's the thing. Like, if I take in my son, and then one day he, like, sacrifices a goat, and I come home, and there's, like, a satanic pentagram made with goat blood on the wall next to the corpse of a goat, I will kick him out. Like, same way with my mom. Like, if I take my mom in and I come home one day from work and she has literally sacrificed a goat and it's made satanic symbols on the wall, again, that's unlikely to occur, but I'm just saying there has to be a line somewhere, right? And obviously, I have, through multiple experiences, learned to become fucking paranoid as a self-defense survival trait. Then again, I remember one point, like, you have to keep in mind, there's 9 deadly sins. There's pride, lust, greed, envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, vanity, melancholy. Though at one point when I was like 11 years old or some shit, I think I wrote a list of 200 deadly sins. Though I classify the sins more as like this. Each sin can be classified as 3 things. First is sin, or the sin is a Greek word, error. Which point it doesn't really mean the connotation of evil. It means the connotation of it's some sort of imperfection, a thing that is harmful to yourself, a thing that is a mistake. It's not necessarily evil. It's more so you failed to hit the mark. Though it could also be taken as sin. It could be a disobedience to God. Sin could be malevolence and evil and ill will and harm or sadistic nature or something. So there's multiple different ways to take it. But that's one way you could look at any of the traits known as sins. However, another way to look at things like pride or lust or greed would be a human survival trait. That's something that humanity, both on an individual and a collective and a civilizational level, require in order to not go extinct. It's required not only for survival, but for a society to thrive. But then there's also another way to look at it. Human characteristics that are part of what makes a human being human. Things that even if you're in a perfect utopia and there's no danger, no need for survival, that if you're in heaven or something. These are traits like, you say melancholy is a sin, but what? You say no one's allowed to cry ever again? You're not allowed to have emotions? Same way, anger. Like what? If you go to heaven, you suddenly express anger, you're going to be kicked out of heaven? That's another thing people take for granted that. Like, not only these things are not inherently bad. They're simply drives. They're simply drives part of the human mind. So, they're not bad. And in fact, it would be bad not to have them. At that point, you're basically lobotomizing a person if you take that away from them, which I consider that worse than murder. But the other thing is this. A lot of people take for granted what the thing is heaven is this. Okay, if there was war in heaven at one point in the past, why couldn't there be war again? And if for war to exist, that means there has to be violence and combat and pain and death, which means it's possible for all of that to exist. And not only does that mean that's something that you have to expect as an inevitability, but also it means that if you ever were to wipe that shit out entirely, then you are just completely destroying free will. Then you're like, well, what's the purpose of Earth, of God creating us? And that point is this, RNG. One, not only is God taking a step back, I mean, the book of Proverbs talk about like rain falls on both the just and the unjust alike. When it comes right down to it, there's a lot of things that happen in this world that's literally just a random number generator. God is taking a step back, and he's letting things either happen through the will of human beings, of society, or just random luck of statistical probability that has a chance to occur. Now, granted, there are a lot of things that God does involve himself in. But when it comes right down to it is this. Think of it like AI. Humans want to make an AI. But if you want the AI to properly learn and develop, you have to allow some chaotic elements and you have to let it do its thing on its own, which can lead to both absolutely horrible things and good things. But it's the only way you'd actually get something truly sentient. Same way with us, with humans. God doesn't want robots. He doesn't want puppets. He doesn't want unthinking machines or dolls. He wants actually living sentient beings. And same way, like, you have to get an understanding of things, because you take a group of people and give them everything. Like, I mean, look at the way the boomer generation talks to everybody. Now extrapolate that to an entire civilization. Or take Elden Ring or something. I've been playing a bit of that. I am struggling. It is hard. But I'll tell you this. If it were possible on the PlayStation, I would have cheat codes. I would also have mods that would give my character giant titties. And probably also Futa. She'd have a giant dick. But I'm just saying this. The jiggle physics. She'd have giant tits. I'd have so many hentai characters all over everywhere. We would literally have so many, like I mentioned before, like Shadow of War. Imagine if you had like all AI stuff. Like, heck, imagine a version of Shadow of War, but it's like cute anime girls. So instead of assassinating them, you're just showing up behind them and handing them manga. Or instead of shooting arrows at people, you're like throwing stuffed animals at them. Or instead of like executing someone, you're giving them head pats. I'm thinking like Senran Kagura type stuff. Think about the Senran Kagura, but like Shadow of War. You have like Japanese cities and Japanese cherry blossoms and shit like that. That's cool. I'm looking forward to .hack 0. But it's just... If I could cheat at Elden Ring, I would, okay? Granted, I'd be more interested in having all sorts of crazy, customized, procedurally generated levels, random bullshit, all sorts of crazy mods, like Thomas the Train Engine never seen such bullshit before. You know? I'd be like My Little Pony in the middle of fucking Elden Ring, you know? And now they're bipedal and Futa. It's Rainbow Dash with giant fucking tits, bipedal humanoid with a foot-long dick. Yes. Now, that being said, the point I'm saying with this, Elden Ring, good game. It's really hard, though. If I could cheat at it, though, I would. If there were cheat codes that you could use in Elden Ring, I would use them. And I would have fun with it, and it'd be so much enjoyable. But I would never get good at the game. I would be so dependent on those cheat codes that I would never actually get good at anything. And I would never be good at the game. I would have fun. It'd be enjoyable. I would have a blast doing it. But I would never be good at the game. I would never actually be good at the game. And I'll say this. Another thing people say, well, this person's so righteous and all that. Is a God going to protect you? Here's the thing. God didn't help the fucking Jews when they got fucking holocausted, okay? Most of those people were far better people than I am. I will say this. Would I want God or anyone to help me if I was in a situation of danger? Yes. Like, let's be clear. If I was in a public place and something was trying to kill me, like a T-Rex... If Satan himself shows up and fucking saves me, thumbs up, thank you, man. I don't care who. You know, if I'm in a dangerous situation and there's like Terminators show up and all of a sudden like anime characters and Nekos and Stolfo show up and save me from Skynet, I'm cool with that. Okay, I'm trying really hard not to make hentai jokes, but the main point is this. Like... If I am in a situation and there's like a wild pack of velociraptors trying to maul me, and all of a sudden Steven Seagal shows up to save my life, I'm not going to say no thank you. I'll be like, oh cool, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know, I'm just going to be grateful for it. I'm not going to ask how and why Steven Seagal is there at that time. I'm just going to say thank you for fighting the velociraptors, sir. Thank you. But main point is this. I have no expectation that God would fucking save me in a situation if I was endangered. I mean, here's the thing. The fucking disciples, after Jesus was crucified... all got fucking martyred. It's not like Jesus came back down with a flock of Tyranids from Warhammer 40k. to save them. It's not like when Jesus walked around and the Romans were saying, oh, these Jews have an issue with you, these Pharisees and Sadducees. They say that you are a troublemaker, Jesus. And Jesus, I do have to say, there are some good things about you. I hear that you help people. And I hear that when they said the thing about what you should give to God or Caesar, you said, give unto Caesar what was Caesar's. You obviously have respect for Caesar. And I value that in our society, for Caesar must be praised. And that is good of you, Jesus. And in general, you don't do bad things. You are a very comely man. You are very inspiring. You're good with your words. In fact, there are many things about you that are wonderful. However, that is the fish. You see me eating this fish? That is the fish. But there are bones in the fish, and I don't want to choke on the bones, and I don't like the bones. So I'd rather eat beef. You are the fish, Jesus. The fish, the meat of the fish is good. But the bones give me problems. And one of these bones is these Pharisees and Sadducees, and issues about people wanting you to lead a violent rebellion. For there are many that think you will do such a thing, even though you have repeatedly rebuked that you will do such a thing. But it does not change the fact that people are disquieted over you, Jesus. I mean, it's one thing for Jesus to say, well, then you'll simply be disquieted. I will do my will, you will do yours. But imagine if Jesus was like, I hear you have trouble with the Gauls. For my Father art in heaven, and God is good, and God is Lord of all things. But God would want Caesar and you to acknowledge him. But God realizes that is asking a lot of faith of you, Mr. Random Roman officer, constable, whatever, governor, man. I don't know who Jesus is talking to in this situation. But for some reason, I'm imagining him eating a plate of fish and comparing Jesus to eating fish. I don't know why. This has become an analogy. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Like I said before, I'm not a preacher. I'm not a saint. But I will say this. I am a fucking man who's an otaku, likes anime. I believe in God. I believe in the God of Abraham. After all, God has only ever asked three things of us: to love the Lord your God, to love justice, and to love mercy. Though it can be added as a caveat that mercy to the cruel is cruelty to the innocent. But we are getting distracted. Main point is this. I am no preacher, but I am a man who seems to bounce between manic, explosive rants and laying down with severe depression in a state of a canatotic coma. I walk on bike trails and play video games. I believe in the God of Abraham, and the God of Moses, and the God of Noah, and the God of David, and the God of Daniel, and Isaiah, and Jeremiah. I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus is both the Son of God and God himself, and the Word wrapped in flesh. I believe in honoring the Holy Ghost. And I believe the Holy Ghost is good, but I do believe that the pastor of the church that I went to as a child, despite speaking in tongues like almost nonstop, does not have the Holy Ghost, and that he is a bad person, and he has no connection to God whatsoever, and that even my dad, who is a deacon, who reads the Bible all the time, is a fucking insufferable piece of asshole, and that he has no connection to God, and he is a bad person, and he is a bad American, he's a bad person, and he is just generally terrible, and he's dumb, and he's immoral, and I'm being very angry toward him. I don't want to be disrespectful to him, but at the same time, I am just very agitated to the point that, here's the thing, I love my mom, but I am feeling so agitated with him at times that I am getting to the point that I might just tell him off in front of the whole family and literally say I'm cutting everyone off and have nothing to do with anyone. Even my mom in that situation, which that would make me extraordinarily sad, and I don't want to do that because I love my mom. I care about my mom very, very much. And I realize a lot of negative things that are occurring with my mom are simply just reactions of him and other people in that church negatively affecting her. Don't get me wrong. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. And I strongly support God and Christ. I believe in Jehovah. I believe in Yahweh. I believe in Jehovah. I believe in Yeshua. Okay? And I understand many Orthodox Jews would have a major issue with me saying those things because those certain words are not supposed to be said. Technically, not all of those meant the same thing. However, I wanted to be absolutely clear with one simple thing, and I felt that nothing short of what I just said, even though you're not supposed to say, the name of God, I wanted to make it absolutely clear beyond any shadow of a doubt is this. I believe in God. I believe in the Lord of hosts. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the goodness of Jesus Christ, and that Christ lived without sin, and that he was the Word wrapped in flesh, and that at the beginning of Genesis, when, the very first thing, when it comes to the Word bringing the light and the matter, everything into the universe, that Jesus was there, and that literally interchangeably anything that is said in the Bible is interchangeable. What do I mean by the interchangeable? I mean this. If Jesus is God, then, if Jesus is the Father and the Father is Jesus, and Jesus is from the Father, but rather the Word wrapped in flesh, then it means this. Anything in the Bible where it says Jesus says anything, that is the same thing as it being stated directly by the Lord of hosts, as if he had been speaking, as if I am, I will be whatever I will be, was speaking directly to Moses and was saying verbatim, word for word, what Jesus said. It means anything that Jesus says in the Bible, God also said. And it means anything in all of the Old Testament that God himself said about anything, it means Jesus also said that. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus as the Son of God and God wrapped in the flesh. I believe in the goodness and righteousness of the Lord. And I believe that God is all powerful and all knowing. Though, I'll say this. God may be all knowing. I don't feel like God likes me. I don't think he cares about me. At that point, if an angel shows up, grandly, the first thing an angel needs to say to me, regardless of what form they take, is don't be afraid. And also, because I'd probably be pissing myself. Honestly, if something supernatural appears in front of me, even if they're trying not to scare me, I'm going to defecate myself. Okay? I'm going to be terrified. I'm probably going to fall to the ground and think that I'm going to die. No matter what form they take. Though honestly, hopefully, God, they take a form that is the least scary thing they can do. Okay? I'm just saying, just try not to be like something scary. But even then, it's going to be a very unusual circumstance. I'm going to be scared. Let's be clear. Even if an angel takes a non-scary appearance, I'm still going to be scared. But at least it'll be a benefit. You know why? Because if the angel takes a non-scary appearance, yes, I'm going to be shitting and pissing myself and collapsed on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, having a hyperventilation attack. Yes, but you know what I won't be doing? Dead. I mean, I might still do that. I might still die of a heart attack. But that being said, it's an angel. They can just resurrect me or something, okay? Or have a defibrillator. Or stab me with an adrenaline needle. I don't know why angels can just spawn those, but apparently they can. I'm just saying this. If it's something scary, then I'll probably just die. At least if it's not scary, I'll still have a panic attack. But they'll at least, I'll be conscious and aware, and they can at least talk to me. And I'm sure angels are competent enough to assuage my fears. I am sure that angels are charismatic and intelligent enough to calm me down from a panic attack where I'm fucking terrified of something supernatural. I'm trusting in their abilities to soothe my fucking mental breakdown at witnessing something beyond the mortal coil. Okay? Just saying, I'm trusting in that. I'm trusting in their benevolence and their skill. And they're just, let's just say they're going to pass their diplomacy check in Dungeons and Dragons, okay? Just saying. But basically it's this. I'm not a preacher, but I like fucking talking about things. And I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of trying to teach other people something. But let's be clear about something. I do not feel qualified for that in any way, shape, or form, nor do I want to tell other people how to live their lives. Now, sometimes I'll discuss certain things I have thoughts on, and I'll outline what I think are the, lines you should draw in the sand of different things. The point is then that leads into a conversation. I am not someone's fucking master, okay? I am not the governor of a land, okay? I do not like telling people what to do. I do not like being a leader. There are several times in life where there were situations that occurred where I was thrust into a leadership position. And I'll say this, it feels so uncomfortable. And the main criticism people gave me when it came to any time I tried to be a leader of something is that I tried to do everything myself. Like, there are certain things you're supposed to delegate, and it's just like I would try to do things myself. Like, I don't like asking other people for help. I don't like trying to ask other people to do things. I just see things to do, and I just start trying to do them, though I get distracted easily, and I sometimes procrastinate and do other things too. So, again, might be other issues. Again, I don't know if that's an autism thing. I don't know. But anyway, I suppose main point is this. I'm not a preacher. I'm not any sort of authority of anything. There's nothing special about me. And let's be clear, if I suddenly had fucking power, it'd probably be better I don't use it, because I don't know if there's any way I could use it that would actually make things better for other people. Because the end of the day is this. I want to do good things by other people, but at the end of the day, let's be clear, I'm selfish. What do I want in life? I want a comfortable life that's safe and enjoyable to me, and either a cute twink boyfriend or a tall, sexy futa waifu who is a loving, caring partner for me. Like, I think that would be great. Just like, okay, I have someone I think is attractive and they're really nice to me, and we can go to like a theme park or something and just enjoy hanging out together, and then have lots of sex. Maybe go to a bike trail, play some video games, watch some anime. I like to read things compulsively, but here's the thing. I read the Bible just because I want to read it. And I'll say this, I don't read the Bible because of my dad. I read it because I want to. I wanted to do that. I wanted to read the stuff even before he made it publicly known that he was wanting to go back to church. And I was the one who even mentioned the church stuff to him. Even though he was already thinking about doing it, he just wanted to hold off and push it off as long as he could. And still, I'm glad he quit drinking. And I want him to go to heaven and stuff when the time comes. And I don't want God to punish him. I don't want him to go to fucking hell. I just don't really want to see or talk to him. Now, Mom, I want her to go to Happy Afterlife too, but I want to actually still see and talk to her and interact with her. I love my mom. There's issues with her, but I'll say this, I wouldn't trade my mom for any other mom in the world. I love and I care about my mom very much, and I value the bond between me and my mother as uniquely special that can never be replaced by anything else in the world. But then the day is this. I'm no saint. I'm not perfect. And I'm definitely a bit weird and psychologically damaged at certain things. But I'll say this, in general, I'm not a bad person. I don't wish harm on anyone unless it's like in self-defense or in defense of others who are in danger. But when it comes to like reading the Bible, I just do it because I like to read everything. I like to just sit and read the Warhammer books. I like reading. I like thinking about things. I like having discussions about stuff. I enjoy it. It's just something I feel a strong desire to do. It's kind of like walking on the bike trail. Walking on the bike trail doesn't fucking accomplish anything. It doesn't do anything good, and a lot of people would just say, I'm wasting my time. There's a more productive use of my time than just walking on a fucking bike trail. But I like doing it. I like just going there and just going for a walk. Granted, I'm either just talking to myself while I'm there, kind of like I'm talking to myself now. The only difference is there's other people to hear this, or I just walk there quietly, just hear the sounds of the trees moving in the wind. And I like it. I like just, and I understand some traits of my personality seem a bit eccentric or just damaged, But I am who I am, and I don't like that. There's people that have issues with the... Like, there's people that have voice that just like, oh, there's... Like, just don't seem to like me. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's fine, but you don't have to interact with me. But then there's people that don't like me. They go out of their way to just, like, be overbearing toward me on shit. I mean, that's one thing that pissed me off the pastor back when I went to that church with my dad is this. The man wanted to become a televangelist because he's obsessed with vanity and greed. He just likes his power and his status, and he wants to be rich and powerful. I mean, looking back at the way he talks, it's like fucking Kenneth Copeland. And keep in mind, Kenneth Copeland talks in tongues too. And I'll say this, not everyone who talks in tongues is a faker. And I'm quite convinced that he wasn't a faker at start either, the pastor. But I feel like at some point along the line, the Holy Ghost left him. Even though he's a bishop and all that shit now, I'm pretty sure, at some point, and everyone basically considers him righteous and the anointed of God. But I'll tell you this. Then again, a good way to sum up a difference in political opinions. I am pro-Trump and I am pro-gay rights. And my dad and the pastor think Trump is the literal Antichrist, and they were upset that he didn't get shot when that assassination attempt happened. They actively want him to die and think he should be murdered. And they also think gay people are a sin and an abomination in the eyes of God and shouldn't be alive or be allowed to have jobs. So, it's a little bit of a contentious point there. But main point is this, I'm not a preacher. But I am somebody who certainly wouldn't find it disagreeable to, have conversations in front of people like this. The only issue is this. I am diametrically opposed to myself. And what I mean by that is this. It's kind of like anytime I try to sing something karaoke, there's no reliability in what kind of voice I can give. It's the same thing with if I was to have a public fucking speech with people. I am just as likely to go off on a fucking tangent like I am right now with someone as I am to not say a fucking word. In fact, out of both of these things, you know what's more likely than both this rant or me being quiet? Me having a hyperventilation panic attack. Like, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, when he was sitting out there talking to people, I'm pretty sure, like, if I tried to do the Charlie Kirk thing and sit there and have civil discussions with people and listen to other people's viewpoints, I wouldn't be rude to them. But I would probably start hyperventilating. I would probably. I don't know. But the main point I'm trying to say is this. I wouldn't have the self-esteem or confidence to do that. I would be too nervous. I'd be too anxious. I'd have a panic attack. I would be breathing weird. I would be nervous, and it would be unpleasant for me. But at the same regard, there's sometimes that I could be there and I just like have no interest, and I'm like, whatever, don't want to talk. And I have no energy. Then again, I work full time, so maybe that's part of the reason you're tired on things. I don't know. Other people have manual labor jobs too. And perhaps my health kind of sucks. I don't know. I'm fat. But more importantly is this. There's also just as likely that I could be in a situation like the Charlie Kirk thing where I'd be talking, but the problem is he can turn it on and off. Charlie Kirk could just stop. I can't. Once the switch is flipped, I do whatever it is that I'm doing right now. And it's just, I keep pushing and pushing with it, and it's just, there isn't a flip switch that goes back and forth. It's a giant lever, and when it goes in one direction, it gets stuck. And it goes the other direction, it gets stuck. It's just... And it's also just completely chaotic. It's like, okay, I can now turn this car on and turn it into a supercar, but I also can't control what fucking direction I go in. I mean, I'm not going to be overly rude to anyone or be violent, but I am going to struggle to have anything other than disorganized speech. Like I said, I know it's one thing, like, my mom had to type stuff out for me, but she had to, like, reorganize the way I wrote stuff, because the way I organized my paragraphs was so fucking, like, she had to literally ask me, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, because I would just the sentence structure would be all over the place. And granted, I can try to force myself to talk the way other people talk, but it fucking hurts. But here's the thing. I'm not a preacher, but I find talking and studying stuff fascinating. But sometimes I go from extreme energy to it to, okay, I'm burned out, I'm tired, I want to take a nap. Okay. And it's just, there's no reliability in terms of choosing when that switch flips. It's kind of like when it came to doing this video, initially it was just going to be, I'm going to briefly mention the thing with my son. I even brought in the Winnie the Pooh book. I'm going to read a little bit of the stuff I read in my son's room. And then we're going to hop in to The Tragedy X by Ellery Queen. And the chip, that Pink Floyd ship is jumping those fucking waves. Just saying. It's just, I'm not a preacher. I'm not a teacher. I don't want authority. And I don't feel like I am special or have any ability to tell other people that I know better than them. But I just get really into this shit. And I just want to. I just want to talk about things. I just want to read things. I just want to know things. It's like if I try to learn to read something, it's just because I want to know it. There's no practical application for it. There's no benefit for it. It's kind of like these videos. I don't make a cent from making any of these videos. I never will. I will never make a single cent from any video I ever make on YouTube. But I feel the absolute need to do it. And I greatly enjoy doing it. Even though what am I actually doing? Just talking to myself? There's no way anyone would actually enjoy listening to whatever this fucking rant is, let alone have the patience to sit and listen to however long I've been doing this for. 5:55. It's been about 6 hours. And I am not done yet. I am not ready to go get that McDonald's thing. But of course, I'm going to have to go soon, or else eventually restaurants will just close, or the second coming of Christ will happen. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't get the sandwich. Fuck. Jesus, can we go back? And you're like, oh, that's inappropriate to joke about Jesus like that. But I'm like, I'm pretty sure it would make him laugh. Like, I'm pretty sure if Jesus comes down and gets Gabriel Iglesias, I am pretty sure Gabriel Iglesias is going to try to make the Lord laugh. I'm pretty sure if Trump asks Louis Black to give a comedy show for the event where Trump welcomes aliens to Earth, I'm pretty sure Louis Black will say yes. And I'm pretty sure Trump will enjoy Louis Black's show. And anything Louis Black, even if Louis Black wants to talk shit to Trump about anything he wants to say, I'm pretty sure Trump will be like, that was hilarious, Louis, and give Louis a hug. Is Louis Black even still alive? He's not died of old age yet, has he? He might. I don't. How old is Louis Black? I don't know. I mean, I'm 39, and I remember watching Louis Black as a child. Then again, I also remember watching like Celebrity Deaf Comedy Jam. Those two different shows I mixed in. But I watched one of them was an MTV thing, and the other thing is like I remember like you guys remember Deaf Comedy Jam? What it was like? What was that thing? I remember there were people like Bernie Mac and Richard Pryor. You guys ever listen to Richard Pryor? He's a comedian. He's hilarious. I thought it was funny. Focus, Lunar. Right. The main thing is I'm not a preacher, but it's like, I just want to say this. I believe in God. I believe in the God of Abraham. I believe in the God of Adam. I believe in the God of Enoch, the God of Elijah, the God of Elisha, the God of Jonah. I believe in the God and the Jesus of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I believe in Jesus and in the Holy Ghost. I believe that Jesus is the Son of God, that he's without sin, he's perfect, he's the Word wrapped in flesh, and he is God himself. I believe the Holy Ghost is also God himself, and also Jesus himself. I believe that Jesus lived and chose a mortal human life, chose one of humility and courage, and of sacrifice. I believe Jesus died on the cross for our sins. Jesus is the Son of God and our Savior, and the Messiah of all who trust in him, both Jew and Gentile. The Messiah promised in Hebrew Scripture. I believe in the value of when Saul prophesied with the prophets. And I believe in the value of the writing of Solomon. I believe in the music of David. I believe in the guidance of Nathan. I believe that when Jesus died on the cross, he removed a large separation between man and God, to where you don't need, whether it be the high priests of the Jewish temple, or even organized religion of the Catholic Vatican, or the Orthodox, or even the most numerous denominations of Protestant faiths that are each having a bit of a power trip themselves, or the power trip of the Pharisees, the Sadducees, or even the Essenes and the Nazarenes. And in fact, there's many things that claim to be Christian that are not. Because I'll say this, there's certainly some major disagreements when it comes to what exactly is a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness. But at the end of the day, I guess the most important thing is those people also believe in Jesus. But I believe at that point there's some very, very important differences that have occurred with doctrine. You know, I understand it's not good to be an outright fundamentalist, but dogma does matter a bit here and there. I can't agree with the Catholics on that. However, when it comes to the Catholic churches, the most important thing that ever came to mind to me is the churches are beautiful. You ever see any of those cathedrals? Granted, I've been to Washington, D.C., and some of those cathedrals that are built those churches are so beautiful. I have never seen the giant churches in Germany and France like Notre Dame, but I've seen the pictures and videos of them. They are the most beautiful buildings. They are so incredible. Not just the intelligence and human ingenuity that it took to make them. That's a marvel that someone's smart enough to do that. Think about this. The Artemis 2 rocket. Someone was smart enough to build that shit. Or the fucking robots and AI shit that Elon Musk is making. Or the fact that the existence of automobiles or airplanes. Or just modern medicine. The fact that someone was able to figure this shit out. That's incredible. That's awesome. But above all, it's just fucking beautiful. It's like I can praise till kingdom come. You know, how genius it is to think of the scientific requirements in order to make everything that makes modern anime. I can marvel at how intelligent people it had to be and how much dedication and hard work and ingenuity it took to make an animation. But at the end of the day, I'm going to focus more on how beautiful the bouncing titties are and how much I like the jiggle physics and staring at that areola and just thinking how much I'd like to suck with and play with those nipples and motorboat that titty. You know, big boobs. Like, yes, I can marvel how intelligent it is to everything you have to do in order to make anime and to make an animation. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to marvel at the beauty of the boobies. Same thing with a church. It takes a lot of intelligence to build it, but those cathedrals are just so beautiful to look at. They're so awe-inspiring. But the thing is this. Jesus removed that veil from people and God to where your average person who believes in Christ can talk to God in the same manner that the high priest of the Jewish temple can, who could enter the Holy of Holies. Now, granted, don't be wrong, a priest in the Holy of Holies, well, could still run into problems. They did tie a rope around his waist for a reason. And at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure if he's out and about in Tokyo and sees Godzilla, he's going to probably get scared still. Point being is this. That caste system, that rank system is gone. It's almost like, imagine like all those courts, the different layers with the tents and the robes and poles. Imagine that there was you had all these different areas, okay, the higher up you were in status society, or you were men, or if you were Jewish, or if you were a certain caste, like merchant, or had a certain rank or a priest, you can get closer and closer. But there were certain layers, okay, if you're a Gentile, you can't go past a certain point. Imagine at this point, it's like Jesus came and got you from the outermost point and brought you all the way to the Holy of Holies next to that's what Jesus is doing. Another thing is this, that original sin with the whole thing of Adam. Now, granted, I've argued before that I kind of feel like there's some multiple things I disagree with in terms of everything that happened in terms of that, knowledge of good and evil tree. But that's not the point of this discussion. The point of the discussion is this. Jesus dying on the cross. Both those work, but both those mean the same thing. What the issue is this. God is like the Persian law. In Persian law, it is stated that whatever the king says is law and cannot be changed, even by the king himself. After all, God cannot be wrong, and then that dictates the physics of reality. So at the end of the day is this. In order for God to be wrong, it means existence not only is incoherent and can't work, but also it means it's unfair. So, in order to make sure everything is fair and just and exists, God cannot change his own word. His word is his word. It's immutable. Whatever is stated as law is law, and if he says something is to be, it will be. However, there can always be a loophole, even for God. And Jesus is that. For example, take Persian law. There was a point in which some people conspired against the Jews. I know, sounds very, very unbelievable. Nobody would ever do such a thing, right? But believe me, it's happened. There is a point in history where people conspired against the Jews. They actually wanted to purge and genocide all of the Jewish people. As hard as that is to believe. I don't know if the sarcasm's noticeable here or not, guys. But main point is this. There was a guy who wanted to do that, so he conspired and he convinced the king of Persia to pass a law saying you can kill all these people. However, his wife is like, hey, I'm Jewish. So why did you conspire to kill my people? And he's like, oh, shit. Well, I can't just take that back now. I wrote it into law. It has to be. You see that later on with Darius as well. That's a Daniel thing. But main point is this. You can always have a loophole. So, how do you do that? Well, when it came to Darius, he said whoever broke this one rule had to be thrown with the lions. Well, he did that. But he didn't say the person had to stay there until they died. They just had to stay there and spend the night. And of course, the lions made the choice. God was like, maybe the gods are going to shut the mouth of the lions. Though, of course, all the people that conspired against Daniel got thrown in there. And, well, the lions ate well. Anyway, back to another situation. Like I said, someone conspired to kill all the Jews. Anyway, so the Persian king is like, okay, I need to do something about it. So he then wrote a law saying you give them weapons and stuff to protect themselves. So people are still allowed to try to kill the Jews, but now they can defend themselves and have armor and weapons. So now no one's going to try because, well, they'd get hurt, obviously. Same thing with Jesus. God told Adam and Adam and Eve that, you eat from this, you will die. You can't be wrong. But death will occur, and there will be a death, which of course is people will eventually die. But through Jesus, not only does it give you everlasting life, but also it undoes that original sin. That separation. Now, granted, there's still, issues in life. There are things to struggle with. There's people dying. And life isn't exactly easy all the time. Definitely a lot harder in the past before electricity and anime. I am glad I live in an era with air conditioning and modern medicine. Glad I'm not like in the middle of fucking World War I or some shit. That being said, life isn't exactly a cakewalk either. And there are certainly things we all complain about. Nothing wrong with complaining. Imagine if I was back there with Moses' little trek to Israel, I'd probably complain too. I'd be like, I want some KFC, sir. And I'm tired. I've been walking all day. I like walking, but I'm tired, and there's no Pepsi here in the desert. I want some Pepsi. In Big Titty Foodus. Just saying. Anyway. There was a death. Christ. So, that debt is paid. Christ died on the cross for our sins and undo that separation caused by the original sin back with Adam and Eve. Now, at the end of the day, do I think people will go to hell if they never heard of Jesus? And the answer is no. I think God knows the hearts and minds of people, and God is just. At the end of the day, though, God will talk to them, and they'll make their decisions on that. But at the end of the day is this. I don't think God is going to punish people that are legitimately good people just because they have a difference of opinion. Or because they were born at the wrong time or the wrong country. But a lot of times, again, the RNG of the world. You have all these varying, chaotic circumstances in the world in terms of everyone's got different origins of how they lived and started their lives. And of course, all these different choices put in front of them. The idea is this. Not only is this a way to make us into sentient beings that can be mature and have well thought out opinions on things and grow and be intelligent and make our own decisions and be our own beings, but it's a way for us to be formed in unique ways, to have different personalities. God wants people in order to form in different ways. He wants people to have different personalities. You might say, there might be different ways to have some people to have certain personalities or a different being. And like I said, it's not saying one type of person is necessarily the best. And I would certainly say there's probably, while there are all these things like Carl Jung and separation of 16 personality types, that's not what I'm talking about. I would say there's good people and bad people of every single one of those types of personality characteristics. The main point of the RNG that God has created is for each individual person to develop uniquely in a different way. Because each person is going to have a different way of interacting with the world. And at the end of the day is this. You're going to have 100 trillion different personalities in people. And more than likely, 20 trillion plus of them will be garbage. Will be terrible, awful, horrible things that shouldn't even exist. And the other 80 trillion, well, they'll all be uniquely different. Some of them will be much better than the others. Most of them will be completely average and mediocre. But it doesn't mean any one of them is less valuable than all the others. For all, Jesus didn't come to seek for us like status. But yeah, like I said, I'm not any kind of preacher or anything. I'm just a bit eccentric. And I like to talk about what I like to talk about. So my eccentricity is just me being who I am. I just like talking about things. Though the topic can vary greatly. I simply believe in the God of Abraham. I believe in Jesus, Jesus, Son of God. Jesus, the Word wrapped in flesh. That Jesus died on the cross for our sins. That Jesus was crucified and put to death. And that Jesus was resurrected after 3 days. And that all that trust in the Son of God have the everlasting promise of life of the Father and the comfort of the Holy Ghost. Now, are there many things about all that I don't understand? Yes, obviously. But I do certainly find, whether it's attending a church of Lutherans and such, or Catholics, to be very interesting. After all, at the end of the day, we're just Christians. The cornerstone of Christianity is Jesus, not the Pope, and not some apostolic pastor or bishop. Also, I don't think there's any actual, air quotes, Eastern Orthodox churches anywhere near me in any way, shape, or form. There is a Freemason thing somewhere, which I came across, but that's definitely not Christian. I just think that's interesting that I found such a thing. I'm like, there's that. Neat. I wonder if I were to try to join such a thing, if they would even allow such a thing, or if they'd be offended that I'd wanted. But even then, I'm not sure exactly what that goes into. At that point, it's like, okay, is this more so just a secret society, or is there devil worship involved? I don't know. Infinite curiosity. You know, I could probably do that very well. Fatality. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Hold on. Let me blow my nose. There we go. Much better. Okay, I'm back. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Okay, I can't make that sound effect, guys. Okay, main point is this. I'm just some guy. I believe in God. I believe in the Lord of hosts. I worship and praise and acknowledge and submit to the Lord of hosts. I believe Jesus is the Son of God, Son of the Lord of hosts. And he died on the cross for our sins. And that he resurrected after 3 days. That all that trust in him have eternal life in Christ. And that we're going to see him again one day. And for some reason, Gabriel Iglesias will be there with us too. At which point, my first question for Gabriel Iglesias is this. What is some of the most delicious dinners you've ever had? Because he talks about some food sometimes, and it sounds so good. And everyone's like, Lunar, stop being fat. I'm like, I know. Maybe one day I'll have a six-pack, guys. Maybe one day. Until then, I guess I'll just remain the ugly guy who's chubby. And, I don't know, awkward, I guess. I don't know. But I'm just back to the Jesus thing with the war. You know, he's talking to this Roman dude, and he's like, oh, you're the fish in the bones, Jesus. And Jesus is like, I hear you have trouble with the Gauls, so I'll help you out. I want you to know that the God of the Jews is the God of all, and that he wants Caesar to acknowledge and believe in him as well. But he wants his power to be known. So he will give you help. The Gauls, they're attacking this place here, right? So, all you need to do is ask, and I will take care of the Gauls for you. Certainly, if you can do that, sure. Hold on. Let me specify how we will take care of the Gauls. And then you can tell me if you still want that to happen. My Father who art in heaven will send an army of Tyranids, giant dinosaur-sized insectoid hive monsters, in which the Roman person I'm speaking to right now doesn't get the fucking reference of Warhammer 40k, nor does he have a Warhammer 40k book to understand what the fuck I'm describing, nor has he ever watched Jurassic Park. But I'm now explaining to him that there will be an army of Tyranids that will come down and they will just kill the Gauls, but they will hurt no one else, provided that they do not disrespect Jesus. And then an army of fucking Tyranids goes from outer space and just starts killing all of the barbarians. I'm very sure at that point Caesar would bow before Jesus. And you're like, that's insane, Lunar. And I'm like, but it's feasible. There's no reason Jesus couldn't have done that other than it would have, undermined the whole idea of what he was trying to accomplish with the crucifixion. He came to earth for a reason. There was a goal to be accomplished, and Christ accomplished it, for it is done, and that he died. Like, it is accomplished. It is finished. So he came with a goal. Christ, however, God, has all power. He can do anything. At any point, he could have decided, no, I don't want to do this, and then manifested fucking machine guns and not be like Peter when he smote the one dude's ear. He didn't have to admonish Peter for that and heal the dude's ear. He could have given yes, Peter, kill them all. Here's a fucking lightsaber. I got it from Qui-Gon Jinn. And you're like, that's ridiculous. That's a movie. But here's the thing. God can do anything. If he wanted to, he could literally spawn Darth Vader into reality from fiction. He could literally just make anything exist. He could blow up Jupiter. He can make 30 more Jupiters. I don't know why I'm singling out and picking on one of the planets of the solar system here. But the main point is this. Literally anything. God could do that. But obviously, kind of undermines the whole point of free will at that point. And so the thing is this. God can do anything, but it doesn't mean he will. It's like saying God could save me if I jump off a cliff. But there's no reason to believe why he would. So he can, but why would he? But why, though? But why? Okay? And it's the same thing. It's like, Jesus could have done anything. He could have literally came and be a militant Messiah and conquer the fucking world. And I'm sure many of the Jews back then would have fucking loved that. But that's not what he came to do. That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the mission. But he could have done that. And technically, if you look at Revelations, he is coming back with a sword of fire, so he's kind of doing that. And if you think, oh, the Tyranid thing sounds ridiculous, have you not read the book of Revelations? Have you not read the fucking descriptions of what the biblical angels are? After all, it's said over and over that they can take whatever forms they want. So yes, they can take the forms of lovely, beautiful humans, but they can also usually show up in forms that are fucking horrifying to people of a fleshly demeanor. Okay? To anyone that is a human being used to perceiving things in the light spectrum that we are used to seeing them in 3 dimensions, and what is normal for us, there are descriptions in the Bible, not just Book of Revelation, that honestly, if you think about it literally, it is fucking terrifying. Heck, think of it this way. You have who knows how many spiritual beings who have been alive for millions of years, who are very aware of our existence, and we can't see them. And again, you're like, oh, if you're someone who doesn't believe in the Bible, all that, then that's fine. But keep in mind, think of that perspective, though. If you believed in the existence of spiritual beings, that means there are these beings that have been alive since longer than the human race has existed, who are very powerful and very wise and very numerous, and you can't see them. You can't hear them, and they're just about everywhere and anywhere you could possibly think of. And they have plans. And those plans very much involve you. And they're very aware of you. Think of it like this. Think of it like there's hundreds of eyes in your walls watching you at all times, but you can't see them. And you don't know what they're thinking, but they're all thinking purely of you. That sounds a bit unnerving, even under the best of circumstances. Let alone the fact that there's a story in the Bible of a fucking Titan. I have to remember what scripture it was. But there's like literally an actual Titan. Not just giants, okay? And not just, oh, we're talking about like... No, there's an actual battle in ancient Israel where there is a fucking purport. Like, if you looked at the Titans in Attack on Titan, something taller than that, described as taller than that, it's an angel of God that comes down. And granted, the angel of God come down different ways. There's, oh, they come down as a beautiful looking person. Or, oh, here's a wheel within a wheel. Here's a thing with like 4 animal faces. Here's a thing that's a bunch of eyeballs. And here's a thing that's just a 5,000 foot tall person wielding a 90 meter lightsaber. What the fuck? Like, I mean, understand, Revelations usually gets the bit of a shtick for it, but I'll say this. If you read the rest of the Bible and take everything at face value, take it as literally as possible, there is some fucking horrifying shit in there that makes the idea of a fucking Tyranid army from 40K seem like it is not out of place at all. Like, here's the thing. Take the story of Jesus. And the man waiting by the waters to be healed. He had an infirmity of his body most of his life. Like, he was like in his 50s or something. He'd been like that for 30 plus years. And it's, you know, this man had been waiting to get healed, to go into the waters at the appointed time. And Jesus came and asked the man if he would like to be made well, and then he made him well. And then he told the man, take up his bed and go home. Though on his way home, the Pharisees saw him and said, hey, it's a Sabbath day. What are you doing walking with your bed? That's illegal. That's breaking the Sabbath. You're sinning. And it's like, hey, the person who healed me told me to do this. That being said, at that point, the Pharisees cared more about perceived righteousness and piety and the letter of the law than the intent of the law, or actually having the law in their hearts, actually having kindness and love. But there are several things. And of course, Jesus asked the man if he wants to be healed, because obviously this is a huge change. You just don't like show up to a person who's crippled and be like, hey, you're in a wheelchair. Legs! I mean, obviously they'll be happy they either regrew their legs or can walk again. But at the same time, that'd be fucking scary to have a sudden change like that. Like, imagine you go to a blind person that's been blind their whole life and you have the ability to give them back their sight. You don't just show up to them and like smack them in the face and then all of a sudden they can see again. Don't get me wrong, they'd be grateful for it, but it'd be fucking terrifying. Like, there's no explanation or nothing. It's kind of like this. Imagine if you walked into a room and all of a sudden a woman walks up to you and she's naked and she's like 8 feet tall and has giant, like, fucking H-cup titties. Yes, that's really, really hot, and those boobs look awesome, but something's out of place here. Or like if you open your door and all of a sudden Buzz Lightyear is there, whether he's the actual like few inches tall or 6 foot tall Buzz Lightyear actually looks like Buzz Lightyear. Or you open your door and all of a sudden there's a Neko, just anime girl there. On the one hand, cool. On the other hand, still terrifying, because this shouldn't exist. And there should be every alarm flag fucking blaring at this point. You're like, this is unrelated. No, it's not unrelated. We're getting to that. It's about the waters. But here's the thing. Main thing. If you go up to a person who's injured, a person who's sick, heck, if you're a doctor and there's a person who's got a disease and you need to heal them, even if you have like a cure for him, heck, a man who got shot and you have morphine to give him, you don't just like run up to him and like, yoink, ha-ha, I gave you your morphine stabbing injection without you noticing, I surprised you. No, you calm the person down and you let them know, and you do so carefully. Because even though you're doing something good for the person, well, it's more so, it's a sudden change. Maybe you don't want to shock them so much. At that point, it's this. If a supernatural being shows up in front of you, yes, they're not physically hurting you by being there, but it's definitely going to be a huge strain on your, psychological well-being. Your mental state is going to be almost crushed by the ryatsu of it. Yes, I don't know if there would actually be actual fucking energy or not. I don't know if angels exist in the same vein as Byakuya Kuchiki from Bleach, okay? I don't know if he just, all of a sudden, Gabriel shows up and it's like fucking gravity pushing you down because you suddenly feel like you're underwater and being crushed from his overwhelming fucking ki. I don't know if like Dragon Ball anime fucking shonen manga references make any fucking difference here. But ignoring any of that ridiculous bullshit, psychologically, it's going to be fucking terrifying. And it's going to be a huge strain on the person. If you're someone really trying to help someone, you're going to be aware of that huge burden and shock to that person. And you're going to do everything you can to cushion that. You're not going to just go up to that person who's crippled and be like, hey, he walks now. And the dude's like, what? I mean, he's grateful for it, but it's a huge surprise and a huge change. And of course, once you're like going from being a crippled person to not being a crippled person, that's going to be a huge change for your life. Granted, it's good change, but change can still be terrifying even when it's good. So, and to some degree, yes, no matter what, you're going to have to just learn to adapt. But at the same time as this, if you have the power to heal someone, then you certainly should have the power to be mindful of the effects that healing has on the person. Like, it's still good to heal that person, but you should at least talk to them a bit. Make sure they understand what's happening. And make sure that they really are okay with it. You don't want to try to force something on someone if it can be avoided. Though there might be some situations where it might be necessary to force something on someone. For example, say if someone's trying to jump off something to commit suicide. On the one hand, you don't want to force them to something, but at the same time, I can't fault like if Superman flies by and physically picks the person off the edge. Obviously, at that point, you just let the person jump and you catch them. But let's say if you're not having those cheat codes available. If you're a person, you have the power to yank the person off the ledge. Yes, you're having to force them to do something they don't really want to do, but you're doing it for their own well-being. So you have to, like, everything has its own contextual place in terms of right and wrong. And not everyone's going to make a right choice here, but you can understand the reasoning that people use and the circumstances that you make them in. Now, I know I went off on a tangent, which is definitely an understatement for all of this, but main point is this. Aside from talking to that man and asking, hey, do you want to be healed, and talking to him before just doing things, is this. The thing that I think everybody completely overlooks in this entire fucking story is this. The very start of the story says that there is a pool. There's 5 sets of pools by a part of a temple. And you have all these sick people who have been waiting here for decades to be healed, and that one person is healed every single day. When an angel descends to the waters. What do you mean when an angel descends to the waters? And it's magically healing anybody who touches it first? Of any illness, any blindness, any disease, any infirmity at all, they're healed? One, how is that healing it? Like, how do you make a scientific explanation for that? But more importantly is this. When an angel descends to the waters, that is the phrasing of something that happened 2,000 years ago. That had been happening every day. Now keep in mind, you still had Sadducees back then. And like I said, each group of people has their own issues. They're all Jews, but keep in mind, you had publicans, you had Pharisees, you had Sadducees, you even had the Nazarenes and the Essenes. Though Nazarenes and Essenes are seen a little bit more of a monk type thing, but again, well, think of it like this. You ever meet a Buddhist that wasn't exactly the nice person? I mean, think of a stereotype. And even then, you have people that are living an austere life, even by a time period that seems pretty austere. Because I'll say this. There's so many things about, like, you would say, oh, well, there's monks who lived a very restrictive life back then. Yes. But here's the thing, whether we're talking about the Bujikus or Bididus, whatever, the Buddhist monks and the way they had their lives and being more restrictive about things. Because if you look it up online, you have whole lists of rules they have to follow and how many robes they can have and whether they have a bowl and how they should behave in society and whether or not they can even be alone in a room with another woman at all. Like, not even just sex. Like, you can't even be alone in a room with a woman. And you can only have like a bowl or something. And it's like you can only eat certain foods and certain portions and stuff like that and what you're supposed to do. And you're not allowed to, like, kill anything, like even bugs or stuff, and compared to certain things. And it's just like... But the main point I'm trying to say is this. Even if you were the most debaucherous fucking person in the past, in the world back then, it's not like you'd have a very luxurious life. I mean, most people nowadays have a more luxurious life than most kings did back even in, Renaissance times. I mean, think about it. Air conditioning didn't exist. I can go take a shower at any time I want. If I want to take a shower, I can just hop in the shower. I have access to the internet. I can look up pictures of hentai anytime I want. I can play Grand Theft Auto 5. Maybe GTA 6. I don't know if it'd be worth playing. I don't know what they're going to charge for that. The point is, I can go to a McDonald's later. I have modern medicine, air conditioning, and all sorts of entertainment and knowledge available to me that are wonderful. Like, really, the only things I'm lacking is maybe just a loving, big titty fuda waifu. Or a cute, loving twink husbando. So other than my lack of romantic love and emotional encouragement, because honestly at this point I feel like whoever I'm with, it needs to be someone I feel safe with and someone who gives me a lot of affection and just compliments me and reassures me that I'm safe and I'm cared about and I have value and I'm not worthless and just, gives me hugs and stuff. That'd be nice. So aside from my low self-esteem and loneliness and desire for affection, we're okay. There might be a couple psychological problems there, but I'm pretty sure enough. I'm trying to think of how to censor this so it's not inappropriate to say. Mind-blowing sex. Okay. Lovable cuddles. 100 blahage. I know I'm not pronouncing that right. The little shark stuffed animal things. Those would be cool. But the main thing is this, we take for granted that story. It says an angel descended to the waters. And keep in mind, you had the Pharisees who were the literary people in terms of literally taking the law letter for letter and being super fucking strict, overbearing. They were basically the Karens of the religious Jewish world. They were basically, think of the most Jewish Karen in the universe with a holier-than-thou God complex. Like, she's just a Puritan, a prude. Someone who's overbearing and judgmental and condescending about everything and considers them like, no, I've been through everything. I had to work hard for everything I did. I'm a hard worker. I'm better than everyone else. And all of you are lazy and stupid and bad things. It's basically every fucking stereotype that gets attributed to the fucking boomers in terms on a generational level. Let's go. You can't afford a house. You must be lazy. You must not work hard enough. People nowadays don't want to work anymore. They're not grateful. I mean, look how much you get paid in wages now. You should be grateful for that. Back in my day, we got paid less than that. Minimum wage is so much higher now. You should be grateful. It's like completely out of fucking touch, no sense of reality, and no fucking compassion or willingness to be open-minded or learn. You're not willing to see anything from any other perspective, let alone acknowledge that the world that you're comparing things to and judging by doesn't exist. And it just seems very ignorant and very mean-spirited. But aside from the fact that, just the fact that there's so many things listed in the Bible that are, honestly, if you take them literally at face value, which honestly I do, because I regard most of the things are meant literally, okay? So if it says there was a fucking Titan, there was a fucking Titan. Basically, now, do I believe the world is 6,000 years old? No. I believe that's how long the lineages were. That's basically how long it was since that person was born. I believe in the existence of dinosaurs, and I believe the Earth is billions of years old. I will say this, though. If aliens land, they're either angels of some kind, whether they're loyal to God or fallen, or they're actually extra-dimensional, or extraterrestrial. Who knows? But I'll tell you this. No matter what, God made them. And here's the thing. I'm okay with aliens existing. But I'll tell you this. As long as they're not here to conquer the earth or kill us or destroy something or enslave us or institute a one world government and destroy the sovereignties of nations or, destroy America. And as long as they don't try to make us all take a universal banking system thing or a mark or something or a mark of the beast sort of thing. And as long as they not treat us like shit, and as long as they don't try to here's the thing, I can understand if aliens come into our place and they don't believe in Jesus. Fine. But they can't tell me I'm not allowed to believe in Jesus. Though I would say it would make more sense. I think that, imagine if aliens show up and they're like, yeah, we believe in Jesus too. Okay. It's like, oh, well, it's like when... It's like, did you hear about him? Actually, they'll be like, well, turns out there's all these other worlds out there. And Jesus died on the cross in all of them at the same time. He was born all these different places at the same exact time. All these different women of different alien races all gave birth to a birth. Now, of course, that's going insane at that point. But again, if God wanted to do that, sure. Though again, you got to draw a line somewhere. So obviously, I feel it's ridiculous. But again, I'm making a point. The point is this. The point I'm saying is this. If aliens exist, I still believe in Jesus, and I still believe in God. And the main point I'm saying is this. I am perfectly A-okay with aliens, provided they are not harmful to me, and they do not tell me I'm not allowed to believe in Jesus. Basically, as long as an alien doesn't try to hurt me or the planet, and as long as the alien doesn't try to tell me I can't believe in Jesus, I'm okay. Basically, the alien doesn't do anything bad to me, and they're like, oh, you believe in Jesus? That's fine. It's just the moment, like, let me put it this way. I'm only really going to have a problem with the aliens if they try to make me denounce Christ. Like, I'm not going to renounce Christ. So obviously, I'd have an issue with that. If aliens show up and they tell me I have to renounce Christ, and I have to renounce the God of Abraham, I'm not going to do that. But in the same regard, the aliens show up, and they're like, oh, you believe in Jesus? Well, we don't necessarily believe in Jesus too, but, we're fine with you believing in that. And heck, some of us might also come to accept Christ as our Savior as well. Also, have you met that other member of our alien species named Astolfo right there? And there's Sylvia from Konosuba. I'm just saying it definitely goes a few miles to say, oh, this alien's actually a cute, sexy anime character who's also a cat. Cat ears and cat tail. The rest of it's completely human, though. Also, big titties. Very cute. Or even then, doesn't have to have tits if, femboy sort of thing. Like a Astolfo. Basically, if there's like, it doesn't even have to have the cat ears, cat tail. Basically, if it's just like, the alien's like, yeah, space alien, but I look exactly like Astolfo. I'm like, I also love Jesus. Like, okay, cool. Though to be fair, it might be better to stick to humans. I don't know. All of this is just literally me saying stuff to bring about the idea of, a catalyst for a conversation here, guys. Not that you're welcome to say anything you guys want in the conversation. I just probably won't respond to anybody. I don't know. I'm just bringing it up as a conversation you guys are going to have for yourselves. I've had a conversation with myself already. This isn't a conversation between all of us. This is a conversation where I talk to myself, and then you guys listen to me talk to myself, and then you guys talk to yourselves. But, yeah. It's just, I was helping my dad as far as moving that thing, my niece again, the second time. Already knew what to expect. But I still was willing to do it out of the kindness of my heart. Used up my day off. 5 hours of it helping her. An hour and a half sitting in a parked truck. So yeah. 5 hours. Me, him, my niece. Her asleep. Listening to gospel music. For an hour plus of being in a truck. Hour plus at least, minimum. If not longer. At least maybe an hour and a half spent in that truck listening to gospel music. I don't know how long it took. I didn't time it. I was busy trying not to go insane. And of course the time unloading stuff and reassembling that desk and stuff like that, helping a few other things. But after all of that, by the time we got back and parked in the driveway, me and him are in that truck. The truck is turned off, the radio is off, and we are parked in the truck, in the driveway. My car is literally feet away from me. All I have to do is open the truck door, and I'm gone. I have already spent over 5 hours of my day off helping you to move stuff for my niece, literally out of the kindness of my heart. I have been polite and not said or done anything remotely wrong, and I have even tolerated yet another hour, an hour and a half of gospel music, helped you move furniture, and helped you reassemble a desk, and I have only behaved in politeness and courtesies. You then initiate a 1.5 hour long debate on the Bible, where you tell me I don't believe in God and that I don't love God and that I'm a failure and that I'm lazy and the world's going to end and I'm not taking the end of the world seriously enough and everyone's going to die and that I'm worthless and I'm garbage and I'm lazy and I need to read the Bible more and I need to go to church and I need to give money to the pastor and that I am living in sin and I am a bad person and I need to start walking with Christ. And if God came with the rapture right now, Jesus wouldn't take me because I'm such a bad, horrible, worthless, lazy person. And I'm such a bad, awful person. An hour and a half of having to debate you calmly, where I did not raise my voice once. I did not say a single rude thing. I simply had a peaceful, calm-toned conversation where I did not have the tiniest bit of aggression or disrespect with you. I simply talked with you like this and brought up this part of a verse and this part of the Bible about this and had an opinion about this and had a discussion with you about the Bible. I did not say anything disrespectful. I did everything I could to avoid raising my voice or saying anything rude or even directly being confrontational, doing everything I can to still be somewhat agreeable with your position, but trying to assuage you in the direction of not being a complete fucking bastard. What part of, I'm a bad person? I just literally spent my entire day off helping you and my niece. I listen to fucking gospel music. I have gone out of my way to be polite and respectful to you. I work a full-time job. I've lost my family. All my friends are gone. I have severe depression, and I'm completely alone in this world. And yet every day, instead of sticking a fucking gun in my mouth, I get up and do the fucking Al Bundy. Like, you guys ever watch Married with Children? That's what I'm trying to emphasize here. The dude gave a fucking speech that despite, being a shoe salesman and every day he wakes up, it's not a very special life. He's not have high status, and there is really no hope of ever making anything that's considered successful or great or being rich or having anything. Even though that's not possible. And every day there's some sort of insult and degradation of fucking face. You don't, instead of sticking a fucking gun in your mouth and blowing your fucking brains out, you get up and you go to work and you do your best every day and you keep going. Even though you know everything you do is likely to be failure, that you can't fucking succeed at everything, and no matter how hard you try, it's just disappointment after disappointment, yet you keep getting up and you keep trying, you keep going to work, and you keep dealing with things. Like, let's get up, let's go to work. Like, well, my family's gone. I haven't seen my son in person for over 2.5 years. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to be alone for the rest of my life. I don't really remember what a hug feels like, and I feel very lonely and sad and depressed over that. And yet I go to work. I work. I'm a productive member of society. I don't do anything wrong to anyone. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a criminal. I don't hurt anyone. Like, literally, only bad thing that could ever be said about me is that at some point I'm going to have a gay relationship with someone with a penis. I'm sorry that offends you so much. I'm not being gay or bisexual in order to rebel against God or rebel against you or to disrespect you or make you look bad in front of the church. I just want a loving, caring relationship with someone who's kind to me. And I just want someone I find attractive who wants to cuddle and take showers and play fucking Halo co-op with me. And walk on the bike trail, and we can go to Waffle House and eat waffles and make funny jokes with each other about anime-related topics. It has nothing to do with, I am not doing shit to rebel against God. I am not attacking Jesus. Me wanting to fuck Astolfo doesn't mean I hate Jesus. It just means I think Astolfo is cute. That's all that is. And it's not even like I want to just go and fuck Astolfo in some gross way, like it's a fucking gangbang or a glory hole or some shit. I want a loving, caring relationship, a long-term monogamous equivalent of marriage, basically, just no fucking legal issues. Like, I don't want a fucking government contract. I don't want to have any of that kind of shit. I just want a loving relationship with someone I trust who trusts me. Someone I feel safe with who feels safe with me. Someone I find attractive who finds me attractive. I just want mutual love and respect. It has nothing to do with you in any way. I am not doing anything I do in my life to fucking spite you or honor you. Like when it comes to reading the Bible and stuff, I don't do that because of you. In fact, I do it a bit in spite of you in terms of everything you say to me makes me not want to read the Bible. The main thing that could ever make me feel in any regard to distance myself from reading the Bible is just what a fucking asshole you are. You're so fucking rude to me. Do you have any idea how fucked up it is to say to somebody who you know reads the Bible every day that they need to return to God, that they're a bad person, that they don't believe in God? Thanks for saying all of my faith is meaningless. Thanks for saying everything that matters to me means nothing. Let's have the person with low self-esteem and tell him he's garbage. Take the person who already feels like suicidally depressed in terms of feeling that he's so fucking worthless a human being and tell him that he's just a failure at life. I'm sure that's fucking wonderful to say to anyone, let alone, you're technically family. We don't share any blood, but I actually love and respect you more than I do my biological father. Don't get me wrong, I didn't hate him. But at the end of the day, I'll say this. He never fucking said shit to me that was bad. That would have required a little more involvement. No, I'm sure he probably would have been a bit of an issue had he, been involved. But it's kind of hard to be disrespected by an invisible man who's, I only have a handful of memories of. And here's the thing, I never even disowned him. I was never like, I don't want to talk to you or anything. The only thing I told my biological father was, hey, I'm okay with talking to you and hanging out with you anytime you want to meet. I just don't want you to be drinking alcohol when you do it. I'm not even asking you don't have to give up alcohol completely. I'm just saying that if you and I are talking, or if I go to see you somewhere, I just don't want you to be actively drunk while I am meeting you or talking to you. That's all I wanted. And even then, even if you can't do that, that's fine. But it's just, that was the main thing I was asking for on that. But here's the thing, I don't hate my stepdad. I regard him as my father. I respect him much more and have always considered him my father. But it doesn't mean he's a good father. Here's the thing, yes, you're my stepdad. You and I do not share any blood. But I respect you as my blood father. I respect you more than my actual blood father. I consider you more my dad than I do my actual biological dad. I consider you more worthy of the respect and of the bond of father than I do the person I get my biological data from. But you're such an asshole to me. Is it so hard? I am the least confrontational person on the planet. I am going out of my way to be polite to you, to respect you, and in general, just stay the fuck away from you. I tend to do my best to not talk to you, and the only reason I went to the thing to go help my niece moved is because my mom asked me to. And I did so out of the kindness of my heart. I didn't have to do it. It's kind of, there's a couple times my mom's gone and played cards with her sisters and some of their extended relatives. I don't like any of those people. They could all die and I wouldn't care. I do not like being around them. And anytime I've gone over to play cards with my mom and all of them, I fucking feel bothered by all of them, and all of them always seem to say something that is fucked up and wrong, and everything's condescending, and everything's fucking annoying as shit with that. And half the time they're playing gospel music in the background there too. And it's just any kind of discussion. And here's the thing, when it comes to playing the cards, they're so impatient. If you take more than a moment to decide what cards to lay down or how to play something, they immediately get antsy and start bitching about stuff and are so on edge. And And one of them's like so fucking competitive about stuff to where it's like the end of the world about everything. The person's like, the amount of aggression and just disrespect, like the person's rude, arrogant, overbearing. It's ridiculous. And the things they talk about and the way they behave, it's just... And here then, I keep quiet. I just simply play the cards. But part of that is I wanted to understand what is going around when my mom goes around people. How are they and how do they treat my mother? Now, granted, I don't say anything because I understand this is a situation my mom invited me to. And, well, I don't want to create any sort of problems for my mom, or if she wants to keep playing cards with these people, I don't want to be the reason she chooses not to do this. She really doesn't have a lot in life to do, and so I don't want to take anything from her. I love my mom. I want only what's best for my mom. But I'll say this. I don't like anyone. The only reason I'm there is because my mother is there. The only reason I'm there is because I wanted to spend more time with my mom. That's it. All of the rest of you are very annoying to me. And granted, I want to try to get along with people. But the rest of you just really bother me. And you do and say things that I consider unacceptable. But I choose to just accept it. Because, I am a guest in that situation. So, I choose. But in general, I'll say this. Even if I'm invited in the future to those card games, I'm not going. And granted, it's not like it's poker or some shit. They're playing like, 2500 and 313 and various cards games like that. There's no money being bet or anything. It's just... And there's like a game similar to like Scrabble or something. But let's be clear. Why would I go to those things? Because my mom was going to be there. And it was something she was going to do no matter what. At the end of the day is this. I went to those things because I love my mom. And because I wanted to spend more time with my mom. And that's still true right now. I love my mom very much. I want to spend more time with her. Now, granted, I don't necessarily want her to live with me because I'm concerned about my privacy. And I am concerned that she does have some emotional instability issues herself. So that is a concern. But when it comes right down to it is this, I want to spend more time with my mom. I do. And I want to get along with her. But at the same time, I am concerned about the financial issues that would arise of her living with me. And again, she's eventually going to die. I don't want to come back home from work and my mom's corpse is just there. What the fuck do I do in that situation? Other than fucking cry. And then after I cry, at some point, I have to do something. Like, what? I don't know what you do. And they're like, well, you could probably look it up. I don't want to. I don't want to try to hop on Google and type in what would you do in this. I don't want to. I will not bother trying to look that up until the time happens. At which point, I'm pretty sure an actual AI will exist. There will probably be fucking robots. And there will probably be a fucking Optimus Prime will be there. And like, what is I can't do Optimus Prime voice. But anyway, Optimus Prime will be there. And I'll be able to ask Optimus Prime. And Optimus Prime will explain to me what the fuck I should do. Because I will probably be crying a lot. Because even though I'm fucking 39 years old, and even though it's a miracle that either of us are still alive, me and my mom, and honestly, the world is very vicarious. I mean, aside from the whole religious thing of the end of the world, honestly, if you look at things even from a non-religious standpoint, there's a lot of things going on that it's coming to an end no matter what anyway. So also lots of concerns there. I mean, that still involves everyone dying. So that's still very depressing. And that's another thing. Like, Dad's going to talk about that stuff, but there's no respect or understanding for like how that affects me. Like, okay, one, you're dealing with someone you know is emotionally upset by stuff, and life is kind of kicking them around, and you know I've not disrespected you. And here's the thing. Aside from me bitching at a fucking YouTube video to myself, I have not ever said or done anything disrespectful to you in any way, shape, or form. So the only thing that counts as disrespect, at least as of this moment right now in time, is me talking to myself in my bedroom on a YouTube video. And even then, the disrespect I'm saying is that you behaved in a way toward me that made me sad and angry. That you disrespected me, and that you treat me like shit, and that I feel unsafe and scared of you. That I literally feel that if I were to just be openly bisexual, you would probably kill me. You would probably become viscerally angry and violent. That you would attempt to murder me on the spot. Like I would hope it never happens, but I've actually considered the possibility that what if my mom and dad ever have a discussion on me being gay / bisexual and all that. And that becomes an argument, at which point dad decides he doesn't want any more of that, so that he brutally beats my mother to death and then pours gasoline all over himself and lights himself on fire. Would that happen? No. But it doesn't mean I don't literally worry that that would happen. I mean, there was a time where my mom sent me a message. It was Valentine's Day. Asked me to come over. I went over. My mom's sitting there. My dad's sitting over there. I sit over on the other seat. They're watching a movie of Denzel Washington, like Equalizer or something. So we're just sitting there in absolute quiet. No one's talking. We're just watching Denzel Washington kill people. After 20 minutes of absolute silence, to where basically nothing has been said, my mom pulls out a package of candy that's it's a caramel pecan candy with milk chocolate. Delicious, by the way. She gave it to me for Valentine's Day, and I said, "Thank you, Mom," and gave her a hug. Then I sat back down. We watched Denzel Washington for another 5-10 minutes. I then stood up, gave my mom another hug, and left. But let's be clear, the whole time, I'll say this, at least give me that candy helped to dispel the tension. Because I know this sounds emotionally unhealthy, and it may be very unfair in regards to my parents. But it is an accurate statement of my mental health in terms of how I actually felt in the moment. Until the candy was brought out, there was a realistic thought in my mind where I was just thinking to myself, are they going to kill me? At any moment, is my dad and my mom going to stand up, charge at me, and start stabbing me to death? Again, yes, may sound a bit completely ridiculous. In fact, it does sound ridiculous. It is ridiculous. However, it does not change the fact that that is an accurate, not at all exaggerating description of the emotional state I was in at that time. I was literally thinking just like I was fight or flight mode feeling. I was like is dad going to, what's, and it's just, again, I understand a lot of that is, they didn't, in that day, they didn't exactly do or say anything that was indicative of that. But the main point is I've had a lot of past experiences with a lot of things that have happened to me that, to a large degree, at a subconscious level, I feel that as an expectation. And it's just, for the first, for those 20 minutes until the candy was brought out, I was actively sitting there just watching Denzel Washington kill people. I was sitting there in absolute quiet while literally thinking an inner monologue in my head about, what do I do if he suddenly stands up and tries to stab me? What do I do if she helps him? So I'm watching the movie, but I'm also, being very aware of my peripheral vision of, because technically no one's really sitting next to each other. There's basically, the way the room was set up is, and it's not a very big room, but the main point is that the TV's by one wall. My mom's sitting in a chair by another wall. My dad's sitting in a chair by another wall, and I'm sitting on this little couch thing at the other wall. So technically, we're all sitting against, all three of us and the television are all against different walls. I'm sitting across from my mom, and my dad's to my left and the TV's to the right. So my dad's like straight on with the TV. So again, on the one hand, yes, I understand that it's a bit, and again, I don't mean any way of hurting my parents' feelings that I felt this way. And I'm still grateful that she called me over and gave me the candy, and I gave her the hugs and stuff, and I still, I love my mom. But the main point is this: I want to emphasize that I do feel that way. I do have that paranoia. I do have that fear and worry and anxiety. But yeah, it's just Dad was just like an hour and a half of telling me I don't read the Bible enough, that I need to go to church more, I need to believe in God more, I need to get right with Jesus. And it's just, I think I have every right to be annoyed in that. And I'll say this, I know a lot of people say as far as like, okay, the circumstances of my relationship in terms of shit went, like I said, after that whole thing with being at that motel, like I said, there was a time between that and between the divorce was absolutely official, where I came home from work and my son had been locked in his room the entire fucking day. She was asleep, and it was noticeable she didn't even change his diaper once the whole day. Just left him in his room my entire work shift. I go on and check on him. There was poop smeared everywhere. Walls, floor, all over the door where he's trying to like open the door and get out. It's on the window. It's in the phone jacks. He's got his diaper off. He's covered in poop. It's all over his feet and his hands. His face and everything is red. Like he's noticeably was crying and screaming all day, saying, "Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, Daddy, Daddy." Like for somebody to come get him. But I couldn't. I was at work. So rent could get paid. So I was the only person who ever worked my entire relationship. But it's noticeable that he was crying and screaming the whole day. That he honestly had probably the worst day ever. And in the bedroom that I had made as a place to be a place of freedom and adventure for him, a place for him and his mom to be able to play, and it was meant to be like, she's supposed to get him up in the morning, they go, and occasionally, they can hop in there from time to time, play with some toys and stuff, but it was meant to be a happy place, and she turned it into a fucking prison. She turned it into a traumatic thing for him. I'm at work, and she just locks him in his room the entire shift I'm at work. And I come home, my child, hasn't had a single diaper change, no one's checked on him. He's just been locked up, hasn't had anything to eat or drink. It's warm. It's probably dehydrated, especially from all the crying and screaming. And he doesn't appear to be breathing. My son is dead. And I'm continuing to look at him. He's not breathing. And I kneel next to his body. And I pick him up in my arms. The corpse of my child. And I'm holding him. And I know a lot of people could say he was just sleeping or passed out. But I was holding him. He wasn't breathing. He wasn't moving. I saw no signs of that he was alive. And as far as I'm concerned, God brought him back to life. And I'm thankful for that. Because otherwise, I was going to kill everyone. I was going to Minecraft everyone. Everyone was going to die for what they did. Now, don't get me wrong. I've at least had time to adjust to that stuff emotionally. So if something suddenly happens, I'm not going to go and kill people. But at that moment, the emotion I was feeling in that exact moment, without having, I don't know, the presence of mind that 39-year-old me has now, as I was kneeling there holding the corpse of my firstborn and only child, my first son, my only son, holding the corpse of my child, the emotions that were going through my mind, I was extremely upset. I was going to kill everybody. Everyone who was responsible for that. Like, what about you? I'm not responsible for that. It's not my fault if someone else betrays me and betrays their trust. It's kind of like saying if I'm to be blamed for being a victim of domestic violence. It's like, oh, well, your wife wouldn't have been violent like that if you were just more of a man, right? If you had bigger muscles and she was more scared of you, if she knew you were the kind of man that would hit her. But no, you would never hit a woman. You can't bring yourself to hurt people. You play fucking Grand Theft Auto. But at the same time, you just treat everyone with kindness and you just want to pet puppies. And yet, you had a situation where you were going to actually fucking kill everyone. As you were laying there, on your knees, kneeling, holding your child, not breathing. But then my son opened his eyes. He started breathing. And he looked into my eyes and said, "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." At which point I took him to the bathroom, gave him a bath, scrubbed him up. Then I got a bucket of water, some soap, found a part of his room that was clean, and I started scrubbing and cleaning everything. After that, we went to the park and some other places like that. And like I said, it was like the day before we got officially divorced. My wife left again. Went to those people that live, like a man was married to some woman and was pregnant and had multiple kids, and some shitty fucking place, fucking shitty apartment place. Because like I said, the guy she was leaving before was trying to get a trailer or something, so they'd have a place to live. I remember after the divorce was official, seeing her leave in the car with the one dude's wife, the other people she was staying with, and she was even trying to discuss with them the idea of living with them and being put on their lease until the man she was leaving me for had a trailer for them to live in. I gave my son a hug, knowing that I have to go home, get some sleep, and go back to work again. And my wife, well, ex-wife, even though at that point I'm still wearing my wedding ring, but she's not. She stopped wearing it for a long time. I'm still wearing my wedding ring. Give my son a hug, and she yells at me saying, "You don't need to be hugging him. He's with me at the moment. And you see your son when I say you can see your son." Shan left to go live in an apartment with some other dude that wasn't the dude she was fucking, but who knows? Maybe she fucked all of them too. I don't know. Maybe they had some threesome gangbang with the dude's pregnant wife. I don't know. At this point, it wouldn't be nearly the most fucked up thing she did. Anyway, after a few days there, she then got into too much of an argument with them, and they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. And, well, the dude she was leaving me for and planning to marry and had been actively trying to conceive the child of, well, he was busy at the moment, so she couldn't come see him. So she had to go over to her parents. At which point, and her parents made sure to fill me in on all these details. And again, I feel under the circumstances, I feel that this was trustworthy and that they were not lying to me. After all, she, even though it made her look bad, not only is it still not the worst thing, it's also, she corroborated. Anyway, so we're officially divorced. Her parents just found out, like, they found out themselves the day after the divorce, and like a day or two after that, she and my son had to go live with them because she couldn't live with the people that she went to go live with, was wanting to go on their lease, and her affair partner didn't have a trailer or anything yet for them to live in. Even though they both thought she was pregnant with his child at that point. Anyway, she went over to her parents, and her parents were very clear with me that the condition they were in when they came to them after the few days of being over there, my son hadn't eaten in days, except for half a banana. My 3-year-old son, in the span of like 3 days, had only eaten half a banana, had been wearing the same clothes the whole time, was covered and soaked in piss, and hadn't had a bath or a shower or anything that whole fucking time. Wearing the same set of clothes, having only eaten half a banana. And again, they also mentioned that my normally picky son was fucking raiding their fridge. A fucking 3-year-old had turned into a fucking vacuum cleaner of eating. To be fair, he was probably also stress eating. And even after all that, my ex-wife then has apparently dropped all sense of trying to not be completely psychotic, and has conversations with me on the phone where she is outright threatening to run away with him, to disappear with him, whether it's with the man she's having an affair partner or just with anyone she can find out there. Or even just disappearing, even stealing money from other people, and just disappearing with our son to never be seen again. Not to mention, it's very clear that given a bit of time, given a bit of time, the way things are, even if things go with shared custody, whether she lives with that guy or another guy or by herself, my son will not live to see 5 years old. And there's no way I can legally fight this shit. And there's nothing I can do with that. However, a couple days later, her parents have the thing of a lawyer and a piece of paper in front of both of us saying that, he can live with them and they'll have custodial guardianship of him. And I knew also I'd be more ability to see my son in that situation. But the biggest thing is this. It was never a choice for me to have my son. I never had that choice. My choices were, he lives with them and they take good care of him and he lives. And I can still be involved in his life, even though I have become alienated these past 2.5 years. Or I don't sign that paper and he dies. There's no way to legally or any other way prevent her from basically just having complete power in that situation. And heck, I'll say this, I was completely blue pill at that point. It wasn't until like 3 or so years after, at least a couple years after I was officially divorced, that I ever came across red pill content or MGTOW. And it wasn't until like 3 or so years after I was divorced, I don't think I was come to the decision that, you know what, I'm bisexual now. And I said, there's 2 reasons for me to be bisexual. One, I don't want to ever go through any of this ever again. I don't want to ever have what happened with me and my ex-wife again. And in general, again, like I said, just so many things happen to her, I feel traumatized at the idea of doing anything sexual with someone with a vagina. And 2, I like cock. Granted, I've never sucked a dick. But I think I would certainly rather suck a dick than eat a vagina. Don't get me wrong, I've eaten plenty of vagina. But I'll tell you this, pretty sure I'd rather suck a dick. Pretty sure I like cock and balls. Though to be fair, I also like boobs a lot too. But usually by default, those things don't exist in the same person. And to be fair, if I ever met a cute twink, I would not want them to get tits. I would prefer them just to be themselves and be flat-chested. I would still be playing with their nipples, though. I would still be playing with their tits and motorboating them, even if they're completely flat. But I wouldn't want them to change. And I'd want them just to be themselves. But yeah, so 2 reasons to be bisexual. 1, severe trauma. My experiences with women have been so fucking horrible. Every girlfriend and wife I've ever had has cheated on me. Also, some other bad things have occurred in terms of my relationships with women. 2, I like cock and balls. I will say this. In general, though, it's not like it really matters. I'm not much of a dating person anyway. Not only am I extremely introverted, but I'm poor, I'm ugly, and I'm antisocial. I mean, heck, I remember when I went to my prom in high school. A girl had asked me out, and I'm like, cool. But, she asked me out of pity. Because she felt no one else would ask me out. Which, to be fair, she was right. And, me and her discussed stuff, and, we decided just to go as friends. I still wanted to go anyway, and she wanted to go, and she wanted someone she can go with as friends, because she didn't want to do anything with anyone, so I was like, okay, cool. Though, and here's the thing, we still had a good night, and the dancing and cool stuff was cool. Though, toward the end of the night, as far as going to her house, because like a bunch of people were spending the night over there, so basically in her house was her brother, her parents, me, and like 5, 7, 9 other 17-year-old girls, since all of us were 17 years old. I was the only guy, though every other girl that was there, other than my date, like everyone there was in a relationship, so I couldn't ask anyone out or try to flirt with anyone. Not that I would have been successful, but main point is everyone was already taken. Heck, all their boyfriends knew I was there, and not a single one felt threatened by that. In fact, they felt happy about the idea that I was there. They legitimately felt that their girlfriends were safer and that I was someone who would protect people. Anyway, the way that night went, before I get into details of stuff, one thing that my prom date had mentioned to me was that one of the big reasons she went with me is that she has a drinking problem. And that, one, she knows that no matter how drunk she could ever get, that I would never take advantage of her. She also said that no matter how drunk she ever got, she would never find me attractive and try to make a move on me. So, I guess I'm that ugly, apparently. Anyway, so then I spend the night there. She's upstairs in her bedroom, and me and like 7 girls are downstairs watching like TV. We're like watching movies and comedy shows and stand-up comedy, eating pizza. I also went out back and started a campfire at one point. We made some s'mores. Then we all slept. So, but there were some people sleeping on some various couches and stuff, and a few people sleeping on floors, so not enough couches. So, sleeping on the floor at 17, with like 7 or 8 other girls also sleeping in the same room as me. It's hilarious. We got up in the morning, ate some like waffles and stuff, and our parents hung out with us, and we watched more comedy shows, and I walked home. Because in general, my parents didn't like the idea of me coming home at nighttime. Like, here's the thing. Like, my dad would be pissed if like I was going to the bathroom to pee, to the point sometimes I would piss in bottles just to not annoy him. But at the same time, if I got up and decided like even if he was awake and aware of me doing this, and me and him talked, like if I get up in the middle of the night and I want to go outside for a walk, I can. He's fine with it. My parents are like, hey, yeah, sure. In the middle of the night, if you want to get up and just head out the door, that's fine. But you can't come back till morning. Because they don't want me going in and out of the front door, opening and closing the door. So basically, I'm allowed to get up in the middle of the night and go out the front door and leave. But if I do that, I can't come back until the sun's up. So basically, I'm allowed to go out for a walk in the middle of the night, but I'm not allowed to come home until the sun is up. Looking back at that, on the one hand, I was grateful that I could have the option to do that. But the fact that, okay, I'm allowed to go out and just walk about the middle of the city in the middle of the dark, in the middle of the night. Like if I wanted to at any point, I can just, even before being graduated, even when I was in high school, I'm allowed, because they know I'm not going to do drugs. Heck, I was at many parties where people were doing drugs and I'm not the person who does drugs. But I'll go places. It's like if I want to, even as a teenager, I'm allowed to just get up and leave and walk out the front door and just be alone, unsupervised, by myself in the middle of the city, walking around. But I'm just not allowed to come back until morning because they don't want me opening and closing the door repeatedly. Basically, if I open that door to go out, I can't open it again. So basically, if you go out the front door, you're allowed to go out the front door anytime you want. But if you open that door again before daybreak, you're in trouble. Then again, there's times like I would never talk out loud in my bedroom like I'm doing right now. But there are sometimes I would like stand up and pace around like I'm doing right now. But I would be talking to myself with my mouth moving but no sound coming out. So I'd be pacing in my bedroom and I'd be talking to myself like this. And I'd be pacing like this. But I wouldn't be making any noise. I would be just mouthing the words, but no sound would be coming out of my mouth. But then my parents would get upset at me because they could hear the floor creaking and they could hear that I'm walking back and forth in my bedroom. And they're annoyed at that noise. A hilarious thing is this. I got a guitar when I was 18. I bought that, got a tiny little amp. But eventually I got a bigger amp. And it was a big amp. It had a lot of noise to it. But I only ever used it, out loud for what it could do a couple of times. And even then, it was only maybe at 10% of the volume it was capable of. And that was usually like if Dad's not home and Mom's okay with me playing it for a little bit. But in general, Dad would get annoyed at certain things. But here's the thing. If I'd be in my room playing my electric guitar with headphones into my amp. The amp that's so loud that if I wanted to, I could crank it up all the way with no headphones in, and I could probably break glass for the neighborhood. And instead, like the loudest I ever turned up like that is 10% of the volume. Most times I played it, I'd put headphones on. And I would be playing it with headphones on. So the only thing you can hear is an electric guitar that's not plugged into headphones at all. And I'm in my own bedroom with the door closed. And yet then I'd get a complaint that the sound of me strumming my electric guitar, essentially not plugged into anything, in my own bedroom is making too much noise. I'm not even listening to music. Like, when it comes right down to it, I could be dead and it'd be the same decibel level. Like, my corpse would make more noise than I do. Like, here's the thing. Oh, heaven forbid I would ever raise my voice with my dad when I'm not really I don't hardly feel allowed to even speak at a normal volume. That if I'm in my own bedroom, the idea of talking on my house, or not even just the idea of they need the phone themselves or they're on the phone too, it's that they can hear me talking. So if I'm just sitting in my bed and I'm like, oh, I'm going to talk on my house phone. Well, that's making too much noise. Oh, you're pacing your own bedroom, talking to yourself, not making any noise, just mouthing it with you're not making any noise other than the sound of you just, I don't know if you guys can hear the floor creaking in this bedroom. And it's just, in general, for the most part, it was dad bitching about the stuff. But the fact that mom would just either allow it or agree with him just because. But I'm like, okay, I feel a bit betrayed at that, and I feel insulted, and I feel like you guys fucking hate me. Then again, let's be clear. The only time I ever really drank, air quotes, was, here's the thing. I didn't get my first kiss. Despite the fact I spent the night, I think that said, my prom with like a house full of women, I did not get my first kiss until I was already past American drinking age. And I'll say this. I had a relationship at that point, a woman I was also considering marrying too. However, again, she also cheated on me. Though I didn't know at that time. She was the only one I didn't find out until afterwards that she had been cheating at all. Everyone else was like, okay. But here's the thing. I had planned to marry that woman, and I thought she was really nice. Also, she had really big tits, and it was awesome. Anyway, I'm just saying this. I felt really sad and depressed the idea that I was never going to have a wife or child because I really wanted a family, and I was like, well, that's not going to happen. So I was really sad. So I drank a little bit with some of my friends. I forget what the story was going to there. Something about American drinking age. Fuck. I'm trying to, like, what was I going to say? There was something I was going to say about that, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know. Can't remember. Took that hard. I was trying to get that girlfriend back. But again, at that point when I was trying to get her back, I didn't know she had cheated. I thought she had been the one person who had never cheated on me when she dumped me. And, well, it was somebody that I thought loved me a lot, and we had been talking about living together, and then all of a sudden she dumps me. So I took that really hard, and I was like, I love this person. I want to try to get back together with her. And it wasn't until a little bit of time after that I realized, and rather was told and seen, and that, oh, she has actually been fucking 6 people the last month and a half of our relationship. Oh. So that was upset. But it's just, heck, I had a friend at one point try to cheer me up. It was like, hey, Lunar, you're actually a really cool guy. It just sucks your face looks like that. I'm like, what do you mean my face looks like what? It's not really making me feel better, man. It's like, apparently everybody wants to vomit in their mouth when they see my face. I'm fine with my face. I see my reflection. I wouldn't want to change what my face looks like. I'm okay with my face. I'm okay with what I look like. I just wouldn't date me. But that's fine. I don't need to be my own type. But it'd be nice if I was someone's type. Preferably somebody who actually is, also my type and they're nice to me. I know also, I was earlier talking about my mom, as far as like she leaned over me and protected me from that traffic thing when I was like 11. Like 10, 11 or something like that. If she hadn't done that, I probably would have got killed. I'm grateful she did that. She leaned over and saved me. However, it was a bit scary on my perspective because after we all got knocked unconscious, we woke up briefly and, well, my mom's forehead is cut open, and I can see her skull. I can see the bone of her skull. She still has a scar there. Heck, at one point, me and her, I made the joke to her about, if there was ever a school play, they should have Bride of Frankenstein. You could play the Bride of Frankenstein. Yes, me and my mom tend to have a tendency to use dark humor to cope with things. But main point is this. She saved me, and I'm grateful for that. But it's just, that was a bit scary, seeing my mom's skull. Especially at like 11. You guys think that arch sandwich will be any good? Hopefully it's good. But it's just, I was a bit annoyed. Dude, I came for a second time to help you help my niece move. I sat in the fucking truck with you listening to the fucking gospel music. I remember that other thing. The thing I said I forgot, guys. I remember what I was going to say. Though, to be fair, there's probably been a dozen things throughout all this that I probably started to try to talk about and I forgot and got distracted. So, sorry. Maybe if I had like AI, they could be here like... Then again, I think I'd confuse the AI. Because I'd probably get more on tangents. So I don't think it would help. I just have someone trying to keep me on track. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment imagining Sylvia from Konosuba, just tall, beautiful woman with giant tits, motorboating her, bouncing on her dick. Anyway, back to what I was saying that I had forgotten earlier. Remember I was saying there was that relationship that I was with before my ex-wife, a woman that I was planning to marry. To be fair, every girlfriend I had with the attention of towards marriage, because that's what God demands, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm joking about that in a sense that, bringing up to a joke for you guys, but at the same time, it's also kind of how I was raised. Like, hey, you're dating someone, you have to be intending, everything's married. Then again, dad's of the opinion that, it'd be an issue for me to date a guy, but then as far as he's concerned, it's a sin for me to date a woman. That, you shouldn't be dating a woman unless you're married to her. Okay, says the man who fucked other men's wives and got married like 6 times and committed adultery against every wife. And also did numerous other terrible, terrible things that I'm not even willing to say in this video. Let me just put it this way. If it's an argument of a moral high ground, even if I discount everything that I've ever said in this video about what you've done, me wanting to have a gay relationship with a cute twink is absolutely nothing compared to even a tenth of the things that I have not mentioned that you have done. So perhaps, again, being judgmental and trying to come down on my ass is not exactly fair or warranted. And let's put it this way. I'm trying to let you be on the shit you fucking pulled, okay? The shit you fucking pulled, if I fucking did any of that, I'd be in prison for life, okay? If not dead. You did numerous things that are extremely fucked up. I'm choosing not to judge or condemn you for that and treat you with respect despite that fucking shit. But it doesn't mean you have carte blanche to fucking treat me like shit. Again, it's not like I expect you to let me do whatever the fuck I want. Like if I suddenly go out and start cannibalizing people and murdering people, then yes, you can fucking criticize me for that. But if I want to have a relationship with a fucking Astolfo and just have a loving, trusting partnership with that person to where we're just best friends that fuck each other, you don't have a right to say shit about me. Let alone, that's not even the issue we have. The issue is that you're talking shit about me because I don't give your pastor money. That's because I'm not giving tithes to the church you attend. Heck, I know there was one point that when he had to go take my mom, my sister, and my nieces to the funeral that was taking place for my my second sister's husband, who they had been separated for like a decade, maybe a little longer than a decade, maybe a decade and a half. They had been separated, not living together, but they never actually got divorced. So they were like separated for like 15 fucking years and not living together. And both my sister and her husband are just dating other people, even though they're still legally married. But he dies. Though it was pretty early for him to die. He wasn't that old. It's like 50. Maybe early 50s. Just saying. He just sort of died of like health issues. And he had a funeral. It's a big drive away. Enough that you guys would have to drive for like 6, maybe 8 hours or some shit to go to the funeral. And it was on a Saturday, the day before Sunday. Sunday being the day that you go to the church with the pastor who lives like a fucking hour drive in the other direction from where we live, because the church he was doing in the town where we live, well, he lost the money for that because he wasn't paying the bills for the church, and it was such a failing church. And though somehow he lives a lavish lifestyle and sent all his kids to college and owns cars and owns like a really large house himself and everything and all these fancy suits and goes to fancy dinners and shit. Which again, whatever. I don't care except for the fact that it affects my mom and that you're bitching me about it. And then also I'm working and barely getting by. I don't really waste money. We're not rich, and the economy and inflation have kind of become an issue in 2026. And yet I choose to use my day off to help you move my niece's bullshit. And you then start telling me I need to be giving money to your pastor and I need to be reading the Bible more. And it's not even like, I haven't even, like, you don't even know I'm bisexual or gay or anything. You're literally just saying, I don't do drugs, I don't do that. You're literally just coming down on me saying, you don't own a house. You must be lazy. Why can't you own anything? All you do is work in buildings. Why can't you make anything of your life? By the way, everyone's going to die and the world's coming to an end, and you're not taking the end of the world seriously enough. Jesus is going to come any second now, and he's going to leave you behind because you're garbage and you're a bad person and you worship Satan. It's like you need to ask God what you should do with your life. You need to spend some time listening to God. And I'm like, I listen to God more than anyone else. It's just, I try to respect you. I try to generally leave you the fuck alone. I generally avoid you. I generally try not to even talk to you. And when I do talk to you, it's literally a situation that you initiate, and I try my best to make the conversation as short as possible and to be as respectful as possible to you as possible. Because in general, again, the rule of X. My ex-wife, it tells me this. There was no succeeding. There's no success at that. There was nothing I could do to ever make my wife happy. There's nothing I could have done to fix it. There's nothing I could have done to make her happy. There's nothing I could have done to make her not a psychotic monster. There's nothing I could do to make her not abusive to me. And there's nothing I could have done to make her not be criminally negligent and abusive to our child or an adulteress. She would have left me for anybody. Same thing with you, Dad. There's nothing I could do to make you happy. There is nothing I could ever do to make you happy. No amount of money I could give that pastor would ever make you happy, nor can I afford it. Nor do I want to fund his lavish lifestyle. When you die, Mom will be homeless, and I will have to take her in so that she won't die on the street. When I'm visiting my mom, I avoid talking when you come out because I feel like anything I say to my mom, you for some reason might get offended by. Like any random thing, you might somehow, like, heck, I'm getting part of me is worried, like, is he going to get offended at me giving her detective novels? Is he going to get upset at me giving her a vinyl of the band Journey? It's not like I'm even giving her Black Sabbath, but even then, would it be justified in any of your opinions to anyone who's got the patience to listen to this if I were to give my mom a fucking Ozzy album? Is that justified explanation for my dad to become violent or yell or cuss or demand that she's not allowed to listen to that? If it was even just straight up fucking Ozzy, heck, if I gave her a fucking Korn CD or System Down or Disturbed, would it be justified for my dad to tell her, no, you're not allowed to listen to that? Let alone if he turned violent over it. Might say, oh, you listened to all that music when you were younger? Yeah. In earbuds. Like I said, my corpse would have made more noise than I did. But that's rule X. As far as I was like, there is nothing I could do to make him happy. At the end of the day is this. He just wants to bitch at me for not being close enough to God to make himself feel better about it. There is no, like, I've tried to give a benefit of the doubt that maybe he's just saying this stuff in his own way to try to be helpful, maybe out of concern, not wanting me to burn in hell or anything like that. But no, that doesn't apply. I've tried to look at it every way to give him every benefit of the doubt. That doesn't fucking exist, okay? It does not exist. At the end of the day is this. I'm pretty sure he fucking hates me. I'm pretty sure the only reason he is at an amicable, temperament towards me is that if he were to publicly kill me, it would make him look bad in front of the church, and he'd probably go to hell for murder. 2 is this. He lives with my mom. My mom would fucking kill him if he were, despite her issues, I'll tell you this. If he tried to physically assault me, she would kill him. She has tried multiple times. God has had to prevent her. God literally took the bullets out of the gun. Because I'll tell you this. If there's a situation where a woman is in a marriage with a man and she literally takes a loaded gun, points it at his head, says she's going to pull the trigger, not even saying, oh, you need to do this or I'll pull the trigger. No, I'm just going to pull the trigger. And the man's response is, you don't got the balls, bitch. You could never do that. You don't have what it takes. And then the woman pulls the trigger. The kind of relationship you have to have at that point for that to become a thing, there is no way the person loading the gun in that situation would ever not load the gun. Especially if both people, especially the person holding the gun, honestly believes there's a bullet in that gun. She tried to blow his brains all over the fucking wall. But to be fair, I wasn't born yet. I wouldn't be conceived for years. For at least a couple of years or so after that. At least a couple of years, if not more. But she tried to blow his brains out. And I'll tell you this, there is no way she didn't load that gun. There is no way, given the description I just gave, that a person's in that kind of relationship, with it, things come to that point of a head. And keep in mind, she has 2 daughters at that point. So they're both going to be foster care system at that point. Like, even the oldest of them hasn't even hit puberty yet. And one of them actually is the daughter of the man you're going to be killing. So they're losing both parents. And it's not like your other daughter, like, it's not like her dad's in the picture. And even when he does come back in the picture to make me, it's not like he was a good father. At all. And then again, of course, but here's the thing, it also just... And of course, like, after you even get re-separated from my biological father, you wind up getting back together with my dad, my stepdad. You get back together with him. And things are so bad that you try to run away to go to fucking Florida and Georgia. And we make it to fucking, like, Kentucky and shit. And then you talk on a payphone and we go back? What the fuck was that conversation? Why did we go back? And then you got married. That doesn't make any sense. Let alone the fact that even before I was born, you tried to blow his brains out. Which, again, God had to have come down, taken the bullets out of the gun. Like, basically, God magicked the gun. Like, God used supernatural power to make the bullets inside the gun not be in the gun anymore. Because had mom blown dad's brains out, she would have never gotten back together with my biological father to have me. She'd been in prison. But again, also given the way that went, one, what happened immediately after that? How did the divorce proceedings go with that? And again, given things got to that point, why would you ever get back together with that man? Why would you ever get back together with him? Ever? And here's the thing, I'm trying to get along with him. I'm trying. But it's just, every time he talks, he is rude to me. And I am uncomfortable, and I feel unsafe around him. Then again, most of the times when I was real young, I remember hiding in a toy chest. You guys are both drunk, having an argument and shit. Occasionally shit's getting thrown. I'm just curled in a ball like the Binding of Isaac. Thankfully, my chest didn't latch, or else I would have suffocated like Isaac. Apparently, Ed McMillan wasn't very original. But it's just the fucking hell. Absolutely shit, man. But here, I'll tell you this, and of course, after that whole situation, one rule my dad, my stepdad's always had is that he's never allows guns in his home. Any home he ever lives in, he doesn't allow guns in his home, and he doesn't like the idea of anyone owning guns. But at that point, it's not because of moral issue of guns. It's just the fact that he's worried somebody will use the gun on him. There's nothing moral or anything about like society. It's just literally that it undermines his power and authority. That it gives, if someone else decides they're not okay with his shit, well, they could shoot him. But he's just saying this. If you're in that kind of situation with someone, What do you mean you're not going to load the gun? What do you mean you're going to mistakenly take the gun with the intention of shooting someone and blowing their brains out, and you're going to believe you put bullets in there, but you never actually did? What do you mean you're going to not put the bullets in there, but think you put the bullets in there? That doesn't make sense for a second. Think about this. If you're in a situation where you're going to blow someone's brains out, you're going to kill someone, and you have every intention to do it, and it's something, for serious fucking reason, you're not going to accidentally not load the gun. That's not going to happen. That doesn't make any sense. That does not make sense for even a second. It does not make sense. It makes more logical sense that God took the bullets out, magicked the bullets out, than the person who was going to shoot somebody with every intention of shooting them just accidentally didn't put bullets in there, but thought they put bullets in there. That doesn't make sense. That does not make any sense. But I got distracted again. Granted, there's several other things I want to talk about there too, but main point is this. There was a thing I was saying earlier that I had forgotten about. Granted, I'm sure I've forgotten like 100 things at this point, and that's not even an exaggeration. Like, I keep getting offshoot to different topics. But the thing earlier, specifically, there was something I said when I was saying, like, I feel like, people don't fucking care about me. Like, there's concerns about both. Honestly, like, there are some questions in terms of how much does my mom actually care about me. Granted, like I said, she took that fucking blow for me when I was like 11, saved me from that, traffic accident. I could see her skull from that. She came over 3 days, 3 nights when I had surgery, and, she's been there for me on a lot of things. I have a lot of happy memories of my mom. I love my mom very, 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 very much. That being said, when I had that very first, really bad, where like that, the woman I had planned to marry before I ever met my ex-wife, the woman I was thinking of marrying, and she might have been alone most of my life, and I had had very terrible experiences with women, and I've been rejected by thousands, if not, I have been rejected by more women than Goku's power level fighting Vegeta. Okay? Granted, I don't really ask women out anymore, or really anybody. Heck, I have not asked out a single person possessing a penis ever in my life. I could have done so at any point, especially since making the decision that I'm bisexual like many years ago at this point, like maybe like 5, I don't know. Still haven't done it though. Very introverted person. Very paranoid. And also other concerns, which may be obvious given to anyone that's actually been listening to the story. Here's the thing. Here's the big thing that I was saying I was forgetting. And I was like, I can't remember the thing anymore. But I'm like, I remember the thing now. At least one of the things. The main thing that I said I was going to say. The thing that I was referencing when I said I forgot something. That also makes me wonder whether or not people actually fucking give a shit about me. And that is, when I got dumped by that woman that I loved very much, who I wanted to marry, who at the time of being dumped, I didn't know that person had been cheating on me. Though, like I said, it turns out they had been cheating on me technically with 6 men and 1 woman. Heck, apparently there was one guy that she was kind of dating about a month and a half before we broke up that at some point found out about me and thought she was cheating on him with me. And she's like, no, actually, I'm cheating on you with him. Cheating on him with you. You guys know what I mean. Main point is this. I was desperately trying to get that girlfriend back. I loved her very much. I wanted to marry her. I thought we were going to get married and have kids. I tried to talk to her. I talked to her parents. Her parents are actually cool with me. I actually went over and sat with her parents after she dumped me. And I sat there with her parents. And we just had a nice conversation. And her parents legitimately did like me. Out of anyone that had ever shown interest in their daughter, they thought I was the best. And they legitimately wanted me and their daughter to be together. But I was basically just telling them, hey, I do care about her. I want to try to fix things. I don't really understand what went wrong. But I just wanted to make it clear that I want her to really know that, hey, I do like her. I do love her. I want to stay with her. I don't understand what has happened. I feel like all of this came out of the blue. I feel very confused, and I don't understand what has caused this and what it is I'm supposed to fix. But, I'm willing to try to do whatever I can, but I don't know what it is. And basically, they, gave me some Dr. Pepper. We drank a bit, and basically I told them I was headed out, and they said, hey, they told me thanks for stopping by, and they told me if I wanted to stop by again at some point, I could if I want. That they're cool with me stopping by. Though, in general, I did not. I did stop by one other time just to give a card to get her. As far as just, I wrote down some thoughts and ideas on things as far as, because I was trying to look back on things in the relationship. So I was still trying to ask well, was this an issue? Was that I'm trying to understand things? I was very naive about stuff with that. Though I found out sometime after that, about how she'd been cheating on me a bunch. And how she never actually found me attractive. So it's that sucks. What's really hilarious, though, is this. Well, I'll leave that other comment off for another time. But back to the thing I said I was forgetting earlier. I keep getting sidetracked. It's this. I took that breakup really hard. I was really upset. I was very desperate to get back together with her. I still felt very strongly that I loved her very much and wanted to marry her. I did not know she had been cheating on me or anything at that point. I thought maybe she'd been the one person who hadn't. Though, like I said, later on I found out, it was 6 guys and a girl. So, she had cheated on me a lot. And she mainly broke up with me because, she just didn't like me and she was bored of things. And, she didn't want to have to explain what she had been doing. So, yeah. But anyway, main point is this. I took that really, really hard. So I actually drank a bit with some of my friends. And of course, I talked their ears off. I mean, several other things that happened around that time that were really sad too. Like, my eldest sister died. She had a brain aneurysm. And other things. And so I was kind of sad. So my go-to response for that sad, because most of my life I had bottled up my emotions and not talked to anyone, was I talked my friends' ears off, which I'm pretty sure annoyed them. But I'm grateful and happy that they listened to me. But the main point is this. I talked their ears off. I expressed that I was sad and upset about a lot of things. And I asked them, what should I do? What can I do? How can I fix this? I want, fix things with my girlfriend. I want, for us to be dating again. I don't understand why we broke up. I don't understand why she dumped me. And I don't understand why she doesn't even really want to talk to me. I don't understand. And I don't know what I'm supposed to fix or what I'm supposed to do better. And I was desperately trying to ask them, what do I do? And even when they're like, hey man, you need to move on, I'm initially fighting against that. I didn't want to move on. Then of course, eventually, as you guys know, I decided, fine, I'll move on. But I was like, okay guys, I'll move on. But at this point, I'm dropping my fucking pride on shit. Help me. I've been trying. I've been getting rejected over and over. I've been rejected by thousands and thousands and thousands of people face to face. And it's just, nobody wants me. There's nobody out there for me. And I was like, just give me any help you guys can. Hook me up with anyone you meet. Anybody you know. For anything. they could just want to fling a girl. They could just want to be girlfriend and boyfriend. They could want someone to get instantly married with them. I don't care. Help me as far as with anybody. Like, I'm dropping the pride on that shit. Just help me meet anybody. And they really couldn't help me. And I was still trying. I was trying to meet people to date. And I was asking women out, and I was trying, and it's just like rejection, rejection, rejection. And eventually I gave up. I just eventually fucking gave up completely. I'm like, it's not possible. There's no one in this world for me. I'm going to be all alone forever. No one could ever love or care about me. I'm just going to be alone forever. Anyway, by the point I had already come to that feeling, I then met my ex-wife, who I had no interest in when I first met her, because she was too young. Because at that point, I'm 24, and she is 16. I've already mentioned this story in the Sean Connery video. But main summary is this. I go over to hang out with her cousin. I don't even know she exists. And then my ex-wife winds up existing. She's there. I'm like, whatever. One person has a pool table, playing some pool. Cool. I leave, and I have no expectation to ever hear from my ex-wife ever again. Keep in mind, I didn't know that person was ever going to be my wife, period. Basically, I went over to hang out with her cousin. It was supposed to just be me and her cousin. And then, I'm trying to think of a word to refer to her as other than ex-wife. We'll just go with bitch. We'll go with bitch. I feel that's appropriate. Anyway, so I'm there hanging out with the bitch's cousin. So I go hang out with this cousin. So it's me. I'm just going to play some pool and stuff. The person's got a pool table. That's pretty awesome. And I go over and I play. And I'm over there with her cousin. But then the bitch is there. So basically hi to the bitch. I'm polite to the bitch. And I just keep playing pool. And don't really give a shit that the bitch is there. After all, the bitch is 16. I have no interest in her. I feel I'm way too old for her. And I'm just not interested. So it never even becomes an idea in my mind. I'm like, not thinking about it. I'm like, okay, she's young. Whatever, back to pool. It's like, cool, there's a person here. Whatever. Moving on. So, keep playing pool. I go home. I have no expectation to ever see or hear from the bitch ever again. However, later that day, I receive a text message. Hi. I'm like, who is this? And it's me, the bitch. How do you get my number? I stole it out of my cousin's phone. Why? She told me you got bullied a lot back when you were in school. I'm like, what about it? I don't want to talk about that stuff. She's like, well, I get bullied a lot too. Talk to your parents about it. They don't care. I really think you should just talk to your parents. Like, she's like, but they can't do anything. Like, well, then just wait till you go to college. It'll get better when you go to college. No one will bully you then. And I left it be at that. Then, weeks or months later, I get another message that's saying, hi, how's things going? I'm like, respond. And it's going okay. And occasionally just talk a bit, like, and heck, there's a few times where I try to go on a date or something, and I mention her, hey, I'm taking this girl from an online dating thing to a place here. It's like, any advice as far as like what you think would be a good thing to say here on this? And again, you're like, oh, you shouldn't talk to someone you're interested in dating on how things are going with other women. And the answer is, I wasn't interested in dating the bitch. The woman that was going to be my ex-wife, I had no interest in. She was too young. I was considering her a non-option. It was just, hey, it's cool that somebody wants to fucking talk to me. And hey, I'm trying to talk to women. And well, here's this girl. And she at least has a perspective of women. And I can at least ask, hey, what's the new recent stuff that's like cultural and stuff? Like, Like, basically, what's the viewpoint from someone who's apparently non-autistic, even though I didn't even know I was autistic at that point. Apparently, I don't know if I even am. Though I started asking my question if I have autism at 35. Like, am I? Though keep in mind, this story is like forever ago in the past. Might even be longer than that. I don't know. Not sure. Main point being is, okay, get a text message here and there, respond to it like, okay, that's cool. I mean, in case you ask me a question on something, advice with something like that, I'm like, well, you should work on that or do that. And it's like, oh, good luck on that. It's like basically just thought nothing of it, left it alone. Whatever, don't care. And like I said, at that point, I was actually asking out other women because before I even met the bitch, I gave up completely. But at that point, I was like, okay, I'm at least feeling a little better because this person's talking to me a little bit. So I felt a little better from that. So I was actually going out and trying to date women. And I was going on some dates and they were all terrible and awful and horrible. So. And just everything was just going terribly. Anyway. When she was 17, I got hit by a truck. The truck where I got like a dozen plus staples on the left side of my skull. Can't hardly move my left arm. All my ribs are as bruised as possible without being broken. From my waist to my feet, I'm covered in purple bruises. I'm on some Vicodin, laying in bed. It takes me like a half minute to a minute just to be able to sit up. It hurts that fucking much. Knowing I should have very well died, and being grateful that I'm not dead, I'm also thinking to myself, how many people would have actually cared if that truck had actually killed me? And even then, it's like, well, I was thinking about relationships, like everything's been going to shit, and well, now I don't even have a car at all, and I definitely can't make any progress on trying to move out now because I can't really do anything and I'm gonna be hurt for a while and I'm just like financially fucked about all this shit. And heck, I even got a ticket for $200 from the cops for getting hit by the truck, even though the person who hit me and the person who witnessed it both said we saw him come to a complete stop. And that place is so known for car accidents that literally multiple car accidents happen at that intersection all the time. Like, it's like there's reason there are crosses buried there. The fucking place. By all accounts, I should have been an extra fucking little cross. Part of me, I know it sounds stupid, was hoping that ex of mine, and at this point I knew she should, but it's like, part of me was hoping that person would call me up and say, oh, I heard you got hurt. I'm glad you're not dead or anything. No such call occurred, ever. The person never. Now, granted, if that person wanted to be with me now, I'd be like, no. Absolutely no. Though, to be fair, I've also seen a recent picture of her, and she looks absolutely horrible. Even by my standards. That being said, I'm laying in bed. Got like a dozen plus staples on my skull. It takes me like a half a minute minimum to like maybe a full minute just to be able to sit up or to go from sitting up to laying down. If I have to go to the bathroom, I have to like walk through the hallway slowly and have one of my arms against the wall so I don't collapse because I can barely walk to the bathroom just to go to the bathroom. Anyway, the bitch messages me. She calls me. And she tells me that she heard I got in that car accident. And she's glad I'm not dead. And that she cares about me a lot. And then proceeds to say some very nice things about me in terms of I have value and that she finds me attractive and that she loves me. And I was like, what? And she's like, well, I love you. And I want to marry you. I'm like, you're too young. It's like, I don't care. It's like, I want to marry you anyway. Like, I really appreciate that. And you are nice, and I enjoy talking to you, and it's nice to have someone that cares about me, and you're a great friend. It's been nice to have someone to message from time to time, but you are too young. And then she was again like, I love you very much, and I want to be able to marry you. And I'm like, well, I need to talk to your parents. It's like, no, and she's like, no, you don't need to talk to my parents. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to date a minor without her parents' approval. So I'm going to talk to your parents once I'm recovered and ask their permission to date you. She agreed to this. And the plan was that, okay, in 2 weeks I should be able to go, and then I can go and talk to her parents and ask them. Though we never got to that point, because later the same night that, I'd gotten into the car accident, she called me again. And she's sounding all scared on the phone, saying, oh, someone's trying to break into my room. You need to come here and help me. And I'm like, it is the middle of the night. I don't have a car, and I can barely walk. It'll take me a full minute just to sit up. It is a struggle for me to limp my way, leaning on the wall to go to the bathroom when I have to go to the bathroom. There is no feasible way that even if you were outside on my front yard that I could even get there, let alone fight an attacker. You're wanting me to show up with a fucking baseball bat and fight someone who's breaking into your house. And I'm like, but of course, not having that much of a long drawn out conversation. It's a pressing time situation that's occurring here. But I'm basically telling her, hey, I can't get there. Go get your parents. And she's like, no, they don't believe me. Go get your parents. At which point the phone is snatched out of her hands, and her mom hops on the phone. And her mom's like, I don't know who this is. Are you the guy trying to break in through the window? Stay the fuck away from my daughter. And then hangs up. And I'm like, on the one hand, I got yelled at, and I got cussed at. On the other hand, her parents are there, which means she's safe. So whoever it is that's trying to break into her house, well, can't do that now. She's safe. By the way, side note, in the future, when she was, committing adultery against me and having an affair and was leaving me for another man, and she was cheating on that man with other men as well, one of the other people that she was cheating on her affair partner with was the guy who was trying to break into her room. She knew exactly what his name was and who he was. So she also was fucking him in the immediate aftermath, shortly after the divorce. She was cheating on the affair partner with him and other people. And keep in mind, she'd also cheated on me with someone else back when, she gave me the meningitis and encephalitis. And again, the reason why she didn't contract stuff is because she had already been exposed to the mono stuff earlier in life. I had never actually been exposed to the mono strain at any point in my life, and I was an older person at that point. So she had been exposed to stuff back when she was like a teenager of like 14 or something. I didn't get exposed until we were married, and so at that point, she's in her 20s. So I'm like, what? She's like 22 or something at that point. But it's just, yeah. So that guy that was trying to break in is one of the guys that she was cheating on her affair partner with me on. So she was cheating. She had an affair partner. She's fucking that guy, leaving me for the other guy, going to marry the other guy, but she's already committing adultery against him with other men, including the guy who had actually tried to break into her window back when she was younger. Then again, she was also raping me, so back at the end of our marriage, so there's that too. So I guess standards aren't exactly... Then again, I mean, heck, she can't have high standards. One, she can't have that high of standards because she got with me. Then again, remember that thing I said was going to be a comment on the thing that was kind of funny and hilarious in terms of my first serious girlfriend? Well, she's my very serious girlfriend that was wanting to marry before the person I met that was my ex-wife. Well, she kind of got around. Let's be clear. Out of every woman I've ever had sex with, the lowest body count any partner I've ever had has had before me is 9. Which means every girlfriend or wife I've ever been with, the lowest amount of sexual partners they've ever had. I've never been with a virgin. The closest I've ever had to a virgin is a woman who had only slept with 9 men before me. The reason why this is hilarious, the comment that I was saying earlier that I'd come back to, is that the woman that I was going to marry had been with, well, a few more than that. And let's be clear about something. She hung out with a group of guys. She had fucked half of them. The other half she had offered to fuck, but they told her no because they thought she was too much of a whore and they thought she was overweight. Or that she just wasn't good enough or attractive enough. And this wasn't even like she was just offering them sex and there was people literally telling her no because... And these are people that didn't exactly have a lot of other options either. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to touch you. That being said, while she was considered a bit of a social butterfly and basically had asked out a lot of men herself and had been with quite a few people and generally didn't tell people no, which I guess partly helps me, I guess, when it came to when me and her met. And the fact that I was just the first serious boyfriend she ever had because everyone else just considered her a fuck buddy. I was the first person who actually loved her and actually considered her a girlfriend. I also wanted to marry her. And I was the first person that her parents actually liked. She was also a stoner. But I'll say this, I actually did love that person and I considered her very beautiful and I was extremely happy with her and I was very proud of her. Like I was like, yeah, I got this amazing woman at my side. Looking back, maybe I shouldn't have been proud of that, but whatever. I was. And I really did love that person and I respected that person a lot. But the reason I bring up this story is because there was one guy that she considered absolutely gross and disgusting. Like she didn't even want to shake his hand. She considered him worthless in every way, and she considered him like the ugliest person she had ever met in her life. That man, that was like the one person that she was like, that's gross and disgusting. I won't touch that. Like I won't even give that thing a hug. I don't even want to sit on a couch next to that thing. That is the man that was the affair partner for my wife. So the man that the woman that I was going to marry considered too gross to even touch was actually the person that was in a roach motel cream pieing my wife in the future. So like the one person, that one ex would never touch because that person's too gross and just worthless and disgusting. That's who my wife decides she wants to leave me for to marry. And the person who's basically going to wind up in that scenario was basically going to be the stepfather of my son. Anyway, back to the other story. Anyway, so I at least know she's safe and going to be fine. But of course, after this conversation, when she calls me back to apologize for me getting yelled at and says, it's like, hey, I'm sorry my mom yelled at you, but I still want to marry you and I still love you. And I'm like, thank you, but no. I'm not going to date a minor unless I have your parents' permission. So I have no intention to try to date you in any way, shape, or form. You are just too young. At which point her reaction is, well, we can just wait until I'm older. And I'm like, that's your decision. If when you're 18, if you still want to date me and have an interest in marriage, then maybe we'll date. I mean, I think you're pretty and I think you're nice to talk to. It's just you're too young. And it was already a stretch for me to consider dating you as is, but even then, I was only going to be willing to do that if I had your parents' permission. If I don't have that, I'm not willing to do that. And that's basically how that left. And so, we basically just stayed as friends, but she reaffirmed that she wanted, that as soon as she turned 18, to be with me. And so, I'd say within about half a year before she turned 18, like, okay, I was like, yeah, sure. You know, that sounds really nice, actually. I mean, heck, out of every woman I've ever met in my life, you're the first girl to actually care about me this much. And you've definitely kept an interest in me longer than anyone else, despite the fact that we're not dating. And it just feels nice to talk to you, and I'm glad someone cares about me. And you're cute. So. And of course, she kept telling me stories about how her parents were mistreating her and abusing her, and telling me that her stepfather was drunken. Though, of course, that's the same stepfather who's now the guardian of my son. So, but still, even if everything she told me is true about her family, well, it's still better that my son is with them than with her. But main point, I was like, okay, it's cool to have someone to talk to. And okay, eventually I was like, okay, I love you too. And I really did feel that way. I mean, I'd been hesitant to feel that way just because I was like, well, I'm not comfortable with the age difference. But at this point, you know, she's basically an adult. You know, she's already an adult. I mean, heck, back in biblical times, you would have been married by the time you're like 13 years old, which I still think is way too young. But I was like, well, it's like, I'm only 20, so it's like, that's not too much of a distance of time. So I was like, okay, once a person turns 18, they can date. However, like I said, she turned 18, and me and her got together. And for the most part, it was actually a really good relationship at first. She was really kind to me, and she seemed really happy. And I did everything I could to be a good husband. Heck, it was several months later, I wound up proposing to her, and she tackled me to the ground screaming yes. And then it was like a month and a half or so later after that, we got married. And then like 5+ months or so after that, she became pregnant with our son. And then, of course, a little bit over 9 months later, he was born. And then a little bit over 3 years later, we were officially divorced. But I'll say this, I did everything I could to try to be a good husband and a good father. I think the only failing I really had as a husband is that I just didn't have much money, which obviously would have been better as a father too if I had more money. Aside from that, the only real issue I had as a father in regards to my son was the woman that was his mother being as horrible as she was. And it's just like, I'll tell you this, I really did love my ex-wife, and I really did care about her, and I really did try to be the best husband I could be for her. And I had every intention of, you know, doing everything I could, take care of her forever and have a happy marriage. I felt really happy at the idea that I finally found somebody that likes me, someone who cares about me, someone who finds me attractive, someone who values me, someone who accepts me, someone who will actually be there at my side. I don't have to be alone all the time for the rest of eternity. I actually have someone who cares about me. And I can also tell you this, looking back in hindsight, had I not married my ex-wife, I would have never had a wife or a child. Given the circumstances I can look at, even in hindsight, I can tell you this, had I not married my ex-wife, There was no one else. I would have never been able to get a wife. Even if I was absolutely bent on marrying literally anyone, there was literally nobody else. And when I married her, I was very happy and proud of the marriage. I felt the wife I had was a good person. I felt that she was very pretty, and I felt that she would be a good wife and a good mother. I felt that she would never cheat on me. I felt that she would never hurt me, and that she would be kind to me. And I was wrong about everything. But I can tell you this, I was aware even then that if I don't marry this woman, I will never have a wife. I'll never have a child. And I can even tell you, even after marrying her, if I didn't conceive the son I did with her when I did, I think our marriage would have fallen apart sooner, and I would have never had a son. I would have never had a child. And despite everything that happened, I'm so very grateful and happy for my son. I love him very, very much. The day he was born is the happiest day of my life. And it's something I wanted my whole life, since even my earliest memories, especially grew. Granted, yes, as I was older, as a teenager and in my early 20s, yes, I was very much concerned about, romantic love in terms of having a wife and a beautiful woman. But I was also very much, I wanted a child. I wanted a family. I wanted children. I wanted a son. And I wanted to be a good father to that son. Not only did I want to read him stories so that he would enjoy it, but also every time I sat and read a book to him, it made me feel so happy just sitting and reading the story for my child and seeing him smile and be happy listening to his father read the story, of giving my son a big hug. And not only did it make me feel happy seeing him smile and happy that I was hugging him, but I felt so happy just to be able to give him a hug. Heck, earlier today before starting this video, I was in there giving the stuffed animals in his bedroom hugs. Talking to them about that I hope that the stuffed animals, like George, the giraffe, I was telling Rudolph the reindeer that I hope George is, getting a hug every day. That my son still has that stuffed animal. Like I said, at least when I was still not alienated, they were taking good care of my son. He was happy, he's healthy, he has everything he needs. You would say, oh, but he has everything he needs, but what about his father? I'm like, he doesn't need him. He doesn't need or want me. But I'll always be there for him. I'll always love my son. I'll always be there for him whenever he does want me. Though I do worry about what kind of person he's turning into. Not that I know anything. Heck, I don't even know if they are treating him well anymore. Heck, maybe the city where they are living, maybe everyone's dead. Maybe a nuke landed and everyone's dead. I wouldn't know. Who would break that news to me? Probably my dad. He'd probably be like, hey, everyone you love is dead. You need to go to church because you're a bad person. It's like, you're too lazy. You don't go to church enough. You need to give to church. It's like, you need to read the Bible more. You need to do more for God. You need to turn more to Christ. Says the man who everything you say to me is angry and insulting and condescending. But I'll say this. Yes, while I fully understand that even then, that was literally the only option I had for a wife, that if I don't marry this person, I'll never have a wife or a child. I did really love her. I was really grateful for her. And I was proud and happy to have her as my wife. I felt like everything that ever happened was okay because God had finally blessed me with someone who really loved and cared about me, I could finally feel like, someone's got my back. This person cares about me. And I'll do everything I can within my power to provide for and protect this person. I finally had someone. Heck, part of me was like, looking at the age difference, like that's why I couldn't meet anybody. I just had to wait for the only person that God had created that could be a partner to me just to be old enough. I just had to wait. Though to be fair, I would say the youngest I would ever date anyone now, period, is 26. And even then, that's the farthest on that. Ideally, I think someone early 30s would be better. Then again, in general, if I date somebody, they'll probably be actually closer to my age. I don't know. Provided if I'm ever stop being antisocial. Not that anyone I date of any gender would be accepted by my dad. That'd be a lovely conversation. Especially if I get into a gay relationship. Like, hey, I think you're cute. You think I'm cute. By the way, my stepdad will murder us both. Maybe not that excessive, but still, you guys get the point. There's no point in which I'd be bringing whoever I date over to my parents' place, ever. But it's just, fuck. I'm not making much progress reading these novels. Heck, I still haven't told you guys the thing I forgot and then remembered. It's a miracle I haven't forgotten it again. And this is the thing, like, where I question, like, whether or not my parents even give a fuck about me. And that is that one girlfriend that I had wanted to marry. I took that breakup really hard. Okay, guys, I'm about to state the thing that I forgot earlier, and I remembered after a while, and then I kept getting sidetracked and kept not bringing up. But anyway, the thing that I had forgotten, that, at least granted, I forgot like 100 things, but the thing that I had forgotten that I knew that I forgot, and I was specifically trying to remember, is this. When I went through that breakup with that one woman that I had wanted to marry, the woman who I took really, really hard, I took that getting dumped and all that stuff, I took that extremely hard. My parents, their advice for me on that, especially given the fact that I'm not a very athletic person, and that I was already, a past American drinking age, I should join the military. I should join the army. It would be good for me to, join the army. I need to, this breakup, probably the best thing I could do would be to go to the Middle East with an AK-47 or something. That was my parents' advice. The advice and keep in mind, I still hadn't even met the woman that would become my ex-wife at this point. But at this point, I have not even met the woman that would eventually become my ex-wife. But my parents, their advice for what I should do in life in order to fix things, in order to, like, okay, I went through this horrible breakup with someone that I love, that I plan to marry, and I feel that not only do I still very much love this person, but I feel like there is no one else on the planet for me, and I have been through so much rejection, and I'm very depressed, and I'm not athletic, and I've had so much shit go fucking wrong, and I'm just really sad about stuff, and I feel like I'm not athletic. I'm definitely not the kind of body that becomes a fucking soldier, no matter how much I try to work out at the gym. The advice that my parents gave me was that I should join the military. And here's the thing. I've expressed before, I don't want to join the military. Heck, I'll say this. Whenever my son is older and he expresses that thought, regardless of how things are currently, or if he had actually lived with me and I had raised him, at no point would I ever suggest to my son ever to join the military. Nor, if he ever thought the idea up on his own, I would tell him no. I would tell him I do not want you joining the military. Why? Simple. I see a lot of traumatic things that can happen from it, and two, I see that, people can die. Because I'll tell you this. One, I do not have the physical means to be a soldier. I am not physically strong enough for it. So more than likely, I'm going to be in a situation where I'm going to be asked to do the impossible, and it's going to be very stressful. In addition to that, I'm likely to die. Even though things aren't nearly as... It's not like we're in the middle of World War II Germany shit. But I'll tell you this. If I had gone into the military right after graduating high school, or if I'd gone into the military when my parents suggested it, or even if I went now, I would die. I would literally wind up dying. I do not have what it takes. Okay, when it comes to a lot of people out there, they're soldiers. I do not have what it takes, physically or mentally, to do that. Next off, I do not want to be in the Middle East fighting anything. I understand. I agree with... there are wars to fight, and I understand there's a purpose for a military. But I do not want to do it. Now, I don't want anyone to do it that doesn't want to do it. For example, if we ever do have a war, we're ever at war with anyone, or there's military operations where people have to go, I want every soldier to actually have the option whether or not they want to go or don't want to go. Basically, I don't want anyone to be put into combat against their will. So I want, if there's any soldiers in the Middle East, I want them to be there purely of their own choice. Even if they're in the military. Choosing to go to the military doesn't mean you gave a choice to that. I feel like you should still have the option to, you can go to the military, but you don't have to be in an actual combat zone. You can be in a support position or somewhere else or a less likely place. Again, I understand you go and join the military at all, you have to accept that's a possibility. And again, I agree with that. I agree that if you join the military, you should accept that there is a possibility that you're going to be in a combat zone. But I'll say this. I still, of my own idealism, I think that if there's a war going on, individual soldiers should have the choice whether or not they want to be there or not. I don't think anyone should be forced into it against their wills. Even if you've already voluntarily chosen, and it's another thing entirely if you get fucking drafted or something, because you didn't have a choice at all then. But I'll tell you this, even if you voluntarily choose to be in the military, I still don't think you should be forced into a war conflict situation against your will. Now, I do agree there are situations where we do need to go to war, and there do need to be military situations, and we do need boots on the ground. But I think every single one of those pairs of boots on the ground should be a fully voluntary soldier. Meaning, not only should they have voluntarily chosen to join the military of their own choice, but even after being part of the military and being asked, hey, there's this place where you're active combat zone, they should have the choice and option to say no to that with no punishment. Now, if they say yes to it, there should be extra reward in for it and extra pay. But I'm just saying no one should be... I agree there's times where we do need to go to war. Military is necessary and war is necessary. But I don't think anyone should be forced to go to war against their choice. Simply put is this. If the cause for war is just, then there would surely be plenty of soldiers who would voluntarily want to be in the conflict zone. If you do not have enough soldiers who want to voluntarily be there in the conflict zone, well then obviously the war is not justified enough for us to be fighting in the first place. So the way I look at it is this. If you need 100 soldiers to fight a war, and an individual conflict, I'm very much oversimplifying this. Basically, if you have 100 people that are willingly they choose to join the military, and then on top of that, you ask them, hey, do you want to be in this conflict zone? And they're like, yes, I fully support that ideal, and I am capable of doing that. So, we will go. But that has to be their choice. If you want, even if a thing feels justified, here's the thing. I certainly support certain military conflicts, but I'm not willing to go myself. But in the same regard, I wouldn't send anyone else against their will either. I simply say, okay, I agree that that's a worthwhile cause. So, if anyone else wants to go, sure, same regards. That if something I didn't think was a worthwhile cause, I'm like, well, I don't think that's a worthwhile cause, but if these other people want to go, I don't really want them to go, but that's their choice. But main point is this. I especially don't think I have a right to exactly dictate what we do militarily because I'm not a soldier. I'm not in the military. I've not fought in the military. I don't have the right to say who should go into conflict and who not. I can say, okay, here's a situation going on, and I can agree that I do feel that it would be moral and justified to initiate or be in a conflict. However, I do realize that there is a human resource component of people needed to do the conflict. So, we need these people to do the conflict, but we should never force them to do it. All of these people, one, should be fairly compensated for it as well. You know, after all, it's a big deal to go to war like that. So if you're willing to take such a massive risk, you should be rewarded for that, and you should be honored. That being said, no one should be forced against their will. Simply put, if there is a worthwhile cause, I'm like, okay, I agree with that. We need like 100 soldiers for it. So hopefully we have 100 people that want to do it. But even if it's a thing that needs to get done, if there's not 100 people, then no, we don't need to do it. I don't agree with the idea of forcing somebody into a combat zone against their will. I feel that any soldier going to a combat zone should only be doing so if they choose to. They should have the choice. So if at any point a soldier's like, no, I don't want to go there and fight this thing, then no one should be forced to do so against their will. But I'll say this, in terms of being a soldier, I do not have what it takes at any point in my life. Whether it was back when I first turned 18 even, I do not have the physical strength to be a soldier. I'm not qualified. I'm not able to be qualified. Nor, and I'll say this, I don't want to shoot anyone with a gun. I don't want, even though like the people I'm shooting are justified to be shot, even though the people I'm shooting are bad people and they deserve to be shot and they need to die so that they don't kill innocent people, I don't want to kill people. I know that's like the Batman thing, but in general, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to kill anybody. Even if they're a dangerous person, I'd rather just not be in the dangerous situation. Now that, don't get me wrong, if I'm in a situation and like there's a bunch of terrorists about to like start raping people, I'm going to shoot them because I don't want to just let them hurt people. But I'm still going to feel very conflicted about taking that step of, violence. I think it made it clear that even though I'm the kind of person that reads Edgar Allan Poe and plays like violent video games, and like I'm looking forward to Halo Campaign Evolved, but the idea of actually shooting a person, like I like the idea of target shooting. I like the idea of playing Cyberpunk and just going around and just going cyber psycho. That's fun, but it's a video game. However, the idea of shooting an actual person, I feel very, very much not okay with that. Like, that's a huge issue for me. And on top of that is this. Those people are going to be shooting back. I don't want to get shot. I don't want to be crippled. How many soldiers have lost limbs? Or worse? Or even died? And even then, there's so many people that are, even though they're of a far better emotional and psychological disposition than I am, they have so much PTSD. Granted, I have PTSD too, but I still feel there's a big difference in PTSD between man who went through severe abuse and was bullied a lot and said horrible things to over and over and, raped and mistreated and domestic violence and bullying and shit like that. Yes, very bad. Definitely, there are psychological issues that would be attributed as PTSD from that. There are certainly things that I am traumatized by. However, I feel like that pales in comparison to man who watched his comrade have his lungs blown out of his back and persons screaming that they have no legs. I feel like, yes, while everything I've complained about is very valid, and I certainly do have PTSD over that stuff, and it definitely is very traumatizing for me, I feel like it also is paled in comparison to people that watched their friends burn with napalm. Or even just watched enemies burn with napalm. Like, they're watching people die and they're in life and death situations to an extreme. Yeah, I will say this. If it's a competition, which it's not supposed to be a competition, but I'm just saying, if there is a trauma competition, if there is a PTSD competition between me and soldiers, the soldiers win. The soldiers win. They have been through far worse than me. Another thing is this. Just the experience of basic training. Not only would that be physically beyond me, but I don't want to have some drill sergeant yelling at me. Heck, I remember even saying that when I was 18. And the idea of like military came up. And I basically was like, yeah, I told my mom, like, I don't want to go to a place where someone yells at me. Like, heck, most of my life somebody's been yelling at me. I don't want to be yelled at anymore. It's like I don't want to go somewhere just for someone to be yelling at me all the time and being overly strict on me. But it's just an odd thing that just like I went through that major breakup with someone I thought I was going to marry. And I was very emotionally devastated over that. And the advice that both of my parents gave me, both my mom and my stepdad, is that they said they think I should join the army. That I should join the military. Made me feel like they just wanted to get rid of me. Even if it meant putting me in a situation that they knew that I would fail at, and that I would be miserable at, and that I would be likely to have to kill people, and that I would be likely to get killed myself. I mean, maybe it wasn't meant that way, but it's like, the fuck, guys? Well, I suppose I should read this Winnie the Pooh thing. We're only 9 hours in, basically. 8 hours and 51 minutes. Okay. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Forget me not. Winnie the Pooh hurried to the breakfast table. He did this every morning, but today he was excited, not only about breakfast, but about the whole day ahead. He knew something special was going to happen. That's why he had tied a ribbon around his favorite honey pot, so he wouldn't forget. But now he couldn't remember what that something special was. Before Pooh had been outside for very long, Piglet came whistling down the walk. Now, seeing Piglet was always something special. But somehow Pooh was rather certain that today's something special was something else. You know, I got my 7-Up here. Probably drink some of it. That is flat because it's been sitting there open since I started this video. Years ago, apparently, at this point. Australia is starting to spawn in the 7-Up. Piglet stayed for a visit. I don't remember when I've had such a good time, Piglet, said Pooh, except for the last time we were together, and then there was the last time I saw Christopher Robin. Christopher Robin, cried Pooh, sitting up. That's the something special that's supposed to happen today. Christopher Robin is coming to visit me. What time is he coming? Asked Piglet. 'O'clock, I believe, said Pooh, a bit uncertainly. Is it 'o'clock yet, Piglet? I'm pretty sure 'o'clock has come and gone, said Pooh. Come and gone, Pooh, said Piglet. Pooh suddenly looked very sad. There, Pooh, said Piglet. Christopher Robin was late once before, said Piglet. Don't you remember? He was late because he was bringing you some honey pots. He had so many it slowed him down. That's just the kind of friend he is, Piglet added. The next one to come by, however, was Rabbit, wheeling a cart loaded with rutabagas. Would you like some, Pooh? Asked Rabbit. I always grow more than I can eat, and when I think of someone able to eat more than I can grow, I think of you. That's very kind of you, Rabbit, said Pooh, who then inquired about Christopher Robin. Well, he's probably just been delayed, said Rabbit. If he weren't coming, he'd have sent you some sort of word. You know how he is. He's very loyal. I remember the time you thought you'd lost your favorite honey pot. Rabbit gestured to the one on the ground. That one, there. Don't you remember how Christopher Robin wouldn't go home until he helped you find it? Said Rabbit. Yes, said Pooh, remembering. It turned out I had left it under a hive, hoping the bees would fill it back up with honey. Rabbit went off with his vegetables, and a few minutes later Tigger came bouncing by. What you doing, Pooh boy? Asked Tigger. Pooh explained that he was waiting for Christopher Robin. Ooh, Tigger said, when Pooh had finished. If it's Christopher Robin you want, it's Christopher Robin you'll get. Wait here, Pooh boy. I'll go find him. Tigger was gone for just a few minutes, but when he came back, bouncing back, he didn't have Christopher Robin with him. He had Eeyore. That Christopher Robin is nowhere to be found, said Tigger, but I'm sure this is just some minor mixer-upperoo. So I brought you Donkey Boy instead, and off Tigger bounced. Eeyore sat down next to Pooh, and the two spent the rest of the day in companionable silence, until the sun set behind the trees. Eeyore got up to go. Sorry he didn't make it, he said, as he started to leave. Then Eeyore turned and looked back at Pooh. Don't worry, he said. That boy is a better friend to you than my tail is to me. You can't get rid of him so easily. Thank you, Eeyore, said Pooh. You're quite right, I'm sure. Pooh knew that Christopher Robin was a friend that he could trust. That was why he found what had happened, or rather what hadn't happened, so odd. For the rest of the evening, Pooh wondered and worried about Christopher Robin. Pooh slept fitfully that night. He tossed and turned and dreamt that his pillow was a marshmallow. He woke up when he tried to eat it. Pooh realized that it was morning, and that someone was gently pulling the pillow out of his mouth. It was Christopher Robin. The something special had finally arrived, and that was a wonderful surprise. Pooh, said Christopher Robin, I know I'm early, but I just couldn't wait to spend the day with you today. Today? Asked Pooh. Not 'o'clock, yesterday. Pooh, said Christopher Robin. Did you forget the date and the time again? Do I do that? Said Pooh. All the time, said Christopher Robin. It would appear that I forgot that I forget, Pooh said. Christopher Robin took the ribbon and knotted it around Pooh's favorite honey pot once again. Silly old bear, he said. You're likely to mix up the details again, so let this ribbon remind you that you can count on me no matter what. That I shall never forget, said Pooh. Yay. Good story, guys. Only took me like 9 hours to get to actually reading the book, the novel that I started the video to make. 9 hours in, guys. And we're back to The Tragedy of X by Ellery Queen. Scene 2. A suite in the Hotel Grant, Friday, September 4th, 3:30 p.m. On the previous Friday afternoon ran the story from the facts related by Inspector Thumb and interpolations occasionally contributed by the district attorney. Two people sat closely embraced in the sitting room of a suite at the Hotel Grant, steel and concrete hostelry on the corner of the 42nd Street and 8th Avenue in New York. They were man and woman. The man, Harley Longstreet, tall, middle-aged, of powerful build, ravaged by years of dissipation, unhealthily crimson face, dressed in rough tweeds. The woman, cherry brown, musical comedy star, a brunette with Latin features, black flashing eyes, arched lips, a woman bold and passionate. Longstreet kissed her with wet lips, and she cuddled in his arms. I hope they never come. So, you like the old boy's lovin'? The man disengaged himself and flexed his muscles with the pride of the athletic male gone to seed. They'll come through. They'll come, though. They'll be here. When I tell Johnny DeWitt to jump, believe me, sister, he jumps. But why drag him here with that frosty bunch of his if they don't want to come? Because I like to see the old buzzard squirm. He hates my guts, and I love it. To hell with him. He dumped the woman unceremoniously from his lap, crossed the room, and poured himself a drink from one of the array of bottles on a sideboard. The woman watched him with feline laziness. Sometimes she said, I can't figure you out. What you get out of tormenting him is beyond me. She shrugged her white shoulders. Well, that's your affair. Drink hearty. Longstreet grunted, threw his head far back, poured the drink down his throat. For the fraction of an instant his head remained that way. When the actress continued in an indifferent voice, Is Mrs. DeWitt coming too? He tossed the whiskey glass to the sideboard. Why not? Now, don't go harping on her again, Cherry. I've told you 100 times, there's nothing between us, and there never was. Not that I care, she laughed, but it would be just like you to steal his wife, too. Who else is coming? He grimaced. A prize bunch. God, how I love to see DeWitt pull that long, pious face of his. There's his sidekick out in the West Inglewood, this fellow Ahern, regular old woman, always complaining about his belly. He regarded his own slight paunch in a bleary way. These straight-living preachers always seem to have floating guts. None of that for Longy, darling. Then there's little Jean DeWitt, and she hates me too, and her daddy will make her come, and it'll be one sweet party, especially when her Frank Merriwell boyfriend, Kit Lord, shows up. Why, he's an awfully nice boy, Harl. Longstreet glared. Sure, nice boy. He's a prig. That's what he is. Nosy busybody. Can't stand that milk-faced kid around the office. I should have made DeWitt kick him out that time. Oh well, he sighed. Then there's another. He'll give you a laugh. A Swiss cheese eater. Okay. I don't know what that means, other than you eat Swiss cheese. But doesn't everyone eat Swiss cheese? He laughed unpleasantly. Louis Imperial? I've told you about him, friend of DeWitt's in the States on business, and of course, Mike Collins. Cherry jumped at the sound of a buzzer and hurried to the door. Pollux, old-timer, come in. The arrival of flashily dressed oldish man with a dark face, carefully pomaded, thinning hair, and a sharply waxed mustache, put his arms around the woman. Longstreet struggled to his feet and made a threatening noise in his throat. Cherry Brown blushed, pushed the newcomer away, and began to fuss with her hair. Remember my old pal Pollux? Her voice was gay. Pollux, the great Pollux, mastermind reader of the age, on the 2 a day, shake hands, you two. Pollux limply complied, and made at once for the sideboard. Longstreet shrugged, and returned to his chair, but rose immediately at the buzzer sounded again, and Cherry opened the door to admit a small party of people. A little, slender, middle-aged man with gray hair and a brush-gray mustache came in. Hesitantly, Longstreet's face brightened. He strode forward, exuding cordiality. He boomed, greeting, squeezed the little man's hand. John O. DeWitt colored and half-closed his eyes with pain and nausea. Physical opposites, they were in striking contrast. DeWitt, reserved, lined with worry, and apparently in a constant state of fluctuating determination, apprehension. Longstreet, heavy, assured, arrogant, masterful. My eyes hurt. DeWitt shrank from Longstreet as the big man brushed by him to receive the other members of the party. "Fern, this is a nice surprise. This to a faded, stoutish woman of a Spanish type, with the barest traces of a vanished beauty on her lacquered face. DeWitt's wife, Jean DeWitt, a petite brownish maid, nodded coldly. She pressed closer to her escort, as Christopher Lord, a tall, blond young man, and Longstreet ignored him completely and pumped the hands of Ahern, an imperiously middle-aged Latin of large physique, meticulously dressed. "Mike!" Longstreet bounded forward and clapped the back of a broad man who had just slouched through the door. Michael Collins was a brawny Irishman with porcine eyes and apparently fixed expression of hostility. He grunted a greeting and eyed the others dangerously. Longstreet grasped his arms and his eyes glittered. "Now don't crab this party." "Mike," he whispered hoarsely, "I told you I'd get DeWitt to fix things up. Go over there and take a bracer. Do you good." Collins jerked his arm free and without a word lurched toward the sideboard. Waiters appeared, ice chimed in amber glasses. The DeWitt party were for the most part silent, strained, polite, but uncomfortable. DeWitt himself sat on the edge of a chair, pale and impassive, sipping mechanically from a tall glass, but his knuckles were white around the glass. Longstreet swooped Cherry Brown, demure and suddenly shy, into the curve of one great arm and yelled for attention. "Friends, you all know why you're here. Gala occasion for old Harley Longstreet. Fact for the whole firm of DeWitt and Longstreet and all their friends and all the well-wishers." His voice was a little thick now. His face was more brickish than before. His eyes pinpoints. "Have the honor to present to you, future Mrs. Longstreet." There was a conventional murmur. DeWitt rose and bowed stiffly to the actress, shook Longstreet's hand perfunctorily. Louis Imperial strode forward and gallantly bent over the actress's manicured fingers, touching them with his lips as his heels clicked in military fashion. Mrs. DeWitt, seated beside her husband, gripped her handkerchief and made a ghastly attempt to smile. Pollux staggered from the sideboard and put his arm closely around Cherry's waist. Longstreet shoved him away without ceremony, and he returned to the sideboard, muttering drunkenly to himself. The woman admired an enormous flashing diamond on the actress's left hand. More waiters invaded the room, armed with tables and crockery. They ate lightly. Pollux fumbled with the dials of a radio. There was music and spiritless dancing. Only Longstreet and Cherry Brown were gay. The big man romped like a child, caught Jean DeWitt in a playful embrace. Blonde Christopher Gay stepped between them coolly, and the young couple danced away. Longstreet chuckled. Cherry was at his elbow, sweet, perilous. At 5:45, Longstreet silenced the radio and excitedly shouted, "Arranged a little dinner party at my place in West Englewood. Forgot to tell you about a surprise. Hey, surprise," he roared. "All invited must come. You too, Mike, and you there, Pollux. Oh, what's your name? You can come along and read our minds or something." He consulted his watch owlishly. "Come on, can make regular train if we start now. Come on, everybody." DeWitt protested in a strangled voice that he had made other arrangements for the evening, that his own guests. Longstreet glared. "I said, everybody." Imperial shrugged and smiled. Lord regarded Longstreet with contempt. A faint, puzzled light glowed in his eyes as he turned to look at DeWitt. At 5:50 exactly, the entire party left Cherry Brown's suite, strewn with debris, bottles, napkins, glasses. They crowded into the elevator, emerged downstairs to the hotel lobby. Longstreet bellowed for a boy, ordered a late newspaper and taxicabs. Then they were on the sidewalk outside the 42nd Street exit of the hotel. A doorman whistled desperately for the taxicabs, and thoroughfare was jammed with crawling vehicles overhead. Thunderclouds raced in a blackening sky. Weeks of dry, hot weather gave way suddenly to a vicious downpour. When the deluge came, it came with such unexpectedness and force that the welter of pedestrian and vehicular traffic became a scrambled, jumping, wriggling panorama of frenzy motion. The doorman signaled wildly, looked back over his shoulder at Longstreet with comical despair. The party scurried for the shelter of a jewelry shop awning nearer the corner of 8th Avenue. DeWitt edged close to Longstreet. Before I forget about Weber's complaint, don't you think we ought to do what I suggested? He poked an envelope at his partner. Longstreet's right arm about Cherry Brown's waist, took a silver spectacle case from the left pocket of his coat, jammed the case back into the pocket as he disengaged himself from the woman and adjusted the eyeglasses to his nose. He took a typewritten letter from the envelope, skimmed through it negligently while DeWitt waited with half-closed eyes. Longstreet sniffed. Nothing doing. He flipped the letter back toward DeWitt. It eluded the little man's clutch and fluttered to the wet sidewalk. Pale as death, DeWitt stooped and picked up the letter. Weber can like it or lump it. I won't change my mind. That's final and don't bother me about it anymore. Pollux whooped. Here comes across town. Let's grab it. In the snarl of traffic before them, a red-faced, snub-nosed streetcar was nudging its way. Longstreet snatched off his glasses, returned them to the case, and the case to his left pocket, leaving his hand there. Cherry Brown was crushed against his great body. He waved his right hand. Hell with the cab, she shouted. Let's take the car. The streetcar squealed to a stop. A swarm of people, drenched and fighting mad, made for the opening of the back door. Longstreet party dashed into the throng, struggling for the entrance. Cherry Brown still clinging to Longstreet's left arm, Longstreet's left hand still in his pocket. They reached the steps. The conductor's hoarse voice cried, lively, bored. The rain soaked their clothes. DeWitt was squeezing between the ample bodies of Ahiram and Imperial. They fought their way up. Imperial cavalierly attempting to guide Mrs. DeWitt. He craned back now to Ahiram, crinkling his eyes with something of humor, saying sotto voce, don't know what that means, I assume it's Latin, that this was the queerest party he had ever had the honor diable to attend. Okay, well, that's the end of that chapter. I'm going to look up diable, though, because what the fuck does that mean? Well, time to do some Google. It's funny. We waited 9 hours for the actual main event of reading the book. And then I spent 9 minutes reading the book. I feel it's necessary to type that my search history when I was typing on Google, well, rather just clicking on Google, is pictures of Sylvia from Konosuba. Anyway, the fuck does diable mean? Well, it can mean devil, or it can mean like a thing you use to move stuff. What if I type it in content? How is... Okay, I typed it in context. Google doesn't understand what that phrase means either. So I don't know what it means. And I really can't. I mean, I can say like, oh, but it seems to think I'm talking about Diablo. I did not type Diablo. I double checked. So what if I just type it in context to the... What if I actually type the letter, the name of the book, The Tragedy of X? Nope. Google still does not understand what I'm trying to ask it. Okay. Bye.